This novel was requested by Hiroshiro Neko of More Clan. Story of an ace pilot CH-207 to 230 CH-207. The Heavenly Thunder attacks 1. For a while after that, Kaisai and the others spend their days doing training exercises. Unlike the engineer units which are doing the construction work, the combat personnel only have regular patrol duty. That's why exercises were conducted in their free time. While wiping off his dripping sweat, Kaisai let out a deep sigh. Even on a cold planet like this, the air-conditioned cockpit was still rather hot. While stretching his muscles, he confirms that his striker was properly fixed into the general-purpose maintenance dock. He had just got back from today's exercise and is now returning his striker to the storage deck on there, radiant. Hey, don't you think the set temperature of the air conditioner is too high? You think so? Replied Dia-Rose with a satisfied smile. She then brought her face close to his neck and licked off the bead of sweat there with her tongue. Kaisai raised a small scream and his body trembled a little. I'm already used to it. But I don't think you should be doing this just anywhere, you know. Kyufufu, with a cramped expression, Kaisai shooed the smiling Dia-Rose away. She always tries to lick him whenever a chance arises. Kaisai himself has already gotten used to her masochistic tendency, but he can't say the same for this habit of hers yet. Thinking that he can't allow this to continue, Kaisai hurriedly opened the cockpit hatch and jumped out into the bucket lift, which was automatically raised by a robot arm to receive him. Dia-Rose also followed him from behind. After a few seconds, the bucket reached the floor making a dull sound. Thank you for your hard work. The two were greeted by Schlier, who got back before them. Saki was also behind her. How was it? The teamwork between our soldiers and Valentina's, I mean. Kaisai's role in the exercise today was as an aggressor pilot. To be specific, he was acting as one of the Noridian high-performance Zeniths against the common troops of the combined Kalanch Valentina force. They are doing fine. They did much better today than on their first day, you know. Valentina's troops are former Noridian army, so naturally, it's difficult for them to fight in tandem with the Kalanchian army. After all, their whole methodology and combat doctrine are vastly different. It would be very bad if they do not fix that before the actual battle. The exercises they have been conducting over the past few days were for that purpose. Well, this is still very last minute though, said Saki with a shrug. In the end, the Allied force collapsed in the middle of the exercise today and they were defeated by the aggressor squad led by Kaisai. Still, this is better than nothing, right? Saki continued with a bitter smile. They were doing even worse than this on their first day, so the exercises were certainly effective. Even so, the time we expected the Noridian army to arrive is just around the corner. We cannot afford to take our time now. Schlier's expression seemed clearly impatient. Their intelligence department has been reporting the current position of the Noridian fleet on a daily basis. They are so close that it wouldn't be strange if the first contact could be established at any moment. There's no doubt that the enemy's advance party will arrive at this system within just a few days, right? It would be a lie if I say I'm not anxious after all. At that moment, the wind blew into the storage deck and the sound of the shutter opening started to echo inside. Looking at the direction of the sound, the crew was guiding a high-speed boat in with glowing marshalling wands. Isn't that? The ship was not the model the Kalanchian army usually uses. It was a newer, high-end type model. Moreover, the place where the insignia which indicates its country affiliation was painted over. The mysterious high-speed boat slowly headed inside and stopped with a faint noise in front of where Kaisai and the others were standing. Then, the hatch installed on its flank opened and a staircase extended down to the floor. Long time no see. It was Eleanor who appeared from inside the boat. She's wearing a high-ranking Kalanchian military uniform with a shiny insignia on her collar indicating the rank of lieutenant colonel. Oh, you made it, huh? Dia-Rose sighs in relief. Since she couldn't get a reply from the head of House Fafletta, she was anxious if Eleanor wouldn't be able to participate in the battle. I apologize for my late arrival. It was quite difficult persuading Akira-sama. No. The head. No, it's fine. I'm just glad that we can fight alongside each other. When Kaisai said that while extending his hand out to her with a smile, Eleanor firmly grasped it. She then wrapped her hands around his and started rubbing it. In response, Schleer tore her hands off with a sour look. "Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Cole." Eleanor Alpha-Fleta. "However, please be careful of the excessive skinship on board. We have to worry about our soldiers' eyes after all." "Oh, my apology." Eleanor accepted Schleer's warning with a challenging smile, but right after, she immediately tilted her head. Your hair is a lot longer than I remembered, Your Highness Frey." "I'm Schleer, Frey's younger sister." I see." "My apology." This time, Eleanor's apology seems to be sincere. However, she still strangely gives off an aura of an airhead. Can we really rely on her? Her skills as a pilot and the influence of her house are the real deal. So yeah, surprisingly, while gazing at Eleanor as if they are looking at someone unfortunate, Saki and Dairos whispered to each other. CH-208. The Heavenly Thunder attacks too. Since they can't afford to keep on chatting at the storage deck forever, they disbanded once, and after they took a bath and changed into new clothes, they met up again at the dining room reserved for aristocrats. The reason they chose this place is that this serves as a welcome party for Eleanor as well. Still, this is Calanchia's flagship. Eleanor muttered her impression with a difficult expression. She seemed to have been looking around the ship when the others were taking a bath. The dining room here is rather luxurious, but in the end, there, Radiant, is still an old ship, so it looks somewhat faded. Moreover, rather than possessing the charm of an antique ship with a long history, it gives off a shabby impression instead. Unlike Nord, our budget is not so abundant after all, Schleer replies while sipping the coffee from her white porcelain cup. Dinner is still not ready yet, so the staff has served coffee and tea first. Incidentally, with the situation being what it is, they did not serve any alcohol. "I'm rather impressed you've been able to put up such a good fight with this kind of equipment." Eleanor's words may sound terribly like sarcasm, but it seems that it's her honest impression. Despite the irregularity that is Kaisai, it was still true that the Kalanchian army managed to push back their Noridian invaders. "Well, since we Fafletters have already sworn our allegiance, you should prepare yourself to take command on a bigger ship. I will have my people commission a new battleship for you later. We've already got the Oda Vanson, so we don't need a new ship for the time being. We intend to make it our flagship after all." "I don't know about making a ship you captured into your flagship though." Dairos crossed her arms and directed a fed-up gaze at Schleer, but she simply shrugged her shoulders. "Adding more ships to their ranks is certainly important, but because Nord did whatever they wanted in the initial invasion, many of Calanchia's territories were devastated. Right now, she wants to focus their budget on the rebuilding as much as possible." "Well, let's leave that aside for now," Eleanor said that in a moody tone before winking at Kaisai and smiling at him. She then stands up from her chair and walks over to him. Saki cautiously watches Eleanor and puts down her teacup on the table. She put her hands on the table and was about to stand up as well. Seeing that, Eleanor signaled to Saki with her eyes that she was not trying to start anything and returned her gaze to Kaisai. "Actually, I have prepared a present for you, Kaisai-sama, No, Kaisai." Being suddenly talked to, Kaisai's eyes start darting around in surprise and he hurriedly stands up as well. Seeing him like that, Eleanor took out something from her bosom with a smile. It was a small elegant box with a blue velvet cloth covering it. When she gently opened the box with her long fingers, a luxurious ring adorned with diamonds emerged from the inside. That's clearly a wedding ring." As Kaisai was still surprised, Eleanor lifted up his left hand with a smug expression. On her left ring finger, a ring of a similar design could be seen as well. Seeing those rings, instead of Kaisai, it was Dairos who showed such a big reaction. Dairos unusually lost her calm and stood up, knocking down her chair in the process. "She got me to think that I forgot such a thing exists." What is it? Paired rings are not that big of a deal, right? Dairos frowned and looked at Schleer, who nonchalantly asked that question. "That's an engagement ring, you know. It's Terran culture. A couple who promise themselves to each other usually wears a ring of the same design. To put it simply, the ring's there to tell other women that he's hers." "Wow, she's disregarding me as the main wife?" Upon hearing Dairos's explanation, Schleer finally realized the gravity of the situation. If she had known that there was such an interesting custom, then she would have made use of it. While regretting her mistake, her eyes wander to Kaisai's hand. Now she's wondering if she should give him one too. Since there's no engagement or wedding ring culture in Vuld's customs, she is pretty hesitant about it. After all, with polygamy being the norm, the husband's fingers would be covered by rings if they adopt such a custom. Oh, it seems my research into Terran marriage culture is finally paying off. With a grin on her face, Elena put the ring on Kaisai's left ring finger. It fits perfectly even without any measurement. The ring might be too tight or too loose if you don't measure the finger properly. However, Elena's ring fits snugly on his ring finger as though it was an order-made item for him. When Kaisai looked at Elena with confusion, Elena unabashedly replied, I've already measured your size since the time we met. You did excessively squeeze my hand back then. That's what it was? Remembering how she was all over his hand on their first meeting, Kaisai tried asking, and with a nonchalant look, Elena confirms his suspicion. Yes, that's right. I can tell your size just by touching. After all, you've already thought of preparing a ring at that stage. No, I had it made after our marriage was decided. Back then it was purely my fetish. Pervert. Saki, who has been listening quietly, muttered to herself with a disgusted expression. After that, she also glanced at Dia-Rose. It seems she thinks that all Norwegian women are perverts now. Aren't you the same though? Managing to decipher Saki's expression, Dia-Rose muttered that and sighed while holding her temples. After all, Saki did make Kaisai go along with her and Nichan play during her first time with him. Well, anyway, thank you for this. Leaving Elena's fetish aside, it felt natural for him to wear such a ring as her fiancée, so he thanked her with a meek expression and lowered his head. Fufu, you don't have to be so formal, please smile. It's not that long since we first met after all. It's normal for us to be somewhat nervous around each other. Still, since we are going to marry each other anyway, we are practically a family already. With that said, Elena gently hugged Kaisai. Her breast is the biggest among everyone here. No, hers was the largest among all the women he's ever met, and it is being squeezed against his flat chest. Wait, although he's gained a lot more resistance toward women's advance, this is still really stimulating for him. When Kaisai's face turned bright red, they were separated by Saki and Schleer. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself here, newcomer? The main wife is still me, you know. It would trouble me if you touch him so casually like that. The order around here would be disrupted after all. Is that so? It seems that aside from Her Highness Frey, there are a lot of bad insects buzzing around here. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up. Although he still hasn't eaten yet, Kaisai's stomach already started to ache. CH 209. Substitution. After the stomach pain-inducing dinner, Kaisai was taken by Elena to Valentina's ship, there, Prussia, because she said that she wants to meet the other four heavenly since she hasn't met them for a long time. My, Parfil. At the Prussia's maintenance deck, Elena screamed with a deep blue face. After all, her magenta-colored Zenith, there, Parfil, was in a terrible state where its armor and weapon were stripped off. What happened to it? I know that I was shot down, but the damage suffered shouldn't be this bad, right? Kaisai realized the cause of Parfil's current sorry state. It was because its parts were stripped off to use as spares for the other Zenith-type strikers. Its parts were also used to supplement his own personal striker, Excalibur, and even its main weapon was the one modified from the one Parfil was using. Kaisai averted his eyes away because of the guilt for a moment, but he still can't bring himself not to tell her. After his gaze awkwardly wandered for a few seconds, he made up his mind. I'm so sorry. They used some of Parfil's parts when they remodeled my striker. As expected, that came as a huge shock to Elena. It seems that the maintenance crew is hastily restoring it, but there's not much time left until the decisive battle. Even from an amateur's point of view, it's still worrying whether they can put Parfil back together in time. There's nothing we can do since our supply situation is actually pretty serious, Lady Elena, said Tersis. The reason why, Tersis? who usually spends her time on there, Radiant, is on this ship is that she's having the crew here perform a thorough inspection on her striker. The maintenance crew on board there, Radiant, are certainly capable of performing normal maintenance and simple inspections, but when it comes to a full-scale inspection, there's no other way but to leave that to the Noradian technicians who are more skilled. Kalanshia can obtain mass-produced parts through their Supplely route, but they cannot procure special-made ones. Using parts from one machine to supplement another like this is unavoidable. After all, Eleanor's participation in the war was quite sudden. Until just the other day, Parfiel was treated as a spare that's only there to be stripped for useful parts. It's the drawback of a one-off Zenith type like this. Still, with the Supplely shortage, it seems that it won't be completely restored. You will have to manage with lowered performance. We're already out on spare Zenith parts. There's no way around it but to use the mass-produced parts as a substitute in the reassembling. No way. At this rate, how can I distinguish myself? Eleanor sullenly withered. Since Parfiel was originally a super high-performance machine, the lowered performance due to the inferior parts means a decrease in her usefulness on the battlefield. In the first place, since Parfiel will easily wreck the mass-produced spare parts, they will have to put some limiters on the power output. About that, maybe you can compensate with your skills. That's true. I'm one of the proud four heavenly after all. Even with an inferior striker, I can't show a miserable appearance in front of others. Behind them, Rose, who was watching that exchange, frowned and turned away while thinking what's the title of one of the four heavenly worth now after Eleanor decided to betray Nord. No, since all four heavenly have sided with Kalanshia now, you can also see it as a change in their affiliation though. Even so, it would be difficult with a machine like this. I will have to fix it properly after this battle is over. Eleanor lamented at the lack of time. However, her expression immediately brightened as though she had just come up with a good idea. That's right. At that time, I can commission a Zenith for Kaisai too. Really? Kaisai's eyes immediately shone when she said that. In fact, he seemed a lot happier than when Eleanor gave him the ring. Seeing that, Eleanor had a complicated expression for a moment, but she immediately pushed out her extremely plentiful breast and continued with a boastful smile. Yes, let's make it a super high-end one that won't lose to the four heavenlies' personal striker or royal craft. If she can buy his appreciation with a present, then it's a cheap price to pay. Zenith is extremely expensive, but with Eleanor's aristocratic background and the salary she received so far as one of the four heavenly, her pocket money should be barely enough to commission one. That sounds nice. Let me commission one for my lord too then. However, without care about her deliberate plan to buy Kaisai's favor, Tursis nonchalantly chimed in. In her case, rather than its value as a present, she probably just wants to see Kaisai pilot a strong striker though. No need. My Zenith alone should be a no. Sorry, I've made you wait. When Eleanor was trying to refute Tursis, a familiar confident voice suddenly called out to them. When they turned around, Valentina was there. It took more time than I expected. Still, all of the four heavenly are finally gathered. Today will be a memorable day. With a grin, Valentina glanced behind her. Nora was standing there with an extremely joyful expression as she dragged a beautiful woman with long sky blue hair with her. The last of the four heavenly, Lawrence Lane aka the Heavenly Eye. It's the Wicked Star. The strongest sniper of the Nord Empire is now standing before them with her legs shaking like a newborn baby goat. Her expression is frozen by fear. TLN, this week will be the last of character-focused chapters. The Pew 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 will start next week. CH 210. Lyran, last of four heavenly, was dragged out in front of Kaisai. She usually possesses a calm and icy demeanor, and her subordinates often say that there's nothing that can make her lose her composure. However, today her entire body is shivering as though she's frightened of something. What's wrong, Desuka? Lyran-san. With a grin, Nora teasingly jabbed Lyran's side with her finger. However, she's so shaken that she couldn't even react to that childish mischief, and her eyes are still fixed on Kaisai. On the other hand, Kaisai looked at Diarose with a confused expression as though he was asking for her help. In response, Diarose shrugs and walks toward Lyran. "Well, we can finally meet. I've always wanted to apologize to you once, but I just couldn't find the chance to, you know." This woman ran off trying to escape from Kaisai-san after all. Kyukaku, but it's not that easy to escape from us, Desayu. Lyran betrayed Nord in the final phase of the battle on Senstura Prime and escaped on board their Prussia, but she locked herself inside a room and refused to meet her ex-colleagues. Apologize. With a cold sweat, Lyran turns her gaze from Kaisai to Diarose. It was Lyran who betrayed her, so there's no need for Diarose to apologize at all. If she thinks about it, she's the one that ought to apologize instead. Your instinct was right. I shouldn't have pit my army against this man. My resignation letter. Lyran looked down and fixed her gaze on her toes. Then, her legs started shaking. Her fear has subsided a little, but instead, it was replaced by the guilt toward Diarose. I was surprised when you suddenly gave me that resignation letter, but I might have overreacted a bit when I punished you with my electric whip. No way. The one who protested so was not Lyran but Elena instead. When Lyran tried to resign shortly before the operation started, it was her who suggested punishing her. She may have switched sides as well, but Helena still thinks that her decision at the time wasn't wrong. That's why she tried to complain, but receiving a gaze from Diarose, Tursis immediately moved in and covered Elena's mouth. On the other hand, when a tall handsome woman like Tursis holding the cute Elena, it somehow made the scene feel strangely aesthetic for Kaisai. That's why let's make it even between us. The electric whip for your betrayal. Well, since we are going to be comrades in arms from now on, so let's get along. Lyran was reluctant for a moment, but she eventually shook hands with Diarose. If it means that she's forgiven for the betrayal, then it's something that she should be grateful for anyway. Ha, how kind of you. With her cheeks puffed up, Nora started teasing them. And you see, a lot of things happened and this man is now our ally. I can guarantee that he's not the type that would shoot you in the back. A guarantee like that from Diarose might not be that trustworthy though. This time it was Valentina who said something unnecessary. However, although her words sound harsh, the smile that she directed toward Lyran was a friendly one. With that being the case, let me give you my guarantee as well. My love is not some scary beast. You don't have to be scared of him, okay? That might be the case, but once again, Lyran looks at Kaisai with fear in her eyes. Kaisai gives her a bitter smile in return while awkwardly scratching his cheek. Your reaction? Are you a mercenary? Yes, formally. Convinced, Kaisai let out a long sigh. It's exactly what he expected. His expression contained a mix of sadness and embarrassment. He shut his eyes for a moment before continuing to speak. I'm hated by the other mercenaries after all. It's not hate, it was fear. Lyran immediately corrected him. The bad omen that spells your defeat once you become its enemy. The shining star of death. No mercenary would dare to approach someone with that kind of reputation. Many of the mercenaries who have to risk their lives on a daily basis are religious. However, every mercenary is superstitious and they all believe in omens and jinxes. To them, Kaisai, who continues to produce bizarre results on the battlefields, has already been regarded as a taboo. After all, once you turn him into his enemy, you will unquestionably be defeated. Moreover, even if you have him as your ally, he would do all the heavy lifting and their earnings would decrease. From a practical point of view, Kaisai is not someone any mercenary wants to get involved with. However, it's not funny when something like that is said to his face. In the first place, being called a star of death, even though he always does his best to avoid casualty, just doesn't sit right with him. In the end, he decided to seriously start thinking of a way to get rid of that reputation of his. CH 211 Reunion of the Four Heavenly Two. Kaisai was aware that other mercenaries think of him like a tumor. He doesn't mind if they want to pick a fight with him, but he really dislikes how they treat him like an omen of death. While thinking so, Kaisai taps the back of his hand with his fingers. I really won't shoot you from behind, you know. You don't have to be scared of me. It's as he says. He isn't some wild beast that would bite you when you carelessly approach him after all. Valentina supported him. With a casual smile, She also gently wrapped her arm around Kaisai's shoulders. Seeing her touch him so familiarly like that, Eleanor's gaze turned slightly sharper. However, she doesn't say anything. After all, when she was included in the marriage, she was also told about their policy on how to deal with Valentina. Rather, the one who will do the biting is me, Desayu. Like this, chomp chomp. Nora snuck behind Kaisai and jumped on his back. She was trying to sink her teeth into his nape, but Valentina silently tore her off and quickly twisted her joints. Give up, I give up. Held by Valentina, who's much taller than her, the small Nora could not resist. Meanwhile, Diarose cast a fed-up gaze at Nora, wondering what she was thinking. Picking a fight she knew she would lose. Seriously. You should know better what will happen when you touch someone else's man, right? Hearing Valentina says something like, someone else's man, Eleanor and Tursis looked at each other for a moment before awkwardly shrugging. They also feel guilty for what they are doing to her. Well, it's usually like this, so let's get along with everyone from now on, okay? I'm not saying that you have to be our friends, but at least I hope we can treat each other like normal colleagues. I guess. That's. Lyran averted her eyes away. What comes to her mind was the counter-snipe Kaisai performed on Senstor at Brian. A feat like avoiding a sniper shot originated from outside the atmosphere and successfully counterattacking with a regular blaster rifle is not on the level of being strong or skillful but supernatural. Lyran shook her head violently to get rid of the fear. In her mind, she's afraid that Kaisai might really shoot her from behind if he deemed her an incompetent ally. Of course, Kaisai won't do that, but with how little she knows him personally, she can't help but think of such possibilities. Clenching her teeth, Lyran mustered up her courage and looked straight into Kaisai's eyes for the first time. There, she saw a small beautiful boy who stimulated her desire to protect him. Surprised, her body started shaking and she put her hand on her chest to try to calm down. Her heart was beating wildly from the nervousness and fear. Lyran then hurriedly turned her gaze away from Kaisai. When she takes a few deep breaths and looks at him again, her heart starts beating faster. This time it is even more intense than the last. Her face turns slightly red and she turns her face away again. Suspension bridge effect or some such incomprehensible mental state is affecting her mind. Seeing that, Diarose narrowed her eyes at her and secretly let out a sign. Then, let's start as a friend, maybe. In the end, she nervously extended her hand toward him, her face still refusing to turn back to him. It seems she wants to shake hands. Relieved, Kaisai exhales and reaches his hand out toward hers. However, the moment his fingertips touched her hand, she immediately withdrew her hand in an instant. Kaisai took a step back in surprise, but without even the composure to care about that, Lyran hurriedly wiped her hands on her clothes. Just like that, she silently grabbed Kaisai's hand and shook it. Perhaps because of her cold sweat, Lyran's hand, which is unusually warm, was very moist. It must have been drenched before she wiped it. Thinking about how scared she was of him, Kaisai felt a little sad. All right. Now it's settled, right? Valentina smiled and gently separated their hands. She then exaggeratedly shrugged her shoulders. Man, I was really worried, you know. Lyran was holding up inside a room this whole time, so I thought that it might affect our teamwork, you see. That's right, Desu. We're living on the same ship, but I couldn't meet Lyran-san at all. What? Tursis frowned at Nora's words. You did not even come out for the training exercise, Lady Lyran? I didn't. That is no good. Very well, let's go have us a mox battle right now. Stop. The real battle can start at any moment now, you know? It would be a problem if you don't save your strength. It was Valentina who hurriedly stopped Tursis. If their enemy suddenly launches an attack on them in the middle of the exercise, then it will be very bad. Right now, every combat personnel was ordered to remain on standby. The only units that are moving about right now are the patrol unit and the likes. Then why didn't you drag her out of her room earlier? I was waiting for Eleanor to arrive. I expected the plan to go well after all. It would be easier to get Lyran out if everyone's here, right? Well, I wonder about that. Lyran had a bitter expression on her face. It's also possible that she might find it even more difficult to come out if a lot lot of people were waiting for her. Well, it ended up alright anyway. Now we have all of the four heavenly together, so how about we hold a welcome party? I've actually prepared a special dish for today, you know. Valentina offered with a terribly happy smile, but the others awkwardly looked at each other for a moment. After all, Kaisai's group already had their dinner at their Radiant. What's wrong? My love. Valentina started to get nervous from the awkward atmosphere. Feeling sorry for her, Kaisai replies, It's nothing. Man, I'm looking forward to it. As a result, he had to join Valentina for a second dinner. After that, he had to vomit some out because he ended up eating too much that evening. CH 212. Final briefing. In the dusk sky of the frozen planet, countless warships fly off, leaving blue trails behind them. One could say that it's the entire force of the Kalinchen Valentina army. Our patrol has spotted the enemy Vanguard fleet, Schleer solemnly said in the conference room on board their Radiant. We estimated that they will arrive in this system in less than a day. We believe that they are fully willing to engage us, so we will use everything we have to combat them. Schleer sweeps her eyes around the conference room and brings up the map of the Gailey system. All of the important commanders of this fleet have gathered in this room. Even Valentina and the others who usually operate from there, Prussia, are here, as this is the final briefing before the battle starts. First off, we will establish a line of defense here in the satellite orbit of Gailey. We are going to fight them at the orbit. As expected, a question was immediately raised. So far, their engineers have been doing various preparations on the surface of Gailey. Fighting the enemy in the orbit might render their preparations useless, so Schleer immediately acknowledged the query. Yes, unfortunately, the number of defense equipment on the surface is limited. If we make our stand on the planet's surface from the start, we fear that the enemy might separately descend on the planet and take them out one by one. Our enemy does have an overwhelming advantage in terms of number. If they attack us from all directions, then our positions might be easily overrun. Exactly. That's why we need to intercept their advance in space and pretend to withdraw to lure them into a trap. It was quite a disaster when we were ambushed from all directions back on Lapoya. I see. That's reasonable. The one who raised the question was convinced, but Saki pulled the sleeve of Kaisai's jacket with a difficult expression. But in space, the number difference will affect us even worse, right? Is this really going to be okay? About the ... I guess we have no choice but to do our best. There are only a few small satellites floating in the orbit of Gailey, so they have nowhere to hide. In other words, they cannot use guerrilla tactics in the upcoming battle. On such battlefields, their only choice is to take the enemy head-on, so obviously, the side with inferior numbers will be forced into a disadvantageous position. We have all four heavenly on this side. A little difference in number is no big deal, said Eleanor as she brushed up her hair. Her expression is full of confidence, but knowing that she's a little disappointing in the head, Saki shrugged her off with an awkward expression. Well, in terms of quality, we might be slightly more advantageous, I guess. That's not all. With them here, we will probably have a big advantage on morale too, you know. Diarose pointed that out with a grin. With her gaze still fixed on Schleer, she also continues in a small voice that won't disturb the briefing. Nord used the strength of the four heavenly as a propaganda tool to boast its national power, and all of a sudden, they all turned against them. Kukaku, this is going to be fun, you know. Your terrible personality really shows, you know. Lyran muttered while stifling her yawn. On the other hand, Diarose did not get angry and just shrugged that off with a smirk. Well, anyway, this operation won't succeed if we can't buy some time in space. As Master said, we will have to do our best. Bite time. According to Schleer's words, this operation should be about luring the Noridian fleet into their kill zone. There's no need to buy extra time for that. When Kaisai cocked his head in doubt, Diarose snuggled to him with a meaningful smile on her face. Kufufu, actually, we have a hidden plan, you see. Somehow, I'm getting an extremely bad feeling about this. The full extent of the plan is now shared with the pilots like Kaisai as a measure to prevent info leaks. However, he did remember how Diarose requested pure fusion warheads, a type of weapon that's highly destructive in the earlier meeting. He doesn't know what she intends to use it for, but one thing he's sure of is that it must be something outrageous. I don't know what you're trying to do, but just what do you want us to do out there? It's simple. All you have to do is stall the enemy until you receive a signal. Saying so, Rose looked up. She then continues speaking while her gaze looks like she's recalling something nostalgic. Using a Zenith's high maneuverability to fly around the battlefield and shoot down the enemy commanders while disrupting their formation. You've already done something like that back in both Laboya and Sanstera, right? I see. So we just have to do what we did to you, right? If I have to make it simple, then that's exactly it. Hearing that reply, Saki crossed her arms and exhaled. Interesting. Let's do it. CH-213. The invasion. They are not here yet, huh? Inside a Kalan'chen striker floating in the darkness of space, a young pilot muttered to herself. It has already been a while since she arrived at the designated position. There was a report that the enemy Vanguard fleet had advanced into the system. However, due to the enemies jamming, their search equipment was rendered almost useless. Because of that, they have no idea when the enemy will launch their attack. I don't think it's possible, but they are not going to ignore us and bypass this system entirely, right? Ha, there's no way, right? One of the pilots belonging to the Valentina faction replied. The Kalan'chen pilot frowned and glanced at the striker flying at her side. It was a Jetta, a striker model their enemy is using, but it has a white stripe marked on its characteristic crimson paint. An attempt to differentiate their striker from the enemy. If they ignore us, then we will be able to attack them from behind. In the first place, with the number advantage they have, taking us on directly would be way more advantageous for them. Well, that's true. Still, having to wait for their enemy to attack without knowing when they will come is putting quite a heavy pressure on their side. If she just stays quiet and waits, then the pressure alone would be too overwhelming. With a sigh, the Kalan'chen pilot starts looking around. Around them was a starry sky like a jet black cloth dotted with glowing beads, and behind them was a planet that looked like a giant snowball. Gaily. It's a mystical sight, but such a thing is already common for the soldiers of a spacefaring civilization. That's why it's not nearly enough of a distraction to dispel their anxiety. What? Getting cold feet? Asked Valentina's pilot in a teasing tone. As a former Norwegian pilot, she has more experience on the battlefield than her Kalan'chen counterpart. Perhaps because of that, she can ask such a question in a seemingly nonchalant tone. I'm not. You don't have to act tough, you know. If you are scared, then you can just hide behind me after all. Ha ha ha. Why, you little. The Kalan'chen pilot immediately snapped, but she stopped herself when she saw a photo taped to the console of her cockpit. It was a picture of the Kalan'chen pilot together with a weak-looking young man who's smiling shyly next to her. The two had their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders and they seemed to be close. HMPH. What? How boring. Valentina's pilot clicked her tongue and expressed her disappointment. Perhaps she was also overwhelmed by the pressure. That's probably a given, since no soldiers can stay calm when they are facing an army 3 times the size of their own. I have to survive this and go home. I don't have time to bicker with you. Wait, you have a man waiting at home? Obviously. The Kalan'chen pilot boastfully answers. On the other hand, Valentina's pilot had a terribly fed-up look on her face. That's unsurprising since she's currently single. Has been for a while. In the first place, she wouldn't join in with the rebels if she has a boyfriend or a significant other back home. TSK, incomparable to her earlier one, this time her tongue clicking has a lot more emotions packed in it. In reply, the Kalan'chen pilot exhaled with satisfaction. I'm going to get married when this war is over, you know. Do you want me to send you an invitation? Why, you... Don't get carried away. Valentina's pilot was about to retaliate, but suddenly a warning sound echoed inside their cockpits. They instantly ready themselves and grip their control sticks. Multiple heat sources approaching. All strikers, break. At the warning from the AI, the commander tensely commanded the pilots to perform a hard turn. In a hurry, all pilots pull their control sticks and accelerate at full throttle. A few seconds later, Countless crimson beams cut through the jet-black space. They came from warship-class blaster cannons. Although it was not precisely aimed at them, the shots were calculated and fired at their position from a long distance. However, the incoming bullets were too numerous. A moment later, several explosions rise on the battlefield. Ugh, damn it, they finally decided to show up. Valentina's pilot used complex and skillful evasive maneuvers to avoid the incoming particle bullets that are flying toward them seemingly at random. There, she saw the Kalanchen striker whose pilot she just talked to earlier fly by. Her eyes reflexively followed it for a bit, then, it was hit by an extra thick beam that pierced through its armor in an instant. A little later, a big explosion followed. However, in the vacuum of space, there was neither a shockwave nor the sound of explosion. It was a sad, soundless death. Valentina's pilot clenched her teeth so hard that they almost made a breaking noise. A large number of masses detected. It might be the Norwegian main fleet. A large number of strikers sighted. All strikers moved to the intercepting position, all weapons free. The sudden report from the radio dragged her back to the battlefield. Now is no time to mourn the dead. With a bitter expression, Valentina's pilot stepped on the foot pedal. CH-214. First move. They are here. Schlier bitterly muttered on the bridge. The Kalanchen flagship, there, radiant. She sits in the old command seat and stares at the schematic of the battlefield displayed on the large LCD monitor. An overwhelming number of red glowing dots are surrounding a group of blue dots which represent their side. As we expected, their number is overwhelming. They came at us with everything from the start. However, we still cannot confirm if the mass we detected was the enemy main fleet or not. It's likely that the enemy main fleet is still on standby in the rear. Your Highness. Solana, who was at her side, gave her opinion. Information is being relayed to the HQ in real time, but judging from the enemy's skills, equipment, and coat of arms, what they can confirm right now is that their force is currently engaging the enemy noble army. In other words, the enemy has only sent in their disposable soldiers. Even if they repel this wave, the enemy elites would be left unscathed. I don't want us to engage the enemy vanguard directly like this though. While groaning to herself, Schlier impatiently tapped the armrest with her fingers. She then pulls out a resin bottle from the cup holder and takes a sip of the water inside. Tell the troops to continue intercepting their advance and slowly move back. Our first objective is to buy time, avoid damage to our side as much as possible. Yes, ma'am. One of the staff acknowledged her command and relayed it to her subordinates. As Saki pointed out during the briefing, taking on a larger army that has also incorporated mercenaries on an empty battlefield with no cover will put them at a disadvantage. If they are not careful, their side will be crushed in no time. By the way, what about the time? At which point should I guide the enemy to that location? For this operation, their strategy is to lure the enemy's main force into the kill zone at a specific timing. Moreover, that specific timing is fairly tight to pull off. ETA 11 hours and 23 minutes, ma'am. In response to the report, Schlier averted her eyes away with a cramped expression. After all, even after deducting the time for their re-entry into the atmosphere of Galii, they will have to endure the enemy attack for quite a long period of time. So half a day. I see. Schlier growls while rubbing her chin. Various plans are swirling in her mind, but none of them seem to be very effective for them to hold out that long. At this rate, their side will suffer fatal damage before they can even move on to the second stage of the plan. Can I say something? While she was wondering what to do, Diarose called out. She's sitting in a temporary seat in the corner of the bridge, but her presence looked as imposing as though she's sitting on a throne. I will allow it. Despite being former enemies, Diarose has received almost complete trust from Schlier. Besides, with her being the greatest commander among Schlier's allies, she's the most qualified to help her when Schlier finds a situation she can't control. That being said, some of the staff members still have a clearly bitter look on their faces. How about forming a unit with Tursis and Eleanor as the lead and having them perform reconnaissance in force on the enemy position? If we can locate the enemy's main force, then we should be able to cut down on their offensive. Are we going to have the Melemime and Fafleta fleets separate from the enemy now? The enemy fleets also include those from Tursis and Eleanor's houses. These houses had already made a secret agreement with them to switch sides. Naturally, if their allies suddenly turned against them shortly after the battle started, even for the powerful Noridian army, chaos would spread through their ranks. The damage they would suffer would not be insignificant. I was hesitating on when I want them to make a move, but it would certainly be better if they do it before things get confusing. After tapping her armrest several more times, Schleer agreed. With the intense jamming rendering their communication with the two houses impossible, they originally planned to dispatch a messenger to signal them after the battle started. Moreover, with Tursis and the others as the lead, it would not be impossible to break through the enemy vanguard troops. Very well, form a unit to break through the enemy line. We will focus the members around Tursis-san and Eleanor-san and have our reserved forces court them. Your Highness, should we not also include someone from our side to show them our sincerity? Right, I planned to go with them myself when the time comes, but Schleer glanced at her elderly chief of staff. The old woman sternly shakes her head in silence. After all, no matter how this will benefit their side, it is too early for the commander herself to go out to battle. Let's have my sister accompany them and side Lieutenant Makishima's Dainsleif. If we attach Kaisai-san as her escort, then there should be nothing to worry about. In truth, Schleer wanted Kaisai to stand by in a safe place, but with this much difference in numbers, she has to use everyone she can. After all, it is still true that Kaisai is an extremely powerful piece she can mobilize. Fortunately, she can trust in the ability of the Four Heavenly. Even though breaking through the enemy line will definitely be dangerous, she can relax to some extent knowing that they are with him. While regretting the fact that she can't go with them, Schleer quickly made her decision. Advance our battleships forward and provide covering fire for them. Make sure that our troops on the front line were notified. CH 215. Good luck, Charm. It's finally our turn. Seems like this will be a tough fight, isn't it? In the cockpit of Excalibur, Kaisai was saying that with a joyful voice, with a few touches on the console panel. He's performing a final check before the sortie. He's done many exercises with this new striker, but this will be his first real battle with it. Since he doesn't know what kind of problem will pop up on the battlefield, he can't be too careful about it. You are the most reliable for this kind of mission, Master. Normally, a mission to break through the enemy line is supposed to be a bad idea though, Diarose replies while helping with the final check from the back seat. She was on the bridge until a while ago, but if Kaisai is going to sortie, then she has no other choice but to tag along. After all, the collar on her neck would automatically detonate if she was too far away from him. But if we can do this, then it will give us an upper hand. With our situation, we cannot afford to spare anything. I'm sorry that I have to put your life in danger. With a deep sigh, Diarose gently stroked Kaisai's hair. Her expression seemed somewhat bitter. Perhaps she has some regret about putting Kaisai into a supposedly dangerous operation. Taking risks is nothing new, right? It will be fine. I will show you. As expected of the man who defeated me. How reliable. That's not what she wanted to say, but with Kaisai, who has performed many miracles for the Kalantian army, his words were just too convincing. Being the victim of the miracles he performed, Diarose could only smile bitterly at him. My lord. Suddenly, a voice called out to Kaisai. The two immediately look at the cockpit hatch, which was left open. There, they found Tursis standing in a Kalantian army pilot uniform. The shining adamantine bodysuit tightly hugged her figure, a highly suggestive design. My apology for interrupting you at such a busy time. She said that and apologetically lowered her head. While fidgeting with her crimson hair, her face was slightly red. It's fine, but do you need something? Normally, if you want to talk to another pilot in a situation like this, then connecting the communication line would be enough. There's no need for her to come over herself. We are about to sortie, so how do I say this? I'd like to ask for a good luck charm. A good luck charm? Yes, something that can rouse up my fighting spirit. A battle maniac like her probably doesn't need such a thing. Even if they are in a dangerous situation, Tursis is the kind of woman that would happily leap out and fight. Unable to make sense of this, Both Kaisai and Dairose look at each other. Anyway, what kind of good luck charm are you talking about? Can you be more specific? A kiss to the lips. The cockpit was instantly filled with awkward silence. Tursis started fidgeting even more and her face grew even redder. Seeing that, Dairose let out a deep sigh. It seems you've been training her well, huh? Can't you do the same for me as well? No way. In Dairose's case, it felt more like he was the one being trained, so he retorted with a frown. After all, just earlier he was, almost forcibly, taught how to use a whip. Well, don't worry about it. In any case, right now he can't afford to kick Tursis out of the cockpit. Also, fortunately, the crew around them are also moving about busily to prepare for the sortie. They shouldn't have enough leeway to pay attention to them. Thinking so, Kaisai stood up and beckoned to Tursis. Thank you, my lord. Tursis replied in an elated tone before leaping inside and hugging him. In the same momentum, she also stole his lips. Naturally, considering the DPO, she didn't stick her tongue in or use her saliva. However, she seems to be pretty excited already, so some of her saliva ended up sticking to his face. They stayed like that for about a minute, but since it was embarrassing, Kaisai tried to push her away. Tursis ignored that and continued to enjoy his lips, but with a merciless hand chop from Dairose, she unwillingly separated herself from him with a terribly dissatisfied look on her face. Seriously? You really are a dog in heat. It will be hard to discipline her later, you know. Tursis glared at Dairose for her sarcastic remark, but she soon returned her eyes to Kaisai. My apology. I was. Seeing Tursis feeling ashamed of her action, Kaisai involuntarily follows up. I also like kissing you, so you don't have to feel bad, Tursis. His words shook her spine and a cloudy breath spilled from her mouth. Seeing her like that, Dairose smiled. What are you getting all excited for over a kiss? Seriously, Once this battle is over, you will get to do even more amazing things that would make a kiss never enough for you again, you know? Even more amazing. As though that has never occurred to her before, Tursis intensely stared at Kaisai. It was a sensual gaze that's unthinkable from her usual attitude. While his body started to shake a little, Kaisai glared at Dairose. Well, it's a normal thing to do when you are married after all. Saying so, Dairose urged Tursis to leave the cockpit. If you get that, then leave already. If you want that amazing something, then you better do your best to protect him, okay? I know that already, Tursis answered with her back straightened and dignified voice. From her current figure, you would think of her as a gallant beauty, but since Kaisai has already seen her disappointing parts, it's a bit too late for that. Sorry for the inconvenience. Farewell. Just like that, Tursis leapt out of the cockpit. Left behind, Kaisai sat down on his seat. She really came in like a storm, thought Kaisai as his face started to cramp. Without saying anything, Dairose closed the cockpit hatch. Master. What? When he turned around, Dairose was grinning at him. She then gently placed a kiss on his forehead. I'm also expecting that amazing something. After this too, you know. I'll do my best. With a wrinkle formed between his brows, Kaisai answered in a tired voice. Half seriously, he started thinking that even if he does survive the battle, he might not survive his bedtime afterward. CH 216. Breaking through the enemy line 1. After finishing their last checkup, Kaisai and the others were guided to the launch deck by the crew. The ride boosters were prepared at the catapult in the center of the deck. The support equipment reminiscent of a tireless bike is indispensable for this kind of operation where they need increased maneuverability and operation range. Launching permission granted. Please initiate the launching sequence. Following the instructions from the flight control, they straddled their strikes on the ride boosters, and the AI informed that the link between their strikers and the boosters was established. That's quite a lot of luggage, Dairose muttered while glancing at a large container attached to the rear of the ride booster. It was made from synthetic resin and lightweight alloy, a common container for transporting munitions. However, Dairose wasn't told what was inside. It's spare ammunition and photon sabers. Even the strongest aces wouldn't be able to put up a fight without ammo after all. Instead of Kaisai, the one who answered was the chief mechanic. With this being there, Excalibur's first real battle. She was on standby in the communication line just in case. Convinced, Dairos nodded and replied, "So you did take lessons from your battle with Miha?" "Certainly. If you want a chance to strike this man, then it would be when he ran out of bullets. Back then I had to fight waves after waves of reserved units until my ammo ran out after all." Recalling the past, Kaisai let out a small sigh. That was quite a tough operation for him. The fact that the woman who put him through that is now sitting inside the same striker really made him think that fate is such a mysterious thing. "Not just this one. I heard that the escort unit will also carry similar containers too. It seems that Her Highness wants Kaisai-san to make full use of those as well. I can't thank her enough for that." Rather than being stranded without any supply, being able to get support from those around you would be much better. Naturally, Kaisai has enough confidence that he can put up a performance that can match the extra weight they have to carry. With a grin, Kaisai squeezes the control stick, ready to launch. In response to his voice, the floor behind their ride booster rose up. It was a device called a blast deflector. Its purpose is to deflect the exhaust flame from the thruster. Roger. Launch deck evacuation completed. Course clear. Powering catapult. All green, ready when you are. Hearing that, Kaisai silently activated the thrusters of both Excalibur and the ride booster, spilling blue flame behind them. Hokuto Kaisai, taking off. At the same time he said that, the catapult activated and with great momentum, the striker was launched out of the ship. With the intense G attacking his body, Kaisai let out a small groan. He has done this kind of launching numerous times already, but it still hasn't changed the fact that it still takes a heavy toll on his fragile body. Seeing that, Dairos silently shut her eyes. For a Vold like her, this much G doesn't even make her flinch. The difference in their physical strength was clear. She does enjoy a good suffering at Kaisai's hand, but she never wants to see him suffer. Phew. Still, that intense G only lasted a moment during the launching sequence. Upon entering the cruising state, Kaisai let out a heavy breath. "It seems our front line is having it tough, huh?" Kaisai muttered as he looked at the scene displayed on the monitor in front of him. From his position, he can see red and green beams flying past each other with explosions occurring occasionally. The faint thoughts he can pick up from through the icon system were burning into his brain. It seems that there have been a lot of casualties in the front line already. Our mission is to break through that place. Can you do it? Who do you think you are talking to? Right. With a light smile, Dairos shifts her gaze away from him. Her sight was directed at their wingman who departed after them. Next to them was the Dainsleif, a striker covering itself with its characteristic chrome yellow extra armor, and to their left and right, they are being escorted by two strikers with a strange design that they have never seen before. Kyukaku, those are some interesting striker designs, aren't they? Huh? Tursis, Eleanor, HMPH. This is only temporary, okay? Yes, the two strikers were piloted by Tursis and Eleanor, the leader of this operation. Their strikers' exteriors are covered with spare parts from dummy units to disguise their presence. Thanks to that, both Van Wolf and Parfiel have now taken quite bizarre and messy appearances. If we want to use the Melamime and Fafletta fleet's betrayal as our chance to launch a surprise attack, then we have to hide mine and Lady Eleanor's presence until the last minute. There's no other way. Tursis said that, but her voice was still filled with dissatisfaction. Their strikers now look extremely ugly, and the extra weight from the dummy exterior also slows them down. If she has to be honest, she wants to get rid of them right this instant. But can you really fight like that? I want us to prioritize our safety first, you know, said Frey, who is forced to, accompanying them as an ambassador from Kalanshia. She's now riding with Saki inside the Dainsleif. Naturally, since she mainly works in logistics, going to the front line is very scary for her. Rather, why do I have to ride on this one? If possible, I want to ride with Kaisai instead though. You think 3 people can fit inside a narrow cockpit like this? Dairos unintentionally retorted in a loud voice. Although Excalibur was remodeled to be a 2-seater, the space inside is not that large. Besides, Packing 2 people on a single-seat striker would still be better than jamming 3 people into a 2-seater. We will get you there safely, so please stay still, Your Highness. If you don't, then you might get thrown outside, you know. It seems that Freck couldn't sit still inside the cockpit, so Saki had to reprimand her. Why is this happening to me? She usually stays back in the rear, but this time she was out of luck as she had to go out to the front line herself. With her face deep blue, Freya let out a deep sigh. CH-217, breaking through the enemy line too. The battleships of the Kalinchen Valentino Allied Force advanced toward the front line. No matter how strong Kaisai's group is, against such a strong army, breaking through will be no easy task. That's why they are moving into a position to provide covering fire for them in order to create a temporary gap in the enemy's line of defense. We will commence a suppressive fire at point E368 to support our advance unit. All battleships prepare to fire. Setting target, point E368. Range 580. Ammunition set. Particle bullet. Following Schlier's command, the commander of each ship quickly instructed their crew members. The turrets of each ship rotated with a dull noise, aiming their thick barrels at the center of the enemy vanguard fleet. Their aim is to suppress the enemy, and they have already factored in that the enemy will take evasive maneuvers to avoid the line of fire. They did not aim for any specific ship, all turrets ready to fire. In the tense atmosphere, Schlier glared at the monitor in front of her. She then raises her right hand and swings it down. All ships commence fire. First salvo, fire. A salvo of particle bullets containing enormous amounts of energy was fired from the battleship's turrets. The numerous rays of light take the shape of arrows and race toward the enemy fleet at near light speed. Even with their rough aim, shooting such a salvo into a crowded warzone would cause some damage. The strikers that were near the line of fire had their armor bubbling over from the heat and exploded, while the destroyer that couldn't evade in time was broken in half. Damn it, they brought out the battleships. Evasive maneuver. Quick. Even if it's a fluke, we will crash if any of those hits us. The enemy vanguard fleet, which was subjected to such firepower, was thrown into a temporary state of confusion. Both their strikers and destroyers started to spread out like spiderlings escaping their nest. However, that's but a small area in their vast battlefield. The Norwegian ships that were not in the line of fire still had their composure and started commencing a counterattack. Deploy the anti-ship striker corps. The enemy main force has come out to the front. This is our chance. The Norwegian army still has a lot of reserve forces. The strikers that were on standby immediately equipped themselves with anti-ship weapons and launched out from their ships one after another. Their target is naturally the Kalinchen flagship, Radiant. Enemy strikers approaching from point 345, 20 degrees above. 120 of them. Leave the interception to the escort fleet and our strikers. Make sure to keep us away from the enemy battleship's line of fire. Maintain fire on the enemy fleet. Ready the anti-aircraft weapons. Ready anti-aircraft weapons. The enemy sent a lot of strikers their way, but they still haven't done enough to create an opening for their advance unit yet. Right now they will have to endure the enemy assault. The destroyers and AA cruisers immediately positioned themselves around the battleships, using themselves as a shield against the incoming enemy strikers. Open fire. Do not let the enemy get close to Her Highness's ship. The turrets of the escort fleet immediately aimed up and fired. Green arrows of light flew toward the enemy striker corps. However, the enemy promptly took evasive maneuvers and only 3 of them were shot down. Like hell, those bumpkin cannons are going to hit me. A Norwegian pilot scorned. However, her advance was stopped by one of Valentina faction's pilots. It is a confrontation between 2 jetters. To distinguish friend from foe, one side has a big white stripe painted on it. Sorry, can't let you pass here. Damn it, you traitor scum. The Norwegian pilot clicked her tongue and avoided the beams from her enemy's blaster rifle. However, while she was doing that, a Vil flew in and thrust its long sword toward her. She tried to have her jetter parry it with its photon saber, but she couldn't make it in time. Just like that, the crimson armor plate was cut through. Phew, ha ha ha. First one's mine. The pilot of that Vil was Viscountess Boses, a Norwegian aristocrat who switched sides during the Battle of Senstra Prime in exchange for a kiss from Kaisai. "You must be here too, wicked Star Dono. Please look upon my gallant figure," shouted Viscountess Bozes. Her lust couldn't be masked by her expression. "It seems she's trying to distinguish herself here in order to use her achievement to approach Kaisai later." Because of that ulterior motive, her morale was extremely high, and perhaps every single one of them shares the same thought. The pilots here are moving very well. The interception corps led by Viscountess Bozes was successful in stalling the enemy strikers. "They are doing great." Seeing their performance on the battlefield, the captain of a Kalanchen new battle cruiser, Clover, muttered with a grin. The captain was worried about the teamwork between Kalanchen troops and the traitors from Nord, but so far, they are doing well cooperating with each other. Clover is one of the best ships Kalantia has to offer in terms of anti-aircraft battle. It was fitted with 12 triple barrels, 15 centimeters compound turrets and a high-performance radar along with the best fire control system they have. Naturally, as the captain of such a ship, she cannot afford to fall behind her former enemies. That's why she decided to open fire as well. "Provide covering fire for our strikers." "Switch the shelter he round. Set it to AA fuse." Switching to he round, AA fuse. The 15 centimeters compound turrets of the Clover were loaded with he rounds. Unlike the particle bullets they've been using until now, this time they are firing physical ammunition. Set target. Track number 3712. Main turrets, commence fire. Commence fire. A large number of high-explosive shells were fired from the turrets with fierce momentum. The bullet speed is much slower than the particle rounds they used earlier, but with their enemies already so close to their position, so the captain judged that the physical rounds would hit their targets just fine. She was not wrong. The he rounds detonate mid-air, creating multiple fireballs in the jet black space. One of such fireballs hit a jetter that was targeting Viscountess Bozes. With its armor shattered by the explosion, their jetter exploded after a brief moment. "Ho-hoo. Those Kalanchans do have some good shots, huh?" Viscountess Bozes smiled, and after praising her ally, she moved on to find her next prey. CH-218. Breaking through the enemy line 3. Due to the effort of Viscountess Bozes and the members of the escort fleet, the Kalanchen battleships have successfully provided suppressive fire for their advance unit. The Norwegian troops deployed on the front line have retreated back to avoid the battleship's line of fire, and it is now the perfect chance for them to attack. Charge! With a manly shout, Kaisai accelerated at full throttle. Using the ride booster, his striker immediately flew forward at blinding speed. Saki, Tursis, and Elena, as well as 16 other elite pilots, also dash forward in a formation. Something is coming. It's the enemy zeniths. Someone intercept them. Although the enemy number has thinned, it is not like the opening was completely void of resistance. The enemies that have survived the earlier salvo from their battleships are firing them with their anti-aircraft weapons. "Like hell that will hit me!" Kaisai fiercely shouted and readied his blaster rifle while performing evasive maneuvers. Unlike your average bike, a ride booster does not require its rider to have both hands on its handle to maneuver. "You are not going to use your new Mega Blaster rifle?" asked Diarose while she was scanning the radar screen. Right now Kaisai is using his old 8.5 MW blaster rifle, the one he was on their Caliburn Revive, instead of the Mega Blaster rifle they repurposed from Melena's Striker. "It would be a waste. That thing has a longer range, so I think it would be safer for us to use it though." Diarose wants to safely snipe the enemy from outside their range. However, Kaisai doesn't even consider such a conventional strategy an option. With no hesitation, he fired his blaster rifle, and their jetter, that was about to fire at them with its long-barrel blaster rifle, was disabled with its engine destroyed. "Did you say something about range?" It's nothing, my mistake. In a striker battle, she has no place to add her input. Recalling how Kaisai is in battle, Diazo shrugged. Meanwhile, their exchange did not interrupt his shooting. He continues to casually evade the enemy shots and return fire, taking the enemy striker out one by one. The sight was the meaning of the saying "one shot one kill." TLN. No one died though. Wonderful. Watching his performance, Elena shouted him praise. Her voice also has a mix of the feeling of relief that she has him as her ally. After all, the overwhelming battle prowess he showed in their past battles is still fresh in her mind. I can't afford to lose either. With that said, she fired the heavy machine gun on Parfile's right arm. It's the same heavy machine gun model Schleer has on her, Miss Tiltwine. Because she intends to hide her identity, for the time being, she is concealing their, Parfile's original weapons. A heavy recoil rocked the cockpit of the Parfile, as a red trail of tracer bullets flew into space. The 47mm shells rushed into a platoon of jetters, which were charging at them, disrupting their approach. Then with their movement stopped, Elena uses the long-barrel blaster rifle in the left hand to snipe them one by one from a distance. Lady Elena, do not forget to conserve your ammo. You often go trigger-happy at the enemy and get carried away. After all, anyone would seem trigger-happy to you. Tursis-sama, Elena replied with a fed-up expression. After all, Tursis is the type of person that fly out into battle with only a sword. It's nice that she will never experience running out of bullets, but when they are straddling on a ride booster like this, fighting in close quarters would be difficult, so she would not be able to show her real ability. At least carry a carbine with you. What, if it's with my skill then? With a grin, Tursis accelerated forward, leaving a trail of blue flame behind her. Van Wolf, the ride boosters they are using are of a general model but coupled with a thruster from a top-of-the-line Zenith. The speed she can exhibit is not something that a common jetter can keep up with. Just like that, Tursis went straight into the enemy platoon. Their jetters tried to intercept her with their blaster rifles, but she avoided all the shots with minimal movement. Then, as she flew by one of them, she cut it down with her longsword. How's that? Shooting them down with a blaster rifle is way more faster. What did you say? It seems that Tursis was upset at that comment. Meanwhile, seeing their casual exchange, which is totally unsuitable for a battlefield, a smile just floats on Kaisai's face. Are they usually like that? Well, yeah. In exchange for their strength, their coordination just flew out of the window. You know how many stomachaches they gave me when I tried to make them cooperate with each other? Dairo's answer seemed terribly real to him. With a bitter smile, he glanced back at their unit. After all, when Tursis and Elena are rampaging in front of them, Saki, who should have been with them, was strangely quiet. Saki, you good? Saki's Dainsleif is just following quietly behind them. Occasionally, she would shoot her submachine gun to provide suppressive fire, but her movement is strangely tamer than usual. Seeing that, Kais asked in worry. I'm fine, Saki replied with a somewhat fed-up tone. But Her Highness Frez not. I'm sorry. It's just, this is my first time on the front line. Frez's voice was shaking a little. Frez on board the Dainsleif, as they need an ambassador from Kalanshia's side to show their sincerity to the Melems and the Fafletters. Still, it's a little unreasonable for someone who mainly handles logistics like her to be sent out to the front line in a fierce battle. It will be fine. I'm here with you. Thank you. I'm so sorry for being such a pathetic woman. I mean, hearing Frez's self-deprecating comment, Kaisai let out a small smile. Her self-deprecating tendency and how she can get disheartened by herself are similar to Schleer. It's a little rude, but it made him think that they are really sisters. Well, we have other escorts too. Just fly safe for now, Saki. We will handle the enemies ourselves. Sorry, I will leave it to you. Although she agreed, he could tell from her voice that she wanted to go out and rampage too. CH-219, breaking through the enemy line for 10 minutes after they charged in, the effect of the initial suppressive fire started to diminish and groups of enemies were gathering around them. Dealing with this many small fries sure is annoying, isn't it? Elena gritted her teeth as she sprayed the enemies with her heavy machine gun. She just does not have the capacity for precise aim when the enemies are coming from all directions. Can we get rid of these junks already? It's so hard to move. Elena and Tursis have covered their zeniths with dummy exteriors to hide their identity. Naturally, they also suffer a decrease in both maneuverability and movement speed because of that. Even for elite aces like them, Handling this many enemies with such a handicap is still tough. If we want the surprise attack to be the most effective, then it is still too early to take them off. The best timing would be when we can join up with the Fafletta fleet. Dairose answers in a calm voice. Aside from scanning for enemies, she literally has nothing to do. Despite being on the battlefield, she simply doesn't feel that involved with it. At most, she would nudge her control stick a little with her finger while observing Kaisai operating the striker with an incredibly precise movement. Well, you can still purge these things if the situation absolutely calls for it, right? It would be putting a cart before a horse if you got shot down before we can meet up with the fleets after all. HMPH. This, Heavenly Thunder, will not be shot down that easily, I will have you know. When her ability was challenged, it was her nature as a Vald aristocrat to put on a bluff, so Elena fiercely replied, I expect no less. Kaisai whispered so while avoiding multiple beams flying at them. Despite the tough spot they found themselves in, Elena's morale hasn't diminished. It appears that her reputation as one of the Noridian's strongest pilots was not for show. While manually turning off the automated lock-on warning alert that has been ringing in the cockpit for a while, he kept shooting down the enemy jetters. Then he took his mind off the enemy strikers that have their abdomens pierced by his shots. He reloaded a new particle magazine. Wicked Star-san, do you need ammo? The escorting Kalanchen pilots asked in a calm voice. Kaisai has been firing his blaster rifle for a while, so it's natural that they would worry about his remaining ammunition. Yeah, I think it's about time for a resupply. Roger that. While evading the enemy's barrage, the Kalanchen pilot approached the Excalibur. She then threw the particle magazines bundled in a cable, and Kaisai easily received them. They did it like it was something very simple, but things would not be this smooth unless both Kaisai and the pilot are very skilled. Thanks. It's my duty. Well, please leave the ammo to me, the pilot replied in a joyful tone. They were called an escort squad, but their job is mainly to provide support for the aces like Kaisai. But how long do I have to put up with this though? Saki asked in a dejected tone. Since she cannot fight to her heart's content because Freya's riding with her, it's very tough for Saki when they are kept being attacked like this. We received an encrypted location of the Melemime and Fafletta fleets. At this pace, we should be able to join up with them in about 30 minutes, so just endure it. TSK, talk about an unreasonable demand. Exactly. Saki's words were in sync with Freya's half-crying voice. Whenever a bullet flies their way, she would scream like a child. Oh ho ho ho. How pleasant. Have you already started leaking? Shut up, Freya replied in frustration. At that moment, a large number of particle bullets flew toward Dainsleif. An enemy destroyer has come forward. Although it was a small ship, it was packed with a considerable amount of anti-aircraft weapons. Hi! Freya screamed with a pale face at the barrage of bullets that were coming her way like a shower of light. Saki clenched her teeth and immediately pushed her control stick down to get there. Dainsleif, out of the way. They barely managed to get out of the way, and the barrage of particle bullets flew past them into the void. Almost at the same time, Kaisai pulled out his Mega Blaster rifle that was mounted on the back. He then quickly shoots an extra thick beam back at the enemy like a Western gunman. The ejected empty cartridges flew out, and the extra powerful blaster shot through the thruster of the Noridian destroyer. Unable to maneuver properly, the destroyer flew away while spewing smoke. Nice. It seems the firepower is enough to take down a destroyer. Against a ship, using something like an anti-ship grenade launcher is more conventional, but compared to a beam, a missile is much slower. An ability to take out the enemy ship with a blaster beam sure is something that he is grateful for. Leaving cruiser class aside, the thing is powerful enough to take out destroyer class and smaller vessels. You know, the former owner of that weapon, Elena, boastfully said so with a smug expression. That's nice. Very nice. Kaisai, you are pretty wild on the battlefield, aren't you? Seeing him fight, Freya whispered while wiping cold sweat on her forehead. After all, compared to how he is normally, he seems like a completely different person now. Well, as expected of the top ace of my army. That being said, It feels like I'm a prince in fairy tales, isn't it? When it comes to stories about a brave knight protecting others involves common sense, it's a given that there would be a prince by her side. Recalling the face of her brother, Frey can only awkwardly smile. CH-220, breaking through the enemy line 5. Still, they are pretty persistent, aren't they? Dio said with a fed-up look. Her gaze is on the tactical map displayed on the console screen. We should already have got through the area where the enemy vanguard fleet was guarding too. It would be a major victory for them if they can shoot down even one Zenith type after all. The lower-rank aristocrats must be pretty desperate for achievements. Well, they will only trouble the commoners they dragged along in their army though, Saki said as she avoided the beam coming from behind her. However, being attacked continuously like this would apply pressure on even the strongest ace. In other words, she wants to let loose a little. Then how about we counterattack? The pursuers will be here soon. We stand a pretty good chance of winning after all. No matter how big the Nohridian army is, they do not have the numbers to cover the entire battlefield. They have broken through the enemy line and the place they are at is relatively safe, with the only thing they have to worry about being the enemy pursuit from behind. That's not a bad idea. Dio made a calculation in her head while looking at the tactical map. It was to see how much time the enemy reinforcements would take to get here if they launched an attack on their pursuers. Master, can I count on your ability here? Roger that. Although her tone was nothing much like a slave as usual, Kaisai didn't pay it any mind and stepped on the pedal. There, Excalibur jumped off its ride booster and flew backward. Leave the control of the ride booster to me. You can go wild to your heart's content. The ride booster can be remotely controlled using laser communication, so Dio directed it somewhere far away so that it won't get damaged in battle. A big game is coming our way. Shoot it down, the low-rank aristocrat who is the commander of their pursuers shouted. Despite being an aristocrat, the machine she's piloting is just a modified mass-produced striker. She knows that she stands no chance in single combat, so she intends to overwhelm Kaisai with a superior number. Kaisai nods to himself, then casually holds up his blaster rifle. The moment he pulled the trigger, the green particles were condensed and shot out toward his enemy. It flew far beyond its supposed effective range and pierced the engine of the commander's striker, which was cautiously positioned in the rear. The lady is down. How did she get sniped from that range? We are not even fighting. Heavenly Isamarite. Her subordinates were plunged into confusion. Using that chance, Tursis and Eleanor, who also abandoned their ride boosters, rushed toward them. Know your place and retreat already. Although they could not show their true power due to the dummy exterior, the two are still former top aces of Nord. They don't even break a sweat handling a platoon of poorly trained common soldiers or two. In no time at all, several enemies fell prey to their beams and longsword. Kukakaku, they are pretty wild. Master, you can just sit back, you know? No way. I need that best score after all. As the Wicked Star, he cannot sit back and let his comrades have all the fun. Thinking so, Kaisai immediately blew his thrusters and joined the two-damn patchwork machine. Jetta, pilot shot her blaster rifle toward Excalibur, while ridiculing its mixed appearance. Most of her shots flew off to who knows where, but one happened to rush straight toward the Excalibur's head. However, Kaisai wouldn't just let that hit. With a flowing motion, he pulled out the photon saber with its left hand and parried it back, disabling their Jetta that shot it by destroying its engine. The hell was that? Unlike the soldiers of the Kalanshia Expeditionary Fleet who have fought against the Wicked Star before, only a few know that he's siding with Kalanshia this time. That's why when such an outrageous thing was shown, chaos immediately spread among the Nohridian pilots. That thing can't possibly handle a barrage. Surround it and focus fire. No matter how ridiculous parrying a beam with a photon saber is as a feat, the number of beams he can parry should still be limited. Following the direction of one smart pilot, the Nohridian strikers began to form a formation around Excalibur, to surround it. You think I will sit still and let you do that? However, Kaisai doesn't allow that. Using the acceleration from his thruster, he immediately plunged himself into the middle of their formation. Naturally, The enemies fired at him, but he avoided everything with slight movement while hitting back those that he couldn't avoid with his saber. It's coming, I will intercept it. Keep firing. 1. Jeter pulled out a two-handed sword and rushed in to intercept Excalibur. The surrounding Jeters all concentrate their fire on his path to slow him down. It seems that they at least want to lessen his momentum, even if it is by a little. I like your guts. However, Kaisai did not slow down at all and simply avoided the shots with precise control. Seeing that, the pilot who plunged in to intercept him ferociously smiled. I will stop you here. Do it if you can. Kaisai avoided the downward swing of the two-handed sword with a paper-thin distance. At the same time, he fired the head-mounted machine gun at their Jeter's head. The 12.7mm rounds raced toward their target, but the pilot reacted quickly and blocked them with the shoulder guard. Small-caliber bullets can't pierce through a striker's armor plate, so it simply chips the shoulder guard a little. This one must be a knight. A commoner pilot wouldn't be able to move this well. While listening to Dirose's comment, Kaisai pointed the muzzle of his rifle at their Jeter. Their Jeter, that lost its posture due to the earlier defensive maneuver, hurriedly covered its abdomen with the two-handed sword. However, that was only a feint. Kaisai put away the rifle and unleashed a powerful kick at the Jeter. Their Jeter managed to block the blow with its sword, but with the power output of a zenith, it was blown away. You're wide open. Using that chance, Kaisai performed a somersault using the kicking momentum and fired the anti-ship grenade launcher mounted on the back. Firing it like this is unconventional, as it usually requires a fire control system, but the missile simply finds its way toward the Jeter's abdomen and blows it apart. AHL Sama. The surrounding Jeters screamed, but this is not the time they should be worrying about others. Kaisai fired his rifle and they were shot down one by one. From his perspective, they were like sitting ducks. There's no way we can win against that. Retreat. Retreat. Save yourselves. The pursuit unit, whose number was cut down in a blink of an eye, immediately lost its morale. They hurriedly retreated, and naturally, Kaisai and the others did not give chase. After all, their goal is only to repel them. That did it, huh? Now we can join up with the Melamine fleet without worry. Dirose exhaled in relief and said so, but Kaisai grinned and held up his rifle again. No, we have newcomers. What? Dirose looks at the radar in a hurry. However, the screen was covered in noises due to the enemy jamming. She can't possibly search for any enemy in such a situation. However, Dirose knows about Kaisai's sixth sense. Giving up on the radar, she turned in the direction Kaisai was looking. There, among the glowing stars, she can see the bright exhaust flame of thrusters racing toward them from a distance. That direction? It doesn't seem they belong to the Vanguard fleet we broke through earlier, huh? Tursis muttered to herself in a small voice. CH-221. The Weibel Hounds won. The enemy reinforcements have closed in. They are pretty fast. Running is no longer an option, and their only choice is to intercept them. Thinking so, Kaisai silently reloads a new magazine to his blaster rifle. They felt off. Almost at the same time that he muttered to himself, Eleanor started blasting with her long-barrel blaster rifle. However, the enemy simply avoided her shots and did not return fire. Seeing that, Dirose eyed the enemy with suspicion. Their mono eye also gives out a fiery red glow, and the enemy's gray iron armor is something that she has never seen before. Model specification: Valona. That's not a Norwegian model. Then who? Can you hear me? This is Makeen O'Brien of the Weibel Hounds. As though to answer Dirose's question, a cold voice rang out from the speaker. The transmission came through the open channel. Mercenary, huh? Kaisai muttered while biting his lips. The name she gave him was one he has heard of before. This is Wicked Star, Hokuto Kaisai. Loud and clear. What do you want? I came to make good on our promise. The other small fries can leave. Our business is with the Wicked Star alone. Small fry? Did you just call me a small fry? Eleanor immediately got enraged at the provocation. While frowning at her scream, Dirose quietly tapped Kaisai's shoulder. What is she talking about? I don't know. Well, it's probably something boring like revenge for when you beat them in the past anyway. Seeing that Kaisai is also completely clueless, Diarose dropped the topic. After all, if the enemy doesn't care about anyone but him, then that's probably the most likely reason someone is challenging Kaisai anyway. But this feeling ... I can tell that they are very skilled. Even with all of us, it will take some time to take them down, you know. There, Valona. Model the enemies are piloting is a high-end mass-produced model manufactured from Terra. With a pilot being a veteran mercenary, it should be able to put up a decent fight against even the 4 heavenly like Tursis. Naturally, it's not that they will lose, but ... right now, their priority is not here. Fumo, that would take too much time. Master, can you take them by yourself? Who do you think I am? Diarose grins at the reliable reply. All right, Eleanor. If they are willing to let you go, then you should. This whole battle is hanging on this mission, so we can't afford to waste time here, you know. Knowing that Diarose is correct, Eleanor could only groan bitterly. If I stay, then you will let the others go, right? Yeah, the woman who named herself Makino affirmed. Kaisai ponders on her answer for a moment while stroking his control stick. Aren't you looking down on us too much? You plan to gang up on Kaisai while we're gone or something? Saki asked with a clearly hostile tone. Behind her, Frey, who's sitting in the extra seat, also nodded. Isn't that kind of tactic cheap even for a mercenary? Right. That's not womanly at all. A short-tempered person would immediately snap, but none of the mercenaries bought into that. The only reply they got was a dry laugh from Makina. Kyuku, say whatever you want. We are hounds, not some proud wolves. Using numbers to take on an opponent that we can't win against alone is a given. It appears that they truly set their sights on Kaisai, and it's also clear that they have witnessed his ability before. Whatever, I will just fight you instead. Kaisai and the others can move to the objective. That's Kaisai himself doesn't recall what kind of promise it is that he made with the enemy, but when he's challenged directly like this, there's no way he would leave it to Eleanor or anyone else. No, I will do it. Leave me and go. Mew, so this is one of those hot-blooded warrior situations, huh? Tursis commented with a slightly jealous tone. There was not even a single shred of worry in her voice. After all, she has complete trust in him. When it comes to combat, Lady Eleanor, we are continuing our mission. Mew. Eleanor was extremely dissatisfied, but just as Diarose said, they do not have time to waste. Gritting her teeth, she let out a deep sigh. It can't be helped. Let's go. As though to shake off her desire to stay there, Parfil immediately accelerated and flew off. Saki, Tursis, and the others in the escort unit also follow. Just as they declared, the Weibel hounds did not give chase. Very well. Makina nodded and moved her striker forward. Her striker is the only one that is different from the others, and it appears to be a Zenith type. I, Makina O'Brien, Lastaka, and my 24 subordinates challenge, Wicked Star, to a duel. You made it sound like a single combat, but at this number, it's nothing but a lynch, right? Despite the fact that she has done the same thing before, Diarose muttered that in an astounded tone. Kaisai couldn't help but smile bitterly at her, but he clears his throat and gives them a reply. Hokuto Kaisai, Excalibur, accepted your challenge. CH 222. The Weibel hounds too. Almost at the same moment he accepted their challenge, their Valinors spread out around Excalibur. They were all equipped with machine guns and immediately opened fire on him. All of them have a machine gun. Unlike blaster weapons, machine guns that fire metal shells cannot be parried back with his photon saber. This probably was a specific strategy against Wicked Star, as unlike blaster weapons that shoot charged particles, these bullets travel at a far slower rate in space. We've done our research on how their Wicked Star fights. You will not find an opening to take us down so easily. Nicely done. While avoiding the storm of shells, Kaisai groaned. However, his fierce smile is still the same. With his teeth exposed in a wide smile, he started firing his blaster rifle at the nearby Valona. It tries to avoid his shot, but it couldn't get away in time and its right leg was blown off. However, losing a leg won't completely disable a striker. Even while its hydraulic oil and propellant are leaking from its damaged leg, there, Valona returns fire with its machine gun. You shifted the axis? Nice. He used the information from the icon system to shoot at the enemy with foresight. His target was actually the enemy's engine, but the enemy pilot was so skilled that she could avoid that deadly blow. We Weibull Hounds are an elite mercenary band. Did you like that? So you've even looked into my personality, huh? While avoiding the barrage from the enemy machine guns with a small movement, Kaisai replied with a grin. However, Diarose, who's sitting in the back, is already sweating cold. She thought that he would be able to handle them easily since they are mercenaries, but their opponents are much more skilled than she thought. These guys ... aren't they on Imperial Guards level? They are actually this skilled? They might be even better, you know. Yunanu, damn mercenaries. Despite her betrayal, the Imperial Guards who reported to her directly were her elite troops. It's natural that she would have some qualms seeing mere mercenaries rival them in terms of skills. I'm also a mercenary too, though. With a bitter smile, Kaisai shot another beam at the same Valona. If he can't take them down in one shot, then he judged that he needs to take down each one carefully. However, once again, his opponent barely avoided his shot. Tough one, aren't you? Since his opponents returned fire with dozens of times more firepower, he found himself in a tough spot. All of them are moving in the same direction and continue to avoid his shots, and with shells flying from all directions, the main monitor of Excalibur looked as though he's in the middle of a sea of aurora. Counterattack would be quite difficult in such a situation. Even if he managed to exploit a momentary opening, the enemy would avoid his shots, albeit barely. Not bad at all. With a smile on her face, Makina rushed in with a rifle. The moment her striker's mono-eye glow red, a high-caliber armor-piercing shell flies toward Excalibur. Her rifle is the type that shoots physical projectiles instead of a beam. Their preparation is very thorough. As expected of an elite mercenary, Makina's shot was extremely skillful. Although he managed to avoid the first shot, he had to cut the second one with his saber. The metal upperand was caught by the energy blade and instantly evaporated into metallic steam. Nice one. If he hadn't replaced his saber with a high-end one, then the amount of heat would not be enough to completely evaporate the shell. This time a bead of cold sweat floated on his forehead. However, it's not like he's going to be on the receiving end forever. With a flowing motion, he shot his rifle at their Lastica, that was about to fire its third shot. I knew you would do that. Now, do it. However, the green bullet was blocked by a large shield on the left arm of Lastica. Then, following Makina's command, two Valonas, equipped with a shield and a short sword, perform a pincer attack on him. Kaisai immediately abandoned his rifle, judging that the firepower was not enough to take down Lastica. Instead, he pulled out the Mega Blaster rifle and shot it at a Valona that rushed him with their shield. However, there was another one. He can't deal with it with his rifle, but Kaisai managed to catch its short sword with his photon saber. The energy blade and metallic short sword grind against each other, sending sparks flying. Now, all units deploy missiles. Makina gives her order with a fierce smile. Their Valonas that were firing their machine guns at a distance immediately deployed a large number of missiles from the pods on their back. With all of them combined, they've launched over 1,000 missiles at him. Holy she! Diarose screamed. With her face deep blue, even Kaisai himself wouldn't be able to avoid this number of missiles. It was truly a grave situation for them. CH-223. The Weibull Hounds 3, over 1,000 high-mobility missiles flooded toward them. Evasion is impossible. Defending is also not an option. Truly a desperate situation. Seeing the horde of missiles racing toward him, Kaisai let out a small sigh as he was battling their Valonas. If he's stuck dealing with the Valonas, he won't be able to get away. Kicking off the shield one of the Valonas is carrying, he performed a backflip. He then fired the anti-ship grenade launcher mounted on the back directly at the shield. The large missile shot out and exploded right at the center of the shield. Even the sturdiest of armor plates cannot stand such a shot. As a result, their Valona lost its shield along with its arm and was blown away while spewing smoke. After that, he silently used the wire gun to retrieve the blaster rifle he had thrown away earlier. The motor reeled back the rifle with tremendous force, and now it is back in his hand. I've been waiting for that. As though he was counting on them to try that, Kaisai accelerated forward while rotating the anti-missile laser turrets installed on both shoulders to the back. The speedometer immediately shot to the max and a strong G attacked his body. Energy G. The G was so strong that he could start coughing blood, but he grit his teeth and withstand it. The missiles immediately started racing after the trail of blue flame emitted from the thruster like a comet tail. On the other hand, Dairo's grew even tenser, as no matter how powerful a striker's thruster is, they cannot outrun the missiles because of the imbalance of the center of gravity, which stemmed from the fact that their Excalibur is a fusion of several strikers put together in a hurry. It began to rattle as it's accelerating at full speed. Kaisai needs to be precise in his control to be able to find it in a straight path. If he loses control, then their Excalibur would surely start spinning out of control at high speed. That would definitely spell their end. Are we going to be okay? While enduring the full brunt of the G, Kaisai couldn't afford to reply. Still, he managed to nod back at her. The missiles are approaching them from behind. The anti-missiles laser turrets detected that and automatically shot their circuits with low-power lasers, making them detonate by themselves after a brief pause. Still, the number of missiles that are racing toward them far exceeds the number it can handle. A number of them popped like popcorn, but the effect was like a drop in the ocean. Are we really going to be okay? I'm super scared, you know. Although Kaisai couldn't even open his mouth due to the G, Dairo started to shout in panic. While feeling envious of her internally, Kaisai kept flying at full speed. For the Weibel Hounds, the only striker they have that can catch up with Excalibur is their Lastka. However, it is not flying toward them. This means that Makina intends to defeat him with a superior number. Alright. Eventually, the missiles that were homing toward Excalibur began to collide with each other. Since they are tracking the same target, it's natural that their paths will overlap. The missiles exploded one after another and caused a chain explosion. In less than 30 seconds, most of the missiles were destroyed by friendly fire and the rest were easily handled by the anti-missile laser turret. Phew, with the threat gone, Kaisai slowed down. His breath smells slightly of iron. It was good that their Excalibur has a much stronger inertial control mechanism than their Caliburn Revive. If not for that, Kaisai might already be dead from the crushing G alone. Why, you were aiming for that. You almost scared me to death. Dairo's growls at him with a frown. Her expression was saying something like, is he always this reckless? Master and I are supposed to be surrounded by our children and grandchildren and die of old age. Okay, you shouldn't do such a reckless thing anymore, you know. But you agreed to let me handle them alone, right? I didn't think that they were this good. It was a mistake. I'm sorry. Okay. Dairo's was screaming while wiping her cold sweat. Perhaps she was truly scared earlier. Then, with her hand still slightly trembling, she stroked Kaisai's head. But with this, we probably won't have to worry about the missiles anymore. High-mobility missiles are relatively small, but the amount that each striker can carry is still limited. Given the number they fired at them, they should have exhausted almost all of their missiles already. A half-baked attack with a moderate number of missiles wouldn't be able to fell Kaisai, so the Weibel Hound's decision to fire everything at him was not wrong either. However, if he can survive it, then it will allow him a chance to turn the table on them. Dairos took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's time for counterattack, right? Go kick their asses. Master, I really don't know who's the master between us anymore though. Kaisai let out a bitter smile at her usual haughty attitude. But as she says, the Weibel Hounds are only equipped with weapons suited for short-range battle. And as a result, from flying full speed to escape the missile, there's now a considerable distance between them and the enemies. This is obviously their chance. Well, let's do it. While controlling their Excalibur to pull out the Mega Blaster rifle with its left hand, Kaisai grinned. CH-224. The Weibel Hounds did not chase after their Excalibur earlier, and the distance between them and Kaisai was quite wide. Kaisai did not let that chance go and immediately prepared himself with a blaster rifle in the right hand and a Mega Blaster rifle in the left. Both sides are locked in a staring contest to overcome even that, as expected of the Wicked Star. On the other hand, Makina has a fierce smile on her face instead of being upset at how he managed to avoid the barrage of missiles. They seem to have been studying Kaisai's extraordinary combat prowess, so they must have already anticipated that he might be able to overcome their strategy. Switch to Formation C. Be wary of hit and run. Roger that. The Weibel hounds prepare to intercept him with an organized movement. In the distance, Kaisai pushed toward them at full throttle. Blue exhaust flames spewed out from the thruster as he accelerated toward the enemies. If one shot isn't enough, then how about this? The enemy can still barely avoid the beam from his rifle, but this time he followed up with the Mega Blaster rifle a beat after, and Varlona's engine was shot through. There, Varlona has taken the full brunt of the Norwegian-made cannon and was broken in half, with the upper and lower halves blown away in two different directions. Obviously, that much firepower was overkill. We couldn't even touch him when he was piloting that old model. Whose bright idea is it that gives him that monster to pilot? One of the hounds grumbled with a stiffened expression. The cockpit of the Varlona that got hit seems to be intact, but seeing such firepower unleashed upon them still sent shivers down their spine. Don't falter. If even one of us remains, then it is our victory. The Weibel hounds spread out to avoid being hit, but they would not be able to support each other if they are too far apart. In that case, all Kaisai needs to do is to shoot them down one by one. They should not have broken their close formation. You are attacking them from outside their range, right? Go shave them off one by one, Diarose haughtily said as she saw that they can snipe at the enemies from a safe distance. Kaisai couldn't hide his smile, wondering where her earlier upset attitude had disappeared to. That would be the best way to guarantee our victory, but well, let's see if they will let us do that. That said, their enemies are no amateurs. On the contrary, they are elite. Being careless, and they might even turn the table on them. While he was thinking to himself, he kept shooting a few Varlonas, in the same way he did earlier. The enemies are struggling to close the distance, but Kaisai skillfully utilizes the high-performance thruster to keep them at range. Their Varlona is certainly a high-performance model, but it does not have nearly enough thrust power as their Excalibur, so they cannot possibly catch up. There, Makina rushed toward him with her Blasterka. Since it's a Zenith, its speed can rival their Excalibur, so as expected, Kaisai can't shake her off. She's taking her chance, huh? QQ. Starting to get impatient, aren't we? Shoot her down. No, that's Kaisai's intuition is telling him that Makina is not rushing him without a plan. The feeling he received from their Blasterka was still surprisingly calm and collected. She has some kind of play, huh? Kaisai muttered. There, Blasterka fires its rifle. The up round was accelerated to the extreme by the electromagnetic force and raced toward the Excalibur. With amazing accuracy, Kaisai evaded the shot with a paper-thin distance and reflexively countered with his blaster rifle, but his shot was easily blocked by a shield. Furthermore, she also evaded the follow-up shot from his Mega Blaster rifle. As expected, even her shield cannot withstand a shot from that thing. Using their exchange as an opening, the Varlonas closed the distance and opened fire with their machine guns. I see. These mongrels, they are using their leader as a decoy, huh? Diarose shouts while hatefully glaring at the incoming tracer bullets. It seems that their strategy is for their Blasterka to contest the Excalibur, to create the chance for the Varlonas to strike. Makina herself seems to devote herself to buying her subordinates time and keeps to suppressive fire. However, even with that, her accuracy is still extremely high and her shot would hit him if he started to get careless. If he let himself get surrounded by their Varlonas, he would be locked in the same formation and fired upon from all directions as earlier. Even Kaisai wants to avoid such a situation. He tried accelerating to fly away from their Varlonas, but Makina prevented that by shooting her rifle to block his path. This is troublesome. Kaisai grits his teeth while groaning. He continues to use the thruster to avoid the enemy bullets, but Makina relentlessly pursues him and launches her attack. It was truly like he was being chased by a pack of hounds. How is it, Wicked Star? We Weibel hounds have evolved, Makina proudly shouted. On the other hand, Kaisai let out a small sigh. Really? You guys are not half bad. It looks like this is going to be a long battle. Thinking so, Kaisai glanced at the remaining ammunition. CH-225, Purge. While Kaisai was locked in a fierce battle with the Weibel Hounds, Saki and the others who headed to their objective first were also in the middle of a battle. Damn it. As expected, this is not going to be easy. While shooting down the approaching Jetta with her submachine gun, Saki bitterly grumbled. Saki and the others chose a route that's clear of enemies, but it is still impossible for them to completely avoid detection. Eventually, the Norwegian detected them and they are now forced to fight their interceptors. That might be a zenith, but what can you do with only 3 strikers? Phil, in with a long sword, its strike camera gleaming at them. It was a decisive and crisp assault. Saki can tell from her instinct that she's fighting a veteran pilot. She can't intercept the Phil in time. Because of that, Saki immediately decided to abandon the ride booster. After that, she let go of the submachine gun and readied their Dainsleif to draw its sword. Take this. She performed an electromagnetic slash at their Phil, but it managed to catch that with its longsword before her attack could reach its abdomen. The longsword was cut through, but Saki's blade just barely grazed their Vil's armor. Too shallow. Their Vil abandoned its damaged sword and pulled out a photon saber stored on its back. However, due to the motion of the electromagnetic slash, their Dainsleif is unable to defend itself. TSK. Reflexively, Saki pulled the trigger. The head-mounted machine gun spewed bullets on their Vil's thick armor. However, 12.7mm bullets are too weak to pierce through a striker's front armor. Oh, can't let you do that. Just before the blade of the photon saber reached the Dainsleif, their Vil was hit by a beam from above. After a beat, the shot caused a small explosion and the debris slammed on the armor of the Dainsleif. Thanks. You owe me one. Eleanor replied happily with her long barrel blaster rifle in hand. Perhaps it should be expected of one of the 4 heavenly, even in this turbulent battlefield. Eleanor did not let her guard down at all. Since she unintentionally held her breath earlier, Saki breathed out in relief. Sorry, Saki-chan, Freya muttered from the special seat. Her expression was extremely haggard. It's okay. That was my fault earlier. Your Highness, Freya doesn't have to feel bad at all, Saki hurriedly said as she thought that Freya's blaming herself because Saki can't go all out with her here. However, Freya shakes her head sideways. It's not that. Not that, my pee. It leaked a little. Saki's expression looked as though she had just taken a mouthful of something extremely disgusting. No one would know if you don't say it, so please just stay quiet. The pilot suit is completely airtight. The cockpit is equipped with a toilet, but it is rarely used, and the suit also has a diaper function in case you are locked in a long battle. Even if you peed yourself, no one would notice it if you don't say anything. I see. Ha. With her face deep blue, Freya let out a dry laugh. I'm glad I didn't ride with Kaisai. Nothing would be more embarrassing than peeing yourself in front of her own fiancé. With her eyes a little dead, Freya turned to look at the main monitor while feeling relief that at least she did it in front of someone of the same sex. Geez. Saki wants to say more to her, but she can't afford to do that right now as the cockpit was filled with a lock-on warning alert. She reflexively performed an evasive maneuver, and a beat later, several thick beams flew past the place the Dainsleif used to be. Mid-range artillery. When she looked for where the enemy fired at them from with a sensor, she detected multiple heat sources a distance away. They are not within the range of the weapons she has on Dainsleif. Their only option is probably to avoid their shots and close in. It would be bad if we let them snipe at us like this. What do we do? Leave them to me. With a long sword in one hand, Tursis responded. Like it was soaked in blood, the dummy exterior of the Van Wolf was covered in oily substances. She has already cut down more than 10 strikers here. There, Van Wolf fully accelerated and approached the enemy position like a shooting star. They tried to intercept her using large caliber cannons, but Tursis casually avoided everything and their shots simply disappeared into the void. Yawawawa. Get away. HMPH. Naive. With its monstrous instant acceleration, there, Van Wolf quickly arrived at the enemy position and started cutting down the enemy. Jetta cannons, the Norwegian specialized model of Jetta, which was modified to focus on providing fire support. Their Jetta cannons tried to keep Van Wolf away by using their machine guns at it, but with Tersis's maneuvering skill, it was meaningless. Within a few minutes, all Jetta cannons were cut down with just a sword. What's up with that? It's like we are fighting the Heavenly Blade herself. No way. Although it's a big universe, there are not that many pilots who only fight with their sword. Seeing Tersis's performance, the Norwegian pilots are looking at the Van Wolf with awe and suspicion. I guess it's about time, huh? Although she's not as sensitive as Kaisai, Tersis also felt the turmoil from the enemies. She had her striker disguised to keep the enemy in the dark about the eventual betrayal of the Melemime fleet, but if they are already this deep, and then it should be fine to lose that disguise. Thinking so, Tersis glanced at the tactical map. If it's here ... they should be able to see the signal flare. Your Highness Frey, I suggest we purge the dummy exterior. Ah, yeah. It should be okay now, right? Frey, who was suddenly talked to, replied in a hurry. He is the highest-ranking person here, but Frey's merely a logistic officer. It's only reasonable for her to leave the detailed command to a person who's used to the field. Finally, I've been waiting. Eleanor, who thinks of the dummy exterior as nothing more than a dead weight, immediately rejoices. With no hesitation, she raised her fist and slammed it down on the purge button on the console. The explosive bolts activated and the dummy exterior covering the Parfil was purged. What came out was, of course, the magenta-colored zenith she was accustomed to. T. Isn't that the Parfil? That's the Van Wolf. Seriously? The four heavenly are the symbol of Nord's strength. It's natural that they are well known among the soldiers. The strikers that they have seen in numerous propaganda media are now right in front of their eyes. This sent waves of turmoil to the Norwegian soldiers. Then, Van Wolf fired a small rocket from its shoulder. The rocket soared up while spewing smoke and burst into a green flash after a few seconds. A beat later, countless cannons opened fire at the Norwegian strikers. What was that? The Norwegian troops, which were suddenly attacked from a direction where their allies were supposed to be, immediately screamed. None of them performed an evasive maneuver, and a number of strikers were swallowed by the bombardment and exploded. The strikers that escaped that bombardment started flying everywhere, as they have no idea where they can escape to. My fleet, Tersis muttered with a grin. Her eyes proudly turned to the direction of the gunfire. CH-226. Linking up with the fleet. The Norwegian fleet was suddenly subjected to fierce gunfire from unexpected directions and is now plunged into turmoil. The gunfire clearly originated from the position of their allies. In this situation where they cannot identify the enemy, they have no way to put up a proper fight. Let's use this chance to link up with my fleet. The enemy will get back on their feet soon. Tersis pointed in the direction of the bombardment with the tip of her sword before leading the others toward her fleet. Saki nods and accelerates after her. With their enemy trying to evade the gunfire in panic, none of them could afford to intercept their group. Although the fleet is quite far away from their position, the distance can be covered in a blink of an eye with the speed of their strikers. Several minutes later, Saki and the others managed to link up with a large fleet that is centered around 8 big battleships. On the side of each ship is the insignia depicting a sword and a shield crossing over a white lily. This is your? Yeah, it's my fleet. How is it? Quite spectacular, don't you think? Tersis's tone was very proud. She is the head of House Melemime, one of the greatest aristocratic houses of Nord. It's natural that she has control over such a big army. The Fafletter fleet is also here, you know. Of course, it might not look that impressive when compared to the Melemime fleet though. While smiling bitterly at Helena, Saki looks over the fleet. They seem to be on alert, but they do not point their AA weaponry at them. Every single ship here is our ally? Amazing. To think that it's this big. Frey voiced her admiration. 8 battleships are nothing to sneeze at. Adding to that, aristocrats that possess their own territory usually do not dispatch all of their fighting power to the front line. After all, They need to station some back home in case the neighboring lords suddenly decide to prey on their territory. In other words, Tursis must have an even larger fleet defending her territory back home. Thinking that far, Freyr started sweating, since it's likely that with the two houses combined, they would have a larger fleet than Kalantia even before the war started. "My lady, can you hear me?" This captain of the Mephisto, Syruba. There, communication comes from the flagship of the Melemime fleet. It was a private channel, connected to the Van Wolf alone, but Tursis operated the console and connected everyone in the data link system. Now everyone in the group can hear their conversation. "She's my head retainer." After introducing her in a playful voice, Tursis cleared her throat loud and clear. "Ladies, thank you for coming." Tursis's tone was deeply emotional, even though it was the head's order. Betraying your country with no hesitation is something that requires a great amount of courage. The Norwegian fleet did not retaliate so far due to the chaos, but soon they will launch their counterattack. After all, House Ugran is not so sweet as to let traitors escape without a fight. "My lady is scarier than the whole Norwegian fleet after all." A casual reply came from there, Mephisto. As expected of a retainer of a house of warriors, they are quite bold. Besides, since you're going to get married, perhaps a congratulatory salvo is in order, my lady? "Certainly." Tursis shyly nodded. On the other hand, friend Eleanor quietly puffed up their cheeks. "So where is your would-be husband, my lady?" "I've heard he's the kind of person that would be unrivaled in a striker, though. We were together halfway through, but he stayed back to stop the enemy pursues." "Oh my." "Is that the so-called, leave this to me and go situation?" "Exactly." Tursis nodded. "For my husband, there would be no one more suitable, right?" I see. I was curious about what kind of person our new master is, but to think that it would be such a person." The reason why Tursis still remains single to this age despite being one of the great aristocrats is that she wants to choose her own partner. In her eyes, your typical Veld male is simply too pathetic for her. It's a matter of course for her retainers to be curious when she suddenly told them that she wanted to betray Nord for a man. However, this is no good, my lady. No matter how strong the master may be, we are among enemies here. It is possible that the unthinkable can happen. We need to retrieve him at once. "Well, he will probably be fine though," Saki muttered. "Certainly, it might seem like a dangerous situation, but she just cannot picture Kaisai losing at all. It was why she agreed to his plan to stay back in the first place." "Catching up with your retainer is fine and all, but can you let me do my job soon?" Feeling that they are taking their time talking with each other, friend asserted so with a prickly tone. "Her job here is to act as a military ambassador. Also, because she was put through many scary experiences to get here, so she wants to get her job done soon." Sorry about that." "This person is from the Kalantian royal family, Princess Frey Henrietta." "My apology, Your Highness." "I'm Orcus Syruba, a vassal to House Melemime." "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Thank you for coming to my country's aid," Frey replied in a formal tone. "I'd like to perform a formal greeting and deepen our friendship, but unfortunately, the situation doesn't allow us to do that. As you suggested, let us retrieve Hokuto Kaisai as soon as possible and join up with the main force," Frey said in a strong tone. "The fact that they have betrayed Nord means that they are currently surrounded by enemies. If they don't join up with the Kalantia main force soon, then no matter how strong their fleet is, they will not escape unscathed." "Yes, of course. Now then, I believe it is time for us to show our worth to our new master." Syruba's fierce smile can be sensed through the communication. CH 227. The Enraged Empress. Communication from Marchioness Lagia. It appears that their fleet has managed to suppress the airfield. The bridge of the Norwegian fleet's flagship, there, Oda Croix, looked very busy, as it is the command center of the gigantic fleet. The operators constantly relay the reports from various sections of the battlefield while the officers are hurriedly giving out instructions to each one of them. "What are the results and the damage we sustained?" Lying back on the command seat, Empress Vilenia Rendragaran asked the staff with her folding fan in hand. "We've destroyed 2 of the enemy small-size cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 1 of their medium-size cruisers, Your Majesty. Although they've managed to suppress one area, their result so far is not that good. The Kalanshans are probably trying to buy time for the time being and withdraw before their side suffers any significant damage. Thinking so, a wrinkle formed between the Empress's brows. So, what about the damage? 2 medium-sized cruisers, and 8 destroyers from the aristocratic army. Moreover, 1 battleship is now inoperable. Aren't we the ones? WHO suffered more damage here. While snapping her fan shut, the Empress shouted in a loud voice. The operator who made the report is now trembling in fear. They are just some backwater country and a bunch of rowdy rebels. Why are you even struggling against such an enemy? That said, the force they put on the front line is a mix of aristocrats' armies of various sizes. They are generally in the same state as the enemy, so it is unavoidable that they might struggle against the Kalanshans. However, the Empress doesn't care about that. She simply felt frustrated that her own army was falling behind some rebels. That point alone was something that she cannot tolerate. Send in the reserve unit. Crush them with number. Anyone who puts up a pathetic fight will be shot from behind. Your Majesty, we've received a report that a small unit consisting of a few Zenith types has gotten through the front line. It would be too hasty to send out our reserved force at this time. One of the staff nervously reported. Naturally, Kaisai's advance was reported to their HQ. Although a few Zeniths can't do much to affect the battlefield as a whole, they could be spearheading some kind of enemy strategy. The staff is suggesting that they should keep their reserved force on standby until their enemy shows their hand. HMPH, what can a few Zeniths do? However, the Empress simply ridiculed the staff's opinion while pushing out her abundant chest. They cannot win against us in a straight fight, so they are probably trying to take my head by sending in their elites. Pathetic. The Empress mockingly smiles at her enemy as she plays with her folding fan. No matter how good they are, they cannot do anything if they run out of ammunition and fuel. No matter what they try, they cannot reach this place, Your Majesty. The Chief of Staff followed up. It comes as no surprise that there, the Croix, where the Empress is commanding the fleet from, is located in the deepest part of the Norwegian fleet. Moreover, their position is fortified by an elite escort fleet which serves as an iron wall that no enemy is permitted to break through. That's right. In the first place, we are fighting against some Hicks here. Why do we have to be so on guard against them? Your one and only job is to show your worth to me, Your Empress. The Empress declared so while slamming her folding fan into her palm. If you have time to imagine us losing, then go and think up a way to crush the enemy faster. Yes. The staff reluctantly nodded. Naturally, she has more to say, but her head might fly off if she's being too persistent. Even if she has proven herself as a talented staff, her head can still be put under a guillotine if she upset the Empress. We've broken through the E-field. Our vanguard has begun to engage the enemy main force. QQ, finally sure took their damn time. The Empress stood up from her seat at the long-awaited report. Since the start of the battle, the Kalanshans have skillfully stalled their movement and they could not make much progress. However, the victory is as good as theirs if they can reach the enemy's main force. Using their overwhelming number, they can crush the enemy flagship and destroy the remaining enemies one by one. After all, their enemies would not be able to move properly if they obliterated their chain of command. Full assault, target the N. Reporting. The Melemime and the Fafleta fleets suddenly opened fire on us. What? At the sudden bad news, the Empress turned bright red. She has placed the fleets belonging to the houses of the Four Heavenly on the outer rim because they have failed her, but the Empress did not expect them to rebel. What's going on? Explain. The details are still unknown. They suddenly fired at us. Our troops are in a state of confusion and we've received no detailed report so far, Your Majesty. The operator that gave the report was almost crying already. After all, she knows what kind of reaction the Empress would have if she gives such a report. Don't screw with me. Sure enough, the Empress threw her fan to the ground in anger. Her voice sent chills down the backs of everyone on the bridge. Why would they betray me? What can they possibly benefit from doing this? Nord has an overwhelming advantage in this war. Even if their aim is to usurp the throne, their timing just doesn't make any sense. Moreover, since their fleets are placed at the outer rim, They cannot possibly push in to take the Empress's head. Although both houses are among the most powerful noble houses in Nord, turning the whole empire into their enemy cannot possibly be a good idea. There is no reason for them to suddenly rebel against her here. That was why the Empress was extremely confused. Have they gone mad? Damn traitorous fools. Fine, so be it. The Kalanshans can wait. Commence assault on the rebels. The Empress gave her order in anger. However, their vanguard has already begun engaging the enemy's main force. If the force in the rear suddenly started chasing a different target now, then they will be isolated. However, the enraged Empress couldn't care less about that. CH 228. A fierce fight. While the Empress was fuming with anger, the battle between Kaisai and the Weibel hounds is on the verge of climax. Just 4 more, shouted Kaisai as he pierced the engine of another, Valona, with his pile bunker. He has already run out of ammunition and melee has become his only remaining mode of fighting. However, the Weibel hounds are also running low on ammo. Moreover, since many of them have been shot down, they can no longer afford to suppress his movement with their barrage. Giving us such a tough time. Despite the fact that she's done nothing in this fight, Rose let out a sigh with a slightly tired expression. It appears that after being consecutively cornered in this battle, she's mentally exhausted. As expected of you, Wicked Star. You're truly worthy of our respect. On the other hand, Chief Makina, who is supposed to be the one cornered right now, has a look of joy on her face. She doesn't seem to be frantic at all. From the beginning, it seems that she's already expected their battle against the Wicked Star to conclude like this. We're gonna lose at this rate, Chief. What do you want to do? Of course, we fight to the end. We cannot afford to disappoint the Wicked Star. After all, disappoint? A curious word came through the public channel, but Kaisai doesn't have the time to worry about it right now. There, Lastaka unsheathed an axe from its waist and rushed toward the Excalibur, while dodging the spray from its machine gun. Mug. Befitting her position as the chief, her assault was skillful and precise. Kaisai caught her axe with the photon saber in his left hand. As the blades grind against each other, there, Lastaka quickly twisted its body and performed a knee kick to the Excalibur's abdomen. Using reverse thrust, Kaisai avoided the blow with minimal distance. At the same time, he used the bayonet attached to the tip of his rifle to poke back at their Lastaka. Makina avoided it by slightly shifting her striker, but the blades still managed to scrape off the paint of her armor, sending some rough vibration through the whole striker. Chief, I'm coming. Following that shout came muscle flashes. She blasted her rifle without minding the possibility of friendly fire. Seeing that, Kaisai immediately kicked off the body of the Lastaka and took a distance. A beat after, tracer bullets with fiery red tails cut in between the two strikers. Damn! Even though she was almost shot, Makina did not try to rebuke her subordinate for that. Next time don't warn me and just shoot. You can't catch their Wicked Star. Otherwise, it appears that this is also part of their strategy. Certainly, machine gun small caliber bullets can't pierce through a Zenith's armor plate, but a shot like that couldn't have been made without prior planning. A bead of cold sweat started to trail down Rose's forehead. What a troublesome bunch. There will be no end to this if we take our time here. Quickly take them down. You don't have to tell me. That's right. They cannot afford to waste time in a place like this. After all, they need to head over to the Melemime fleet to join up with Saki and the others as soon as possible. Regardless, he needed to reduce the number of enemy strikers first. Chief Makina is a formidable enemy. With support from excellent subordinates, she can buy a lot of time here, or at worst, he might even lose. Shooting down her subordinates first is probably the best course of action here. Makina's subordinate grit her teeth when she noticed the Excalibur blew its thruster toward her. Valona is certainly an excellent striker, but its performance is nothing when compared to a Zenith type. Even if she tries to escape, the acceleration power of Excalibur would eclipse hers. Her only chance is to intercept his charge. Judging so, she pulled the trigger and sprayed her machine gun at the approaching Kaisai, but the sound of gunfire turned silent in just a few seconds. Ammunition 0. her cockpit AI announced in a dry voice. She immediately threw the machine gun away and pulled out the longsword from the scabbard on the waist. She's readying herself to intercept the Excalibur's photon saber, but suddenly the muscles on its head flashes, spewing out a large number of bullets toward her. The shot was not aimed at the body but the hand of her, Valona, that's holding the longsword. The bullets accurately pierced the joints and the motor and wiring inside were damaged, making the longsword fly away due to the sudden loss of grip strength. Gritting her teeth, she realized that she doesn't have any way left to resist. At the same moment, the bayonet pierced into the abdomen of the Valona, causing the phase transition turbine to stop rotating, sending catastrophic vibrations through the whole striker. 3 more to go. There's no way left. We are going for it. Although she's piloting a Zenith, Makina doesn't even think that she can take Kaisai with only the support of her 2 remaining subordinates. She has no choice left but to make a bet and go for broke. At the command of Makina, 2 Valonas charge at Kaisai with their machine guns. Following that, their Lastica rushed at him with an axe from above. They finally lost it. This is our chance. Kaisai already knew that without being told, but he doesn't complain. Instead, he avoids the bullets and rushes toward the Lastica. Got you. He then fired his wire gun toward the unprotected body of the Lastica. With the sturdy carbon-woven wire and the reeling power of the motor, Kaisai swung the Lastica away and unhooked the wire. As a result, Makina's striker was thrown toward a Valona in the back. The 2 strikers collided with a scream from the pilot. But ignoring them, Kaisai threw his photon saber at the remaining Valona, who was dumbfounded at the collision. Without missing its mark, the beam blade pierced into the belly of the Valona. After a moment, the photon saber's capacitor ran out of juice and stopped producing its blade. However, without care, Kaisai rushed toward the Lastica with his bayonet. Makina was still disorientated from the impact and couldn't move out of the way. Unable to defend herself, Makina clenched her teeth and prepared for impact, but the final Valona suddenly ignited its thruster. It dashed out and got between Kaisai and their Lastica. Kaisai did not lose patience and pierced the engine of the Valona with his bayonet. It was a brief moment, but Makina managed to use that time to gather herself. She blew her thruster and blew away from there. Excalibur. Now we can have a one-on-one. Hearing that from Kaisai, the corner of Makina's mouth raised up. Fine by me, let's do this. CH 229. Fan. Makina, who now has to face Kaisai alone, immediately started accelerating. With an axe in hand, she rushed in, judging that without her subordinates' help, she could no longer fight him from a distance. Good resolve. If she intends to fight him at close quarters, then that's fine by Kaisai. He immediately pulled out another photon saber from the chest hard point and accelerated toward Lastica. The blade of the axe and the beam blade collided. There, Excalibur was pushed back a little due to the axe's weight advantage. Using that chance, Makina tried to slam her shield at their Excalibur, like hell that will hit. However, Kaisai kicked off the shield's surface and avoided the blow, and used the thruster to perform a somersault. He then thrusts the gleaming blade of his bayonet toward the Lastica. Makina blew the thruster and avoided the stab with a reverse thrust. Kaisai threw away the blaster rifle while killing the momentum from his own thrust. At the same time, he fires his wire gun and reel in the machine gun of one of the Weibel hounds that was floating nearby. The moment he grabbed the rugged machine gun, its software automatically started the device installation process, but Kaisai manually stopped it. Even without the control system, a striker weapon can be fired by pulling its trigger alone. And that's enough for Kaisai, who specializes in shooting manually. The bullets ... only 12 left, huh? Rose let out a cramped smile at the bullet count showing on the magazine. With only this many, they can't even shoot a barrage at the enemy. That's plenty enough. Kaisai screamed and rushed toward Lastica, with the machine gun in hand. To intercept him, Makina holds up her axe and shield. No you don't. With flashes from the muzzle, The bullets hit the axe's handle and break it. What? That's unexpected, even for Makina. While holding back her impatience, Makina blocked the incoming photon saber with her shield. The burning condensed particles are boiling the armor surface, which is bubbling into foams. HMPH. Kaisai's attack did not finish as he kicked off and left the melee distance. In the meantime, Makina threw away her now useless axe and pulled out the photon saber from the leg hard point. The beam blade from her photon saber glows blue, contrasting the grey iron surface of her striker. One more time. While drawing a small curve, Kaisai launched another assault. This time, Makina intercepts him with her own saber. Same old trick. Frustrated, Makina set up for a shield bash as her counterattack. However, Kaisai evaded that and shot the machine gun directly at the face of the Lastica. The main camera was destroyed and there, Lastica's main monitor has gone dark. A moment later, the AI switched the input to the sub-camera, but by that time there, Excalibur has already closed in. With a machine-like growl, a stake is shooting out from his pile bunker. The alloy stake easily pierced the front armor of Lastica, destroying its engine. We can't even reach your feet after all, huh? Makina let out a long sigh and weakly leaned back on her pilot seat. She shut her eyes and tapped her cheeks several times before speaking to the wireless microphone. So did we get a pass? Pass? What's she talking about? That was the look on Kaisai's face. You promised, right? An autograph. Your autograph. You told us that the next time we meet you will give us one, right? At last, Kaisai finally remembered the promise he made to them. He was fought against the Weibel Hounds before. At that time, they asked him for an autograph. He couldn't be bothered at the time, so he only replied with, "If we meet again then, sure." The memory of who or what he fought against is one thing, but other than that he rarely remembers anything else that happened during combat. That's why he's forgotten all about their promise until now. Unlike last time, I think we did our best. Was it at least fun enough for you to give us your autograph? An autograph? You fought that hard for an autograph? Are you stupid? Diarose looked at the disabled Lastica, like she was looking at someone so foolish that it was beyond her comprehension. My Wicked Star fan club is in the single digit after all. As his fan, that reason is more than enough, you know. There's a fan club. The person himself never knew of the existence of his own fan club, so he started to break out into cold sweats. To be frank, he never wanted to know about such a thing. This is even more true if he has his own paparazzi. Well, if it's just an autograph you want, then I don't really mind. Yes. Makina makes guts pose with a beaming smile. On the other hand, Kaisai stiffened a little and let out a small sigh. By the way, it's been on my mind for a while now. It seems there's a strange woman riding with you in the cockpit, right? Just who is she? Makina asked as though she just remembered. A striker is normally a single-seat machine. It's unusual for it to have someone inside its cockpit beside the pilot. Me? Diarose grinned at the question. Yes, her grin was extremely evil. I'm his wife. Please, that's not funny. Makina mockingly smiles. However, with an awkward expression, Kaisai raises his voice. Well, you it's true. Really? Yeah, really. As though she just received the news of an idol's marriage announcement, Makina silently collapsed. CH 230. Retrieval. 30 minutes after that, Kaisai and the others were retrieved by the Melemime fleet. The fleet was being pursued by the Noridians, but his striker was exhausted by the earlier battle and has to resupply, so Kaisai landed the Excalibur on the fleet's flagship, there, Mephisto. It's great that we managed to join up safely, but things are going to be tough from now on, huh? On the storage deck of the Mephisto, where the strikers are being resupplied, Diarose, Tursis, and a middle-aged woman in a military uniform, Shiraba, the commander of the Melemime fleet, are discussing their course of action. For the time being, our current objective is to link up with the Kalanchian main force. No matter how strong we are, we would eventually be exhausted if we stay behind the enemy line like this after all, says Shiraba while displaying the information on the floor beneath them using her tablet terminal. At the moment, The Melamime fleet is being attacked by Noridian pursuers. They are flying at full speed, but it doesn't seem like they can shake them off. Even if you say that, we also have a lot of enemies at the front line. If we just mindlessly push forward, then we will be sandwiched between, Freya pointed out with a wrinkle formed between her eyebrows. It is what it is, so it can't be helped that she's not using her usual carefree tone. Pursuers behind, an enemy vanguard in front. Just as Freya said, if they just head directly toward the Kalanchen fleet, they will eventually get caught in a pincer attack. What did they send over as pursuers? Depending on that, it might be better if we turn back and take them out first. It's a high-speed assault fleet. They have around 10 large-type cruisers on our tail. Moreover, with the number of strikers they are throwing at us, they probably have a striker mother ship a little behind them as well. They have already fended off countless attacks from enemy strikers and destroyers. The fleet may have formed a solid formation to intercept the enemies, but those in the center of that formation still can't help but feel anxious at the enemy's constant assaults. If that's all, then we should be able to take them on, though. Diarose ponders their options while stroking her chin. But it's also likely that we might be flanked by other enemies while we are in combat. Turning back to fight would be a bad move. For the time being, what they should prioritize is minimizing the number of battles they have to fight, as they need to avoid exhausting their ammunition and fuel. What about speed? This fleet is centered around battleships. Our speed should be quite good, isn't it? We have no problem on that side. All 6 battleships we dispatched here are Mephisto class, the same class as their Prussia. Our battleships should be fast enough to compete even against cruisers. What about the 2 other ships? Diarose turned a sharp gaze toward Eleanor. Yes, the 2 remaining ships were dispatched from the Fafletta house, Eleanor's home. Eleanor was eating an energy bar, a stick-shaped biscuit-type combat ration, with both hands holding it like a squirrel. Since her name was suddenly called, she hurriedly raised her face up, the biscuits still stuffed in her cheeks. I think it will be okay. We are using the Lonvance class, so we should be as fast as a cruiser. We have to compromise on the firepower because of that, though. Her voice lowered on the latter part, but both Diarose and Shiraba heard her clearly. It might sound a little disappointing, but it's still good to have rather than not. How compromised? 3 triple-barrel 40 MW compound turrets, 9 in total. Freya's mouth formed into a single thin line. The main cannon of the Kalanchen flagship, their Radiant, is 4 twin-barrel 41 MW compound turrets, 8 barrels in total. Although Eleanor said that her ships have to compromise some firepower for speed, their Radiant is still slightly inferior in terms of firepower. Seeing Freya like that, Diarose grinned. Since a standard Noridian battleship is equipped with 46 MW class cannons and above, it would be a little difficult for us to face them head-on with those. Still, if we consider your ships some oversized cruisers, then we should be able to utilize it. After explaining to Freya in a small voice, Diarose crossed her arms. Freya's a logistic officer, so she doesn't know much about weapons. If our speed is equal to the Prussia, then only the ships under the direct control of the Empress would be able to catch up with us. I think we should be focusing on escaping here, Master. Exclaimed Kaisai, who was fidgeting with a pen in the corner of the deck. A bunch of colored paper was held in his hand. They were the paper Makina and her subordinates prepared for him. I'm suggesting that we shouldn't take the pursuers head-on, but Master, you are actually writing them autographs. You can just ignore them. Well, but Kaisai glanced behind him with a difficult expression. There, the Weibel hounds including Makina are being detained in cuffs and shackles. They were retrieved together with Kaisai and Diarose as POWs. Their eyes lost color and they looked like it was the end of the world. Their attitude looks like they are completely burnt out. It appears that not only Makina, the other of the Weibel hounds, are also fans of Kaisai, so they are still recovering from the news of his marriage. I feel bad. You are too kind, my lord. Tursis, who has been silently listening, shrugged. However, we should sortie soon. Perhaps my lord should leave such a thing for later. Tursis glances at the maintenance crew who are resupplying their strikers. A simple resupply doesn't take much time, as they only need to refill their ammunition and fuels at best. On a side note, The standard ammunition for the Kalanchian army is packed on their ride boosters, so they are using that. We of the Melemime house will take care of the POWs personally. Since they are our lord's acquaintance, we will not treat them harshly. Please rest assured. Thanks. Kaisai shows a small smile and lowers his head. Even though he understands that he can't do anything for them, it still feels bad to leave them here. The star system they are in is uninhabited, so they would be stranded out here after all. By the way, I believe that they operate out of their own battleship. If it's still intact after this operation is over, I think we can send them back there. If it's still intact, huh? Dairo said with a cramped expression. She then stands up and approaches Makina and the Weibel hounds. It seems she's talking to them about something. He doesn't know what she's talking to them about, but since it's Dairo's, he decided to leave it to her and turn to Shariba. So, what's next for me? For the time being, we have to intercept our pursuers. If we meet more enemies on our path, you will have to crush them. That should be it, Shariba said with a serious face and made a mischievous smile. That's quite a bold strategy, but we have a lot of jokers on our side. I'm sure it will work out. It was a strategy that ignored Frez's fear, but at the moment, they have no better plan. Frez shrugged at it while Kaisai fiercely grinned at the suggested strategy. Alright, leave it to me. Story of an Ace Pilot 231 to 265. CH 231. The Space Carrier's Menace. Around the time Kaisai was picked up by the Melemime fleet, the Kalanchian main force was engaging the enemy Vanguard fleet. New enemy ships spotted 45 degrees ahead. The report said that it's a group of destroyers centering around a space carrier. Their number is 20. Distance 280. Ugh. Schlier growls with a cold sweat while leaning back in her seat. Aside from the newly arrived enemies, their fleet is being surrounded on all sides. Most of them are space carriers being guarded by destroyers and small-size cruisers. Although their ships do not possess much firepower, they are loaded with anti-ship armaments such as grenade launchers and missiles. If such a thing hit them directly, even a battleship would suffer considerable damage. In other words, the Kalanchians cannot let their guard down here. We can't afford to stay this close to the enemy anymore. Bring us out of their range. Using a wireless radio, Schlier relayed her order to the captains of each of her ships. On the outer edge of the formation, many of the strikers deployed from the enemy space carriers are already engaging their escort strikers. If the enemy deploys even more strikers than this, then they will eventually get overwhelmed and their formation would crumble. Set target to number 37 destroyer. Ready the main turrets. By the captain's order, the main turrets of the Radiant rotated with a dull noise and took aim at the enemy destroyer. Naturally, the rest of their battleships followed suit, ready to fire. Commence fire. Extra thick beams were fired from the huge barrels peculiar to a battleship's turret. Although the beams of light flew directly toward the target, the enemy is using a small ship that can make tight turns. It simply rotated and skillfully evaded the barrage. Don't panic. Aim correction. It was a long-range bombardment that was barely within their effective range, so they didn't expect the first shot to hit. After confirming the capability of the enemy ship, they adjusted their aim and immediately fired a second salvo. The armor plate of the Norwegian destroyer that was hit by the charged particles glows red and its AA turrets start to pop off like popcorn. It didn't sink, but this much damage is plenty enough for a long-range bombardment. Cheers erupt on the bridge, which was in a cloudy mood due to their battle situation. After all, if they keep adjusting their aim, they will eventually deal significant damage to the enemy ships. But enemy strikers approaching. Distance 20.300, 15 degrees above! Schlier hurriedly looks in the reported direction. A group of strikers is beelining toward them with blue fiery trails behind their back. The cruisers and destroyers deployed around there, Radiant, are actively firing at them with their AA turrets, but they're already too close. Their claymores, that were stationed here to escort them, headed off to intercept, but the Norwegian strikers simply overnumbered them. With the enemies firing their blaster rifles toward them as they approached, their claymores could only shoot back at them from a distance. Shoot them down. Without waiting for the captain's order, the AA turrets have already begun firing beams toward the incoming enemies. Naturally, The battleships positioned around their Radiant, such as their Prussia, also started firing. The barrage of beams from 10 battleships is extremely fierce, but the enemies wouldn't come out here in the first place if they are afraid of such a thing. While skillfully avoiding the beams, the Norwegian striker corps head directly toward its target. Where are our autocannons? At that prompt, the autocannons started firing at the enemies. A dense barrage fired from multi-barrels cannons raced toward the jetters formation. One jetter was caught by the storm of shells and its limbs were blown off and exploded. Another jetter that managed to get out of the way was caught by a shot from the AA turrets and destroyed. All hands, prepare for impact. However, the Kalanchins couldn't get off scot-free either. Their jetters that bravely charged at them and managed to get close and took aim at the Radiant with their anti-ship grenade launcher. A large missile was fired and headed straight to the Radiant's chalkite hull. The autocannons tried to shoot it down, but it was fired from a very close distance and was impossible to intercept. The He warhead detonated, sending a huge vibration throughout the entire ship. That shot didn't manage to tilt the ship itself, but Schleer still frowned at the unpleasant sensation. Damage report: AA turret number 4 is down. It seems that the nearby turrets were also damaged by the explosion, but we still did not receive a detailed report, Mom. That's not significant damage. Do not panic. Continue intercepting the enemies, said Schleer, but inside, she was not calm. It's highly difficult to sink a battleship with Stryker's anti-ship armaments, but if they destroy the weaker points of their ships such as their auxiliary armaments, then their combat power will suffer in the long run. If their firepower at medium and short ranges decreased, then it would be extremely difficult for them to fend off the enemy destroyers, which pack high firepower incomparable to the weapons these Strykers are carrying. Even a battleship wouldn't be able to take on such a thing directly. Enemy Strykers are circling around. They are coming back, an operator reported in a pathetic voice. Then, another vibration shook their Radiant. This time a bead of cold sweat trails down Schleer's cheek. Their Radiant is in danger. CH-232. Intense battle at the Radiant. The Kalanchins are gradually shooting down the attacking Norwegian Strykers with their AA turrets, but they still keep their assault going. Feeling the fifth impact from the explosion on her ship, Schleer couldn't help but moan bitterly. As expected, we are the main target after all. Compared to the Norwegian ships they added to their ranks like their Prussia and their Odevansen, their Radiant is just an old-fashioned ship that would look like an easy target for the enemy. That said, they could not afford to switch their flagship to the Odevansen, since its operating crew still hasn't been proficient enough. On the other hand, their Prussia is Valentina's ship. The fact that it's being operated by former Norwegian soldiers made it out of the question for a Kalanchin flagship. That's why they had already predicted that their Radiant will be the enemy's main target. The enemy ... They have many destroyers and small type cruisers. It would be difficult to shake them off even if we retreated at full speed. Looking at the tactical map on the monitor, Schleer taps her cheek with her index finger. But if we prolong this battle, it will surely get worse once the enemy reinforcements arrive. This is not the time for us to go on an offensive. What we should focus on is our defense. I suggest we pull out troops back from the front line and form a defensive line here, Schleer's staff, Solana proposed. She points to the troop placement displayed on the map before continuing. We can withdraw the 5th Fleet deployed in E-Field and merge it with ours. The 5th Fleet is centered around our space carriers after all. I believe they will be a big help in fending off the enemy Strykers. Solana's proposal makes sense and Schleer ponders on it while glancing at her watch. Not much time has passed since the battle here began. The core goal of this operation is to buy time before they lure the enemy to their defensive line on the planet. Certainly preserving themselves here is important, but considering the future stages of their plan, it would not be wise to move their front line at this time. If they lose this war, it could spell the end of Kalanchia. That's why, even if it's a little risky, Schleer decided to hold this place with what they have now. No, if the E-Field collapses, more enemies will flood into this area. Even if we gain a temporary advantage over the enemy vanguard, We will lose in the long run since the enemy has a number advantage. That apostrophe s. Yes, it is as you said. Anyway, we have to. Explosion confirmed on the AA cruiser. Genj. Communication lost. Schlier hurriedly turned her gaze toward the direction of the Genj, at the screening operator's report. On the large monitor, which is displaying the image outside the ship using their external camera, a fiery explosion erupted on a battered cruiser. Because they are in space, there was neither sound nor shockwaves. However, from what Schlier can see, the cruiser suffered fatal damage. Zooming in, she spotted that its propulsion engine had already gone silent. Meanwhile, the Norwegian destroyers nearby kept bombarding it with their turrets. This is bad. Schlier almost clicked her tongue out loud. Genj is a cruiser that played a vital part in their defensive formation. With it gone, a large number of Norwegian destroyers flood into the opening where the Genj has fallen. Main turrets cease fire. Change aim to enemy destroyer number 11. Hurry up. Their main turrets which were bombarding the enemy from afar now have to turn toward the approaching horde of destroyers. Change firing mode to alternate fire. Take it down with one shot. Roger that. Aiming completed. Ready to fire. Fire. The 41 cm cannons are the main turret of the Radiant. Raw. They've changed the firing mode to alternate fire, which fires only one of the twin barrels. They fired only a few shots, but perhaps due to how close they already are, their first volley accurately hit their target. The Norwegian destroyer, which was hit directly by a battleship's main turrets, had its crimson armor plate pierced and exploded. The firepower was clearly overkilling, but the crew of the Radiant cannot celebrate yet. Next, set target to cruiser number 3. The turrets moved slightly to adjust their aim and barked again. The cruiser pops off like a cola can hit by several magnum rounds. However, there are still a large number of enemies remaining, and their main turrets need a frustratingly long reload. Switch to AP rounds. While hiding her impatience, the gunnery chief ordered. Enemy strikers still kept up their attacks, so they could not divert their autocannons to attack the enemy destroyers. After all, if they neglect their AA effort, the enemy strikers will bombard them with their anti-ship grenade launcher instead. Where are our escort strikes? Tell them to hurry up and cover us. Of course, they have deployed strikers to escort the main fleet, but it seems they already have their hands full dealing with the enemy strikers. Regardless of the overall fleet, it seems that Nord even has the striker number advantage. Seeing that, Schlier grit her teeth. Fire control radar alert from the enemy destroyers. We're within their main turret's range, ma'am. Hard turn. Don't let them take aim at us. Hard turn. The ship started to make a sharp turn and the crew felt a slight G on their bodies. A brief moment after, the enemy ships fired their main turrets. Most of the crimson beams went off target and flew past their ship, but some still hit the Radiant and their Prussia. However, they are only small caliber turrets. Even a direct hit cannot penetrate their armor. However, they can still inflict damage to their unarmored parts. Third navigation radar damaged. It's not our fire control radar. Don't worry about it. When the captain barked another order, the ships fired another volley. Their AP rounds easily pierced the destroyer's armor, causing explosions inside their ships. Unable to withstand the pressure, the destroyers swell up like a gas cylinder thrown into the fire and instantly explode. Naturally, other battleships also fired their volley to intercept the enemies, and many destroyers were shot down in an instant. However, the enemy space carriers are still unscathed. Along with Schlier's moan, an enemy destroyer prepared to fire missiles from its turret type 635mm triple barrels grenade launcher. Such a thing can be easily intercepted at a long distance, but the enemy is already too close. Sweat ran down Schlier's back. Even if they can intercept this one, there are still many more enemies. Their main turrets alone cannot handle this number. It was when she thought that the situation is turning for the worst. That thick beam was fired from a distance and pierced the bridge of the destroyer that was about to launch its missile toward them. CH-233, Cavalry's. Phew. A sigh leaked from Lyran inside the cockpit of her beloved Zenith. There, Priceta. After confirming that the first destroyer was down, she shifted her aim to another ship. Then, A high-power beam emitted from the giant sniper blaster cannon held by her purple striker immediately took down another target. Lyran-san, why are you here? After she saw what happened, Schleer immediately guessed the identity of the sniper and shouted into the radio. We do appreciate your help, but I thought I stationed you on the surface. I was free. Lyran's reply was extremely simple. Certainly, although the battle in space is very intense, the Noridians have yet to descend on Galii. It appears that Lyran couldn't bear the boredom and came out to help. Despite the fact that she can punish her for taking an arbitrary action, it is hard to complain when Lyran just saved them during a crisis. Schleer sighed and held her head. Meanwhile, Lyran sinks the enemy destroyer one after another. Moreover, as their Price-S blaster cannon has a longer range than a destroyer's main turret, that she received no counterattack from the enemy. Thank you. But your role is extremely important to our plan. Once you are done, please go back to your position as soon as possible. That S. Not fun. And this seems like it's going to end soon too. Of course, I will finish this in no time, so just go back to your station, Desu. It was not Lyran alone. Nora also deployed in her Zarova, and started attacking the enemy destroyers. The enemies turned their autocannons to intercept her, but she was completely unfazed. She skillfully evaded their shots and kept firing her magnums into their propulsion engine. The firepower is a little lacking, but it's still enough to disable the destroyer-class ships. With bright red flame erupted from their thruster, an enemy destroyer was rendered unnavigable. I'm plenty of a reinforcement by myself, Desu. Nora immediately headed to her next target, but perhaps she neglected to listen to her order properly. The dummy exterior that was installed to disguise their Zarova was already purged. Lyran's mouth cutely pouted, but their enemy's reaction didn't end with that. After all, their formation was greatly disturbed by the surprise attack from an ace they recognized. That isn't that their Zarova. So it's true that the Four Heavenly have betrayed the Empire? Intercept her. Don't let her get any closer. Nora ferociously attacks the enemy ships while avoiding their barrages of shells. Just like that, she sank 3 consecutive ships. Furthermore, using the chaos Nora created, the Kalanshan battleships also fired their main turrets toward the confused enemies. With the effort from Nora, Lyran, and the Kalanshan battleships combined, many of the enemy destroyers that were giving them such a hard time are gradually getting incapacitated. There's no point hitting them with our missiles like this. Retreat. The commander of the striker unit that had been harassing their Radiant instructed her subordinates in a bitter voice, and all Noridian strikers started to take distance away from their Radiant. We need to adjust our position. Nora-san, please go engage the enemy unit on the edge of our formation. Clearing her throat, Schleer gave Nora an order. The enemy destroyers could get this close because their escort fleets were attacked from all directions and their formation was disrupted. With the support from their Zarova, which boasts high firepower and mobility, they should be able to earn time to adjust their formation. How boring, Desu. Nora, who was trying to chase after the withdrawing enemy retreating space carriers, reluctantly agreed. Rather, where are Kaisai-san and the others? Isn't it about time for them to come back, Desuka? Ue. Upon hearing Kaisai's name, Lyran made a strange noise. She suddenly seemed nervous and turned back to the surface of Galii. It seems she isn't ready to meet Kaisai yet. Seeing her like that, Schleer let out a bitter smile. I can't say. Our communication to that side is down due to the enemy's jamming. At that time, the communication operator suddenly shouted a report in a joyful voice. Incoming report from the front line. They received messages that the Melemime and Fallfitter fleets had successfully separated from the enemy fleet. They're currently making their way to us through the L field. If they're already at the L field, then they should be here soon. Soon, said Nora as she fired her thruster. Maybe we didn't need to come out here in the first place, Desuka. No. That was truly a close call. I'm thankful for your help. The place where the Melemime fleet is not far from the main fleet, but it's still behind the enemy line. With the main fleet under fire, it would be hard for them to join up. But thanks to Nora and Lyran, they managed to create a breathing room. Schleer finally let out a sigh of relief. When this war is over I will give you two plenty of medals. Please look forward to it. I don't really care about medals. If you want to reward me, give me money instead. Desu. Nora protested with a slightly pouty face. CH 234. Battle. On two fronts. When Schleer was struggling with the enemy vanguard fleet, Kaisai and the others were also locked in battle. How persistent. While swearing, Eleanor aimed her twin Mega Blaster rifle at an enemy. She was in a good mood when she got her signature weapon from the Fafleta fleet, but her mood immediately plummeted because of the enemy's continuous attacks. Yawawawa. The warning sound rang in her cockpit and she had to hurriedly evade. A beat later multiple thick beams fired from an enemy ship flew past the place where their Parfiel was. What a pain. Beyond her line of sight was a large crimson cruiser. It is a powerful warship with a size comparable to that of a battleship. The large type cruiser aimed its 36 centimeters twin-barrels turrets at Eleanor and the others and mercilessly fired. Naturally, being the top aces that they are, they were not slow enough to get hit by a ship's turrets. However, when they are being fired at with something that has enough firepower to evaporate their whole striker with a single shot, they can't help but tense up. Good grief, how troublesome indeed, said Tursis in a carefree tone. Her striker is only armed with a long sword, so she has no way to incapacitate a ship, so she left handling the ships to the others. Seriously, saying it like it's someone else's business. Eleanor swore, but there's no use complaining. She glances at the console to see her remaining ammunition. But if we don't do something about those ships soon, it will really be troublesome for us. Kaisai, let's go. Although they are being chased by large type cruisers, if the Melemime fleet, which mainly consisted of battleships, seriously fired back, the enemy would stand no chance. However, since the enemy has seemingly unlimited numbers, taking them head-on is unwise. The enemy knew that as well, so they kept firing at the Melemime fleet from behind without worrying much about return fire. Alright, let's do this. Kaisai immediately agreed. If the fleet retaliates, there will be a huge number of casualties from both sides. As Kaisai is sensitive to death, he wants to avoid it, and he's been incapacitating the enemy ships with non-lethal means. Opening the throttle, he accelerated his striker. His target is, of course, the enemy large type cruiser. A barrage from its autocannons raced towards Kaisai and Eleanor to intercept their approach, but the two repeatedly made sharp turns and avoided it. Dairos raised a muffled scream. Whether it be its main turrets or its autocannons, a single shot from the enemy ship can easily destroy their striker. Seeing a barrage of beams and shells from such a ship racing toward them already made her stomach turn. How pathetic. Oh ho 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 ho. Dairos angrily exhaled at Eleanor's mocking laugh. So you are too stupid to even feel the fear? Ha, fool. I will give you a punch later, so be prepared. Alright. With that back and forth, the group entered the range of the enemy AA turrets, and the two strikers were greeted with colorful tracer rounds. Although the enemy interception effort was intense, it was not enough to deter the Wicked Star and their Heavenly Thunder. While delicately operating this control stick, Kaisai kept performing evasive maneuvers while observing the cruiser. It is so big that it wouldn't be a mistake to dub it a small-sized battleship. The number of AA turrets and autocannons installed along its deck and sides is no joke. Target their propulsion engine. Yes, I got it. It would be much faster if they target the bridge or the main turrets instead, but that would cause too many deaths. Taking down a ship by destroying its propulsion engine and thruster is Kaisai's style. Of course, he already let Eleanor know about his preference in advance. The magenta and pure white zeniths beeline toward the large cruiser's propulsion engine like an arrow. While skillfully avoiding the coming AA fires, they approach the engine directly from the stern side. With the engine within range, their Excalibur and their Parfiel take aim at it with the anti-ship grenade launcher and twin Mega Blaster rifle respectively. First shot. The anti-ship missile and a supercharged particle beams hit the propulsion engine of the cruiser. A violent explosion occurred and even its hull started to shake. However, its thruster is still spewing blue fiery trails. It appears they couldn't do enough damage to it. That said, this much is within the expectations of those who are familiar with anti-ship combat. The two performed evasive maneuvers. With a slight difference, Eleanor's, Parfil, was faster in launching the second attack. Take this. Eleanor shot her beams into the same bullet hole her first shot made. The cruiser's red armor plate began to foam up due to the heat and an explosion erupted from the inside. Following that, Kaisai also shot another missile at the same location. Perhaps his shot immediately vaporized the propellant inside. The cruiser's armor strangely swelled and white gas was leaking from the inside. One down. With this, the ship should no longer be able to navigate on its own. After that, Kaisai takes aim at the next large-type cruiser. There are still many cruisers that are in pursuit of the Melemime fleet. It would be difficult to sink all of them, but making them give up their pursuit would be doable. However, Kaisai, can you hear me? Freya's voice came through the cockpit's speaker. She's already got off there, Dainsleif, and is not on board there. Mephisto. Saki-chan just called it in, but it seems our forward group has encountered a large group of enemy destroyers ahead of us. Once we get through, we will probably enter the Kalanchia's controlled space though. After saying that in an apologetic tone, Freya turned silent for a moment. Even if we have a lot of battleships on our side, it would be ugly if their anti-ship missiles landed a lucky shot on us. That's why we want you to clear out the destroyers in our path. And it just started to get good here too. To come this far but have to give up pursuing the other cruisers is obviously a killjoy for him. The enemy seems to be in confusion from the feat they just pulled, and their AA effort is not as intense as before. To be frank, he wants to continue demoralizing the enemy here by continuing his attack. Fine, I'm going. However, Kaisai cannot just ignore the request from the fleet, so he has to reluctantly agree. Sorry. We will dispatch some of our escorts to fill in the gap. The striker units of the Melems are certainly elite, but it would be impossible for them to disable the enemy cruisers as skillfully as Kaisai and Eleanor did. Kaisai let out a small sigh. Surrounded by enemies from both sides, their situation is truly a difficult one. CH 235. Breaking through. Certainly, the group of destroyers ended up making Kaisai and the others reluctantly give up their battle in the rear, but from their perspective, Kaisai's arrival is also a disaster. After all, a whole enemy fleet just appeared behind them while they were engaging the Kalanchian main force in the front. Those ships, they are not on our side. So the report that the Melemime fleet has defected is true? With their ships and strikers being mercilessly fired upon by the Melemime fleet, the Norwegian Vanguard fleet was plunged into great confusion. Since they were firing at them from long range, there was no direct hit, but it does affect their morale due to the sudden pincer attack. Moreover, none of their ships are equipped to fight against battleships at this range. Hurry up and retreat, will you? The Norwegian fleet that's trying to escape is also being attacked by Kaisai and the others. Confused, the fleet couldn't form an organized counterattack. All they can do is direct the meager firepower of their destroyers' main turrets and AA weaponry at their Excalibur, but that is not nearly enough to stop Kaisai's advance. Unable to intercept his attack, the destroyer received a blow to its propulsion engine and aimlessly flew away while spewing black smoke from its stern. A large ship with thick armor is one thing, but a destroyer with low defensive power can be taken down by a striker's firepower with no problem. Don't let those zeniths get close to the ships. The captain of the escort striker unit led the charge to prevent Kaisai from causing further damage to the fleet. However, they understand well how unreasonable it is to face a zenith with their mass-produced machines. Even if they try to counterattack, Kaisai would just disengage, and all they can do is delay the inevitable. Only at this level Tursis rushed toward a Jetta that's firing blindly at them with her longsword. Naturally, the acceleration power of the Van Wolf, which was designed to be a close-quarter specialist, won't allow a mere Jetta to escape its charge. All their Jetta-S pilot could do was point the rifle's muzzle at their Van Wolf, with a scream. However, even faster than the pilot could pull the trigger, Tursis's sword that was specially forged for her use has already cut through their Jetta-S armor like wet paper. Kug. Lady, Heavenly Blade. Why did you betray us? In a bitter tone, a pilot of a nearby questioned Tursis. The four Heavenly are heroes of the Nor Empire. The fact that they are now turning their blade toward them, soldiers of the Imperial Army, is simply something that they do not want to accept as reality. For love. The moment she replied, Tursis fully accelerated. Seeing the Vermilion striker rushing toward her, like a cannonball, the pilot's face immediately stiffened. You betrayed us because of a man? In the desert north of man that is the army, the tropic of boyfriend is forbidden. The pilot instantly got enraged. She forgot that she was addressing the Heavenly Blade herself and unsheathed a photon saber to intercept the Van Wolf's charge. That's right. With not a shred of guilt, Tursis replied. At the same time, she swung her sword down on their who managed to catch it with its photon saber. However, while losing its balance from the impact of the blow, their received a kick to its abdomen. Their fired its thruster and regained its balance, but that was all it could do. Tursis's long sword sharply pierced the abdomen of the Crimson Striker. Then, Tursis pulled the sword back out while kicking away the now disabled striker. Damn it all, I want a man in my life to tilde. Oh! The pilot let out a pitiful scream while hydraulic oil continued to spill out from the wound on her striker's abdomen. And her scream gave Tursis a triumphant smile. HMPH. Sorry about that. You actually don't feel sorry at all, right, Tursis-sama? However, the retort that immediately followed made Tursis frown. And that retort came from none other than Eleanor. It's in bad taste to add insult to injury, you know. You just did the exact same thing though. Diarose shrugged while bitterly smiling at the pitiful cry that can be heard from the open channel. But judging from how weak their resistance is here, our allies must be close. Beyond her line of sight were the enemy destroyers trying to escape the bombardment from the Melemime fleet. At first glance, it may look pathetic, but it would be more natural to think that they ended up in this state because the Melemime fleet just showed up behind them while they were focusing on the enemy to their front. Even an elite crew would panic if they got attacked from a direction they didn't expect after all. That said, such a confused state is only temporary. They need to break through this place before the enemies regain their composure. I don't see any report about any more enemy cruisers being sunk after we left. I don't think they can catch up to us yet, but it would be bad if we take too much time here. Daizo growls while stroking her chin. She chose to maintain the position as a tactical advisor, but her way of thinking is still that of the commander. Master, we should prioritize the destroyers here. The strikers they have here only wield anti-striker weaponry. It seems they've already dispatched their anti-ship squadron somewhere else. They probably won't pose any threat to our battleships. Ignoring the enemy strikers and forcibly break through. That's the plan she decided to go with. Leave it to me. With a grin, Kaisai accelerated. The nozzles on the back of Excalibur spit out blue flames and pushed the striker forward with tremendous force. His target is the destroyer that's currently firing its main turrets at Tursis and the others. Seeing his approach, the destroyer hurriedly pointed its turrets at the Excalibur, but Kaisai was unfazed. In less than a minute, an anti-ship missile was fired into its propulsion engine, turning it into a chunk of iron that can no longer navigate on its own. And without sparing them a look, Kaisai moved on to his next target, CH-236. The long-awaited union. The Noridian Vanguard fleet is currently being sandwiched with enemies on two fronts. In such a situation, it's unlikely that they will be able to put up a proper fight. Judging so, the fleet commander has issued a retreat order. We finally arrived. Thank goodness. In front of the familiar chalk-white battlecruiser, Kaisai let out a deep sigh of relief. It took him 30 minutes to clear out the Noridian strikers and destroyers, but now they finally managed to link up with the Kalanchian main force. Good work, Kaisai. Schlier's voice could be heard through the com channel. She sounded terribly relieved that the first stage of their plan went well. Also, he could feel the tiredness in her voice. Now we should have enough strength to handle the Noridian army head-on. The number of battleships in the merged fleet is 18. Moreover, each battleship is accompanied by auxiliary ships of various classes. Considering the combat power of each individual ship, their army is now stronger than it ever was before the war. Although most of these ships came from their former enemies, Schleer can't help but feel moved thinking about how Kalanshia was one-sidedly beaten before. But if we fight them head-on we will still lose in the end. Even with this number, we still can't afford to be reckless, Mom. Solana cautioned her. Although they now stand a better chance due to their bolstered number, it is still not enough to win against the full might of Nord in a direct fight. Even if they can keep it an even fight for a while, they will eventually get surrounded and defeated in the end. While listening to Schleer's and Solana's conversation, Diarose put up a tactical map on the console monitor. The enemies in the area have already withdrawn, but it seems that the ships that were in pursuit of the Melemime fleet are still yet to give up. They were held back by the Melemime Striker Corps, but it is unknown when they will breach through. Slapping her cheeks, Diarose stretched her body while the tight pilot suit emphasized her enormous breasts and bodyline. NNNN. Fumo, it might be better for us to hit them back once, huh? Who. Although Solana looked like she also had her opinion about their situation, she did not interrupt Diarose. After all, she's aware that Diarose is an extraordinary strategist. They must have dispatched their fastest ships to pursue the Melemime fleet. If that's the case, then we should crush their fast-moving ships before their slow ones arrive. In other words, we should destroy them while they are isolated. I see. On there, Radiant. Schleer folded her arms and considered Diarose's plan. But what would we do if there are enemies that we can't take down during that time? Once we start exchanging fires, the enemies wouldn't withdraw so easily, you know. That's also true. But the enemy won't be throwing everything they have at us immediately. We have all 4 Heavenly here, not to mention Master as well. We are at the advantage in terms of ability and morale. As long as we have those, we should be able to manage a few disadvantages. Why do you think that the enemy won't just throw everything at us? Focused attack is one of the basic battle tactics. The enemy has no reason to let go of their number advantage so easily. Thinking so, Solana asked while cocking her head. Unless her safety can be guaranteed, the Empress herself won't be coming out to the front line herself. To add to that, her elite troops will have to stay back to escort her. That's why they will probably send the noble army our way. Being the Empress's actual daughter, she should be someone who's most familiar with her personality. However, they have a lot to lose if this plan doesn't go well. Because it's not an easy decision, Schleer decides to seek some advice. Valentina, what do you think? Me? A little surprised voice returned from Valentina on board the Prussia. It seems Valentina herself did not expect to be asked an opinion. Unlike Diarose, who fed them suggestion after suggestion even when she was not asked, Valentina's not very active when it comes to the planning process. Mother. No, it's true that the Empress is a very cautious person. What she's fearing the most is being at the center of the attack. This woman might be shameless, but she wouldn't propose a plan with no chance of winning. I think. Fumo. Thank you. With her arms still folded, Schleer kept pondering on it. The staff around her silently waited for her next words. In case the enemy sends their main force here, what will we do? Well, that's simple, Diarose replied with a terrible amount of confidence. If that happens, then we can just go take the Empress's head. Be it on her battleship or her striker, Master can easily take her out. After all, the moment she showed up is the moment her fate is sealed. Certainly. Recalling how Diarose did everything to not confront Kaisai directly, Schleer was convinced. If the Empress is defeated by Kaisai in single combat, then the morale of their entire army would plummet to the point that they would no longer be able to fight. Most of the aristocrats only pledge their loyalty to the Empress's might. If said might is no longer all-powerful, it wouldn't be strange for the Vald aristocrats to rebel. Besides, in the worst case, we still have that bomb. I don't really want to use them here, but if push comes to shove, we will have to use it. It should deal a big enough blow for them to retreat after all. Valentina growls in a clearly embarrassed tone. On the other hand, Schleer's face stiffened. It's that messed up after all. Very well. We will go with that plan. All ships full speed forward. Since they already have a plan, all that is left is to swiftly execute it. They need to avoid the enemy's fast and slow ships to join up, so Schleer immediately issued her order. Set target to H field. We will meet the enemy there. CH-237, Warrior's Respite. It's time for a counterattack, but a pilot's endurance still has its limit. Kaisai and the others have been out fighting for some time already to pave the path for the Melamime fleet. Considering that this is going to be a long battle, Kaisai, who's the trump card of Kalanshia, cannot be allowed to exhaust himself too early. Because of that, Kaisai and the others were sent to a space carrier stationed in the rear, while there, Radiant and other battleships are dealing with the enemy at the front. It's Schlier's intention to have Kaisai rest in a relatively safe place. However, Kaisai pouted and kept groaning at her consideration. He still can and wants to keep fighting. He's currently resting in a pilot waiting room. It has old sofas lined up inside, a large monitor with no power, and a poster of a half-naked boy on the wall. You can't go making that kind of face, you know. A trump card will only be the most effective if you use it at the right timing. After all, there's no need for Master to personally deal with some cruisers in the first place. With a bitter smile, Dairose sits next to him while stroking his hair. The old springs inside the sofa made a creaking noise at her weight. "Resting is also a night's job, you know," said Eleanor with a sleepy voice as she lay down on a sofa. "Tursis and Saki are also here, as all of the Zenith pilots who were escorting the Melamime fleet were sent here to rest. Incidentally, the other pilots from the Melamime fleet are resting inside another room on this same ship. Still, this room is terrible, isn't it? To think that they would make me use such an uncomfortable sofa as a bed, like the one Kaisai and Dairose are sitting on. Her sofa is also very worn after many years of use. It's obviously unsuitable for an aristocrat like her. Even so, they have no choice in the matter. A space carrier is a simple warship. It's basically a rocket engine and a bridge hulling a gigantic container. It's a type of ship that you use to transport commoner soldiers. That's why there's no luxurious room for a high-born aristocrat on board. However, this was the only ship that they can use to rest. Hey, to whine at something like this, you're still green, huh? On the other hand, Saki, who is of a commoner origin, is very calm. She just sits down crossed legs on the floor while taking a bite of synthetic meat jerky. She's an aristocrat too, right? How about you learn from her a little? In the direction Saki points to was Tursis, who's leaning on the wall while sleeping soundly. With her strong self-discipline, she fell asleep in an instant without complaining when she was told to rest. In a sense, she might have the ideal personality of a warrior. "I can put up with an uncomfortable bed, but at least I want a pillow. Kaisai, please let me rest on your lap." "There's no way we're going to let you do that, right?" Kaisai was suddenly brought into the conversation, but before he could say anything, Dairose refused on his behalf. Moreover, she's also waving her hand like she's shooing away a stray dog. "If Master lets you rest on his laps, then Master won't be able to rest himself, right? But a lap pillow is also a nice idea, huh?" As though an idea just came to her, Dairose grinned and tapped on her knees. "A nap would be a good way to get some rest for the next battle, so as your personal slave, I have the duty to provide Master with a good sleeping condition, right? Honestly, I don't really feel like sleeping though. Can't I just go back to the Excalibur?" Still dissatisfied, Kaisai grumbled. "He's unrivaled as a pilot, but if the ship he's resting on is sunk, then he can't do anything. That's why it's his style to rest in the cockpit so that he can sortie at any time." However, this time he was forcibly brought here by Dairose and the others. "If Master stayed connected to the icon system, then you won't be able to relax, right? This is not the time to be selfish, you know." Although the area around this ship is rather peaceful, a large-scale battle between two gigantic fleets is just nearby. Naturally, there will be a large number of casualties on both sides. Since she knows that the thought of death has a negative effect on Kaisai, Dairose wants to keep him disconnected from the icon as much as possible. Come, hurry up and lay down," Dairose urges him while tapping her knees. Admitting defeat, Kaisai puts his head on her lap and lies on the sofa. As Eleanor said, the sofa was rather uncomfortable. Dairose gently leaned forward with a sweet smile and placed her plump breasts on Kaisai's face. Kaisai yelped in surprise as the soft and heavy feel of her breasts was too stimulating for his tired body. What are you doing? Eleanor asked in a terrifyingly cold voice while Saki silently glared at her. It's just a simple skinship though. That would just put unnecessary weight on him, right? Take those lumps off his face. What? Master does enjoy my breasts, you know. They will be good for stress relief. With a triumphant look, Dairose snickers. Saki and Eleanor kept glaring at her, but they didn't physically peel her off Kaisai as they want to preserve their stamina for the battle. In the end, Dairose's skinship lasted until the end of their break. CH 238. Crushing the pursuers. Around the time when Kaisai's group was resting, the Kalanchian battleships advanced to the front line to face the enemy's large type cruisers. Destruction of enemy cruiser number 3 confirmed, shouted the operator as she confirmed that an enemy cruiser received a direct hit from the bombardment by their battleships. Even though their fleet has both old and new ships mixed together, the bombardment from 18 battleships was more than enough to sink the enemy elite cruisers. Enemy reinforcements detected 55 degrees ahead. 6 large type and 10 medium type. However, the enemy's number is still overwhelming. They simply replace the sunken ships with more ones. Hearing the operator's report, Schliers furrowed her brows. Any battleships? They are likely large type cruisers, ma'am. The size would be too small for an Imperial battleship. As long as they are cruisers, then there's no problem. The range and firepower of their battleships are far superior to that of the enemy cruisers. Even their old-fashioned battleships with 41 centimeters turrets can take advantage of that difference. But we cannot let our guard down. We don't know when they will send out their battleships after all. We have to take down as many of their cruisers as we can. Schlier growls while scanning the tactical map. But the enemy's movement sure is strange, isn't it? Their attack doesn't seem to be organized at all. If they come at us with a proper formation, then even cruisers would give us a challenge. After all, for a while now, the Noridians have been sending in their small and medium-sized fleets intermittently. For the Kalanchian side, it's convenient as it is easier for them that way, but Schlier doesn't understand why the enemy still doesn't organize their ships and attacks in waves. These are the Noridian aristocrats after all. Because they rarely fight a foreign enemy, they usually treat their fellow aristocrats like their rivals. Perhaps they are not cooperating well with each other because of that. The Chief of Staff replied while thoughtfully tapping her forehead. With more than 50 years of commanding experience, she's very proficient in warfare. With a mental-like expression, the Chief of Staff continues. With a big enough threat, they would unite under one the princess the imperial family sent, but in case of the enemy that they have enough manpower to win against. They often push the burden to other aristocrats to deal with. Even if they serve the same lord, when it comes to their own power and territory, they will prioritize their interests first. I see. In a small country like Kalanshia, it's something that is rather unusual. After all, if they have infighting, it will only give their enemies the chance to invade. On that point, they are quite different from Nord, which can afford such internal conflicts. Schlier ponders while stroking her cheek. Then let us make use of their arrogance. Crush them all. In response to Schlier's order, Adele Vanson fired all its main turrets. The beams that are incomparably thicker than those of any Kalanchian ship immediately flew toward the enemy reinforcements. Even though it was formerly an enemy ship, Schlier grinned at the fact that she now has such a powerful ship under her command. However, unfortunately, the beams wildly missed their target. Even though the enemy was within its effective range, the beams flew past the enemies without hitting anything. Seeing that, Schlier let out an exasperated sigh. That said, we still have a lot of challenges ourselves. Half of its crew were new recruits who's just finished their training, and the other half were the discharged veterans we called back in. After all, no matter how good the hardware is, if the crew is not accustomed to operating it, then it will not be able to exhibit its full power. The training period we had for them was simply too short. The Chief of Staff tiredly let out a sigh as well. Adele Vanson has only been incorporated into the Kalanchian army for a short time, and the proficiency training was cut short due to this operation. It's probably unreasonable for them to put too much expectation on it. Number 7 cruisers destruction confirmed. It's the Prussia, as expected of them. Contrary to her words, Schleier's expression was slightly bitter. They have a battle log that recorded the battle from the beginning to the present. Apparently, it seems that Valentina's fleet has way more successes than the actual Kalanchen fleet. The Kalanchen fleet is not inferior to Valentina's crew in terms of command and skill, but the difference in their equipment is clear and it's reflected in the battle results. Even though Valentina's now their ally, that's still unamusing for her. She might turn into an enemy depending on what's going to happen after this. After all, did you say something, Your Highness? Schleier silently shook her head sideways at the Chief of Staff's question. She doesn't want to carelessly affect her troops' morale. Besides, Valentina has not been making any suspicious moves so far. Valentina will probably not betray them during the battle. It's not like the Norwegians will just stop firing if the Kalanchen fleet is gone after all. Convincing that they can leave their back to them for the time being, Schleier switched gears. Once this battle is over, send my regards to their Prussia's crew. Besides, it would be better to have Valentina do her best here. The more she fights, the fewer supplies she will have later and the more fatigued her soldiers will be. While hoping that she can exhaust them to the extent that they wouldn't even consider pointing their guns toward her, Schleier continues commanding her fleet. CH 239. Buying time. 2 hours have passed since they started battling the enemy cruisers. The enemy cruisers were not foolish enough to plunge headfirst toward their battleships, as they were committing to a hit-and-run tactic. It was a passive tactic, but it's still effective in slowing down the rate the Kalanchens are sinking their ships. Enemy Group A has switched direction to 37 Mach. Schleier growls. The enemy is getting away from them. If possible, she wants to chase them down, but her fleet mainly consists of battleships while the enemy is using cruisers with superior speed. Their Radiant, which is also a cruiser, and their Prussia, which is a battleship that boasts its speed, might be able to do that, but the Kalanchen fleet, which mainly consists of Harima-class battleships, the same as Kalanchia's original flagship, their Glorious, cannot keep up with the enemy cruisers. The same goes for Valentina's fleet, which mainly consists of the Ilkl-class battleships. Even if they only send out their fast ships, it would be dangerous if they get too far ahead. Rearrange the formation. Keep an eye out for enemy strikers and destroyers. In the end, Schleier decided to remain passive. It would be bad if they got distracted by the big enemies, and the small enemies with high mobility use that chance to flank them. And sure enough, a swarm of strikers rushed toward their fleet with enemy destroyers following shortly behind them. Set target to track number 33 and 34. Fire all autocannons. The escort fleet and the battleships greet the enemy strikers with barrages from their autocannons. Unlike last time, their barrages were extremely fierce because they now have double the number of their ships. Even the elite Norwegian pilots would find it difficult to get through. As a result, the enemy strikers had to spread out to avoid their AA guns. Be mindful of the enemy strikers' movement. Shift our main turrets to destroyer number 56. While listening to the captain's command and the noise from the A8 turrets, Schleier started considering her next move while crossing her arms. They have managed to merge with the Melemime fleet, and the threat from the enemy space carriers and their strikers has significantly lessened. However, it would be difficult to maintain this status quo forever. How are we doing on the ammunition? Not just the ammunition, but the fatigue of the crew is something that she needs to worry about as well. Both will eventually get depleted in a prolonged battle. From the report, it seems most of our ship's particle bullets are down to 30%, ma'am. It seems we can't keep bombarding them from afar much longer. And he rounds that use shells can be quite slow in a space battle. They can't expect much accuracy unless their targets are close. We need to bring the battle to the surface before we run out of particle bullets. But while checking her watch, Schleier strokes her chin. It is still too early for them to withdraw to Galii. It seems like she will have to do her best here for a while longer. When she thought so, she felt even more fatigued. She wants to just drag Kaisai to bed right now and sleep for 12 hours straight with him in her arms. Still, she didn't voice her desire out loud. Incoming report from our recon unit. Enemy battleships were spotted in the L field. 30 ships confirmed. However, Her delusion was interrupted by the operator's tense voice. When more than 30 enemy battleships are spotted, it probably can't be helped for the operator to panic like that. After all, if 30 battleships fired at them from the front, even their main fleet would be evaporated in the blink of an eye. There are a lot of them. Perhaps the cruisers here are only buying time for their battleships to arrive. Solana groaned. In the middle of the battle, the enemy cruisers here suddenly opted for a passive tactic. The frequency of their reinforcements also decreased. It appears that the enemy is also switching tactics. But the L-field is it. It would take another 30 minutes for them to get here. Schleer thinks of a countermeasure while looking at the tactical map. Judging from the number of their battleships, it must be the Norwegian main force. From the report, there should be more though. No. Perhaps the Empress and her guards are still in the rear. Withdraw the fleet to D-field. Maintain fire on the enemy cruisers. After we buy enough time we will descend to the surface. The place they designated as the D-field is in the low orbit of Galilei. They can quickly descend to the surface if the need arises. In the worst-case scenario, they can also expect fire support from the surface, so it's a good place for them to conclude the first phase of the battle. At Schleer's command, all ships turned back and fired their thrusters. Without missing that chance, the enemy cruisers who were taking their distance immediately chased after them. The rear guns of the Radiant began firing at the enemy ships to keep them away. Use alternate fire to save our ammunition. Even a large cruiser can be sunk with a well-placed AP round. It's pretty dangerous to approach a battleship in space, but large cruisers, including an old-fashioned one like their Radiant, still have high firepower. At worst, they might even take advantage of their speed and block their path. Moreover, the Kalanchian side also wanted to save their particle bullets for the enemy battleships. Contact Kaisai and the others, tell them to be ready to sortie at any time. Kalanchia has an overwhelmingly inferior number of battleships. If they want to buy time, they will have to resort to their trump card again. While apologizing to Kaisai in her heart, Schleer gave her order. This battle will probably be the climax of the first phase. Thinking so, Schleer slapped her cheeks to fire herself up. CH-240. Gloom. Master, is your body all good? On their way to the D-field, in the cockpit of Excalibur, Diarose asked in worry. Their 2 hours break was better than nothing, but 2 hours would be too short to get rid of his fatigue. It's not 100%, but well, I can fight. Kaisai answers while stifling a yawn. Really? Master's not that physically fit after all. You can't push yourself, okay? Place a little more trust in me, will you? Seeing Diarose genuinely worried about him, a smile unintentionally floated to his face. It's true that he's not physically strong, but Kaisai is still a veteran mercenary. Naturally, he has experienced long battles before. I'm telling you, I'm fine. Who do you think I am? Wicked Star. Exactly. Kaisai snorted, and this time it was Diarose's turn to smile. That said, this is still the first phase of the operation. Reserving your stamina is important. With how inferior our fleets are, relying on Master is inevitable after all. Well, with how many ships our enemy has, this probably won't end anytime soon. That's right. We have a two-seater here, so it might be better if you switch me in some time. I might not be as good as Master, but I do have confidence in my skills, you know. That would depend on the situation though. Kaisai personally doesn't like the idea of handing over the control to Diarose. He doesn't want to show her his pathetic side. Even Kaisai has a side of him that wants to look cool in front of the people he likes. Still, first phase. We are going to lure the enemy to the surface after this, right? Kaisai decided to change the subject, so he brought up what he could remember from the briefing. They still have some time before they reach the active combat zone, so it's fine for them to chat for a while. We will fight them in low orbit for a while and descend to the surface, letting the enemy think that we're retreating. After that we... What? The rest is a secret. A secret? Confused, Kaisai looked back at Diarose. The area they are flying in is free of asteroids or any random debris. There's no problem even if he takes his eyes off the monitor for a little. On the other hand, Diarose has a terribly apologetic look on her face. It seems that wasn't a joke. Kaisai may be able to feel others' thoughts through the icon system, but he can't completely understand what they are thinking, so he groans with a difficult expression. Honestly, it's not that respectable of a strategy. I know that it will eventually get out, but I still don't want to talk much about it. Even worse than your SX tape plan? Talking about not respectable. Diarose's SX tape plan is one as well. Kaisai squints his eyes and stares at her. No, it's a different kind of unrespectable from that. Fidgeting, Diarose nervously answered. Seeing that, Kaisai strokes the control stick while thinking to himself for a few seconds. It's not in the same vein as the SX tape plan, and Diarose doesn't want to talk about it. After he got to that point, Kaisai stopped. It's probably the kind of strategy that will leave a bad aftertaste. He doesn't know what she's trying to do, but with how overwhelming the enemy fleet is, a straightforward strategy won't win them this war. In the end, he couldn't say anything. Sorry, really. I'm scared that Master might come to hate me if you know about it. Diarose gently strokes Kaisai's hair. Truthfully, the plan she devised is pretty severe. However, she doesn't feel anything even when she's about to use it on her own mother. She does feel sorry for the soldiers that will be in the crossfire, but that's it. Thinking how pathetic she is, Diarose sighed. The Empress might be one cold-hearted monster, but she's still her daughter. Perhaps a monster's daughter is also a daughter. Such thoughts are weighing on her mind. Mia sighed. I'm more worried about you, you know. Even if he doesn't know what her plan is, he can see that she hates herself for it. Once again, Kaisai directed a worried gaze at Diarose. However, he doesn't have the time to comfort her. With an alarm sounding in the cockpit, the search radar detected several strikers approaching their location. When he looked at the monitor, the strikers' names were displayed on it. Kaisai-san, we've come to pick you up. It was there, Miss Tiltwine, Zarova, and Colbrand. The voice from the communication was Schleer. She sounds slightly tired. The commander herself came to pick us up, huh? Before Kaisai could reply, Diarose raised her voice. Her ironic tone was void of the earlier dark atmosphere. Escorting a gentleman is a knightly manner after all. Diarose laughs a little at Schleer's reply before turning to Kaisai. It seems she's exhausted from taking command and came here for your healing presence, Master. CH 241. How to deal with battleships. So what's our mission? Escorting the fleet. Kaisai departed from the space carrier he was on, but he did not hear the details of the operation yet. He can somewhat guess from the fact that Schleer personally came out here, though. That will be Elena-san and Tursis-san. So, my lord will act separately, huh? Tursis asked back. Naturally, not only Kaisai and Diarose, the rest were told sortie. However, this time it seems they will have to act separately. A hint of dissatisfaction can be detected in Tursis's tone. Kaisai and I will be launching an attack on the enemy battleships. The enemy has that many battleships after all. We need to weaken them as much as we can before the enemy main force gets here. Anti-ship battle, huh? So you want to blind them? Groaned Diarose. What comes to her mind was her battle at Liboya. Due to Kaisai's effort, she lost many battleships to his attack. Kaisai was taking out ships' fire control radars, which greatly reduced the accuracy of her ship's main turrets. No matter how powerful a ship is, if it can't hit anything, then it's just a chunk of iron. Yes, we will plunge at them and focus on destroying the FCR of their battleships. If we keep attacking, then we should be able to target their weak points too. Although a battleship usually comes with its characteristic thick armor plate, its radar cannot receive the benefit of such armor. A common anti-ship weapon should be sufficient to disable them. However, they usually placed a large number of AA turrets near the radar. It won't be easy. That's why they need skillful pilots for this task. My striker is perfect for a mission like this. Besides, the fact that the commander is on the field will boost morale too. I see, I understand. Elena nods. She then turns a stern gaze toward the Colbrand. It's a jet black Zenith that looks just like Caliburn Revive. It was prepared for Valentina, who lost her Orthograzia. But my striker is of the same type as yours. That would make me suitable for this mission as well. Instead of Valentina's armor, please let me go with you. Valentina is by no way weak in terms of piloting skill, but she's still inferior to the Four Heavenly. Moreover, their Colbrand may be a zenith, but in terms of performance, it is far inferior to the exclusive strikers of the Four Heavenly. She probably won't drag Kaisai's feet, but Helena truly worries that Valentina might not be good enough to protect him. There's a reason why it has to be me and Schleer. Not only Kalanshans, there are also a lot of former Noradiant soldiers in this operation after all. However, Valentina already expected such a protest, so she has already prepared a retort. Rather, isn't it fine if all of us just go together? With a difficult expression, Tursis proposed. After all, she's piloting a highly specialized striker. She can make wonders in anti-striker combats, but she can't do anything against a ship. That's why it's kinda hard for her to tell Schleer to take her with them. However, rushing at the enemy is Tursis's favorite kind of mission, so she wants to go with them if possible. We can't afford that. The enemy fleet will be attacking us with their smaller ships and strikers as well. For the time being, Nora is handling them, but there's a limit to what a single ace can do. In the previous battle, she was made keenly aware of her fleet's lack of AA capability. It would be impossible for her fleet to survive with the assigned escorts alone. Moreover, the enemy will have many space carriers among their many ships. It's certain that the striker combat will be pretty intense as well. That's where the Four Heavenly come in. With their help, the fleet should be able to fend off the smaller-sized enemies. Sorry about this. Valentina sincerely apologized to Tursis and the others. In this situation where they cannot fully trust the loyalty of their subordinates, it would be wise to inspire awe in the soldiers by showing the might of the Four Heavenly. Besides, the Four Heavenly seems to have taken Kalanshir's side even more than Valentina. I've familiarized myself with this striker, so I will be fine. I won't show our soldiers any shameful display. Valentina had been training with her new striker until the enemy attacked. Although its performance is inferior to that of her old personal striker, it's not like it's a bad striker, so confidence can be felt through her voice. If you say that much, then I will trust you. I'm counting on you, Lady Valentina. Tursis seems a little bitter, but she agrees to her assignment. After that, she fired her thruster and flew back to the main fleet with Elena following behind her. Very well, let us be off then, Schleer said with a voice filled with fighting spirit. CH-242, Battleships and Strikers 1. Kaisai and the others fly through the volcanic eruption like gunfire from the enemy AA turrets. The defensive formation the enemy deployed to defend their battleships is very strong, and even skilled pilots could be shot down in less than 10 seconds. Alright. This is getting exciting. In order to sow through the gap between the AA fire, one needs monster-like reflexes, swift judgment, and precise control of their striker. Even someone as confident as Valentina is sweating cold as she maneuvers her control stick. If she let up for even a moment, she was sure that her striker would be turned into Swiss cheese. Cuckoo, if you're that scared, then you can stay back. Even I would lose some sleep if my sister dies after all. No need to push yourself. Dirose's tone was a teasing one. Her words were provocative, but there was also some sincerity in them. That said, since she's sitting back and letting Kaisai do all the work here, the other party just couldn't take her seriously at all. HMPH, I really don't want to hear that from a little dead weight though. If you hop off, his striker would probably be 100 kilos lighter, don't you think? I'm not that heavy. Dirose turned moody. She was gaining weight recently because she didn't move around much. Even for Valds, weight is still a sensitive topic. While smiling bitterly at the silly sisterly exchange that seems so out of place on a battlefield, Kaisai shot his Mega Blaster rifle at the bridge of an enemy battleship. The radar dish was exposed to the heat from charged particles and exploded. Our fire control radar is down, Mom. What are you doing? This amount of enemies, just shoots them down quickly. Agonizing cries rose from the battleship. Still, since their gigantic fleet of battleships is being toyed with by such a small number of enemies that they normally can get rid of in no time, it is unavoidable for the commander to get frustrated at their lack of progress. Our optical rangefinder was also destroyed. We can no longer aim our main turrets. Mom. Damn it all. Kaisai and his comrades are also targeting the huge laser rangefinder installed on top of the bridge, so they have no way to measure the exact distance between themselves and the enemy ships. With that being the case, long-range shooting is impossible. The less powerful mini rangefinders that came with each of the main turrets are also useless. Just shoot those strikers down for the time being. If we let them go back unscathed, then Her Majesty's wrath will be upon us. Various AA turrets spewed out beams and shells in response to the fleet commander's order, but Kaisai skillfully took a sharp turn with his striker and avoided them all. It was a splendid maneuver. Kaisai-san, please don't overdo it, Schlier pleaded in a worried voice. She still remembers how he was hospitalized back in Laboya when he was exposed to a heavy G which damaged his lungs. It was Schlier herself who proposed this operation, so it's natural that she would feel responsible. It will be fine. If it's this striker, then I can keep going. Kaisai grinned and replied. The striker he used back at Laboya was Caliburn Revive, but this time he's using its evolved form, Excalibur, and the difference it made is huge. The inertial control installed in Excalibur was the same one I had on my Xantis. It's a world apart from some outdated Bumpkin Zenith, so don't worry about it. I don't know if I should feel relieved or angry here, but ... we will see. With the last part of her words, Schlier fired the blaster cannon on their Miss Tiltwine's shoulder. Her target is another battleship. Her aim was true and the thick beam completely destroyed its radar dish. A myriad of AA turrets fired back at her instantly after, and there, Miss Tiltwine got some scratches on its armor, but with its heavy armor, such scratches didn't even faze Schlier. Ha! Even a Bumpkin Zenith can fight with a decent pilot in it. So you're not gonna deny the Bumpkin part, huh? Dairos exasperatedly shrugs. Almost at the same time, an alarm sounded inside the cockpit of Excalibur. Enemy craft incoming, enemy craft incoming, the AI reported in a dry voice. However, even before that, Kaisai was already turned to intercept them. He turned the Mega Blaster rifle's huge muzzle toward the approaching Jetta. Let me take care of it. However, there, Colbrand's spear has pierced the Jettu's abdomen before he could pull the trigger. With a kick to its crimson armor, Valentina kicked the first one away and used the blaster gun attached to the base of her spear to take down the second one. Thanks. Her words before the operation gained creditability, as she truly seemed like she had familiarized herself with her new striker. If so, then it would be okay to leave his back to her. Convinced, Kaisai nodded to himself. CH-243, battleships and strikers too. Kaisai and his group continued to tirelessly attack the Norwegian battleships, their zenith stance like butterflies toying with the Norwegian AA turrets. Meanwhile, as the AA turrets were focusing on Kaisai and the other aces, the Kalanchen pilots were also attacking. Naturally, the Norwegians did not take that lying down and counterattacked, but the Kalanchens simply shot once and withdrew back without overextending themselves. This strategy was truly a pain for the Norwegians to deal with. What are our escorts doing? The fleet commander yelled. The proud Norwegian fleet is being toyed with by merely 3 Zenith-type strikers. Such disparity obviously invites the suspicion that her subordinates are being negligent. Our strikers are fending off the attack from the enemy fleet, ma'am. With our own Zeniths dispatched to the enemy fleet, the strikers we have left can only do so much. One of the staff members answered with an expression that literally says, "It's your own damn order." Since they have more than 30 battleships and several times more auxiliary ships, the commander thought that they could do without that many strikers as their escort. What's the progress of our striker unit? It's about time they're done on that side and come back right. It seems that the enemy escorts are putting up heavy resistance, so they still can't get through, ma'am. From the report, it appears that Tursis Sama herself is leading their escorts. My apology, but including Tursis Sama, 3 of the 4 Heavenly are currently guarding the enemy fleet. Damn you, Tursis. The fleet commander groaned. She was a duchess, the same rank as Tursis, and was of the same age. She originally has a kind of rivalry with Tursis, but that is now made worse by the fact that Tursis has allied herself with Kalanshia. The commander stood up from her seat and harshly threw her cap on the floor. Useless fools. Fine, I will do it myself. The commander also has a zenith. She certainly is skillful, but can she really beat the monsters that can easily toy with their numerous AA turrets? Her staff wondered but didn't voice their doubt out loud. After all, letting their Excalibur and other enemy zeniths do as they pleased any longer would be bad for them. With a snort, the commander headed for the hangar and jumped into her personal striker, flying out from the launch deck. Her target was, of course, Kaisai and the others. Kukaku. She came out unexpectedly early. That one is a big shot, you know, Dio said with a grin when she saw the approaching zenith. That striker belongs to Duchess Angel, one of the most powerful aristocrats of Nord. She's not on Tursis's level, but her skill can easily be put on Ace class. Even so, a pilot with Ace class ability still won't be nearly enough to take Kaisai. She didn't say that out loud, but Dio was all smiles as she watched Duchess Angel accelerating toward them. So it's our chance to demolish their morale. Exactly. Just take her down in single combat. If it's a duel, then leave it to M. No. Please leave this to me. Schleer and Valentina immediately offered, but Dio simply shrugged with a smirk. If she gets shot down by a man, then it would serve as a better humiliation, right? Up to no good as always. Kufufu. Dio blushed and laughed at Kaisai's comment. Kaisai was a little exasperated, but it's true that he's better at single combat. He trained his Mega Blaster rifle on the approaching green zenith and declared, "This is Hokuto Kaisai of Kalanshia, commander of Noridian fleet. I challenge you to a duel." A man? The commander was confused as she gazed at their Excalibur, but as noble etiquette dictated, she must name herself in response. The commander clears her throat and shouts in a loud voice, "I accept. I am Lene Angel, Duchess of Illidan, Admiral of the 2nd Nord Fleet." She accepted. With a grin, Dio muttered in a small voice. She sneakily operated the console and switched the communication channel from the open channel to private laser communication. She then whispered something into Kaisai's ear. Kaisai looked taken aback for a moment, but he shrugged and nodded before speaking into the mic. "Duchess Angel, I've heard a lot about you from my wife." "Wife?" "Yes, my wife, Tursis von Mellemheim." "WH, what?" Hearing the name of her rival, Duchess Angel's fuse immediately blew. Her face was bright red as she stepped on the foot pedal. "I've never heard that she got herself a husband. We just recently got engaged." "Ugh. She got one earlier than me." "Unforgivable." Dio gave a muffled laugh to the Duchess's raging voice. "Indeed, there's almost no redeeming her personality." "Fine. But if you lose to me, I will have you become mine instead." "Why?" Kaisai groaned with a bitter expression, but Dio simply patted him on his shoulder. "There's no situation more exciting than robbing a man from your rival, right? That said, you think she will be able to maneuver properly with that much blood in her head?" Kufufu. While groaning to himself, Kaisai gave his reply to the Duchess. He wasn't so thrilled to bring up the topic of his marriage in a place like this, but since it's involved with the duel, he has to do it. Then once again, "I, Hokuto Kaisai, Excalibur, challenge you to a duel." Lene Angel, Dilkas, accepted the duel, and thus the duel with pretty much an obvious result began. Ch 244. The Empress advances. Duchess Angel was defeated. Nord Empress, Vilenia Renderagarin, jumps out of her bed and shouts. She was in the middle of a nap, but the report from her subordinate was simply too outrageous to hear. "Yes," the staff who brought in the report affirmed in a frightened manner. "She was defeated in a duel and was taken prisoner by the Kalanshans, Your Majesty." "I can understand being defeated in a duel, but why was she captured?" Alarmed by the worsening situation, the commander went out to the front line to maintain morale and got defeated. It was idiotic, but she could understand the logic. However, being captured by the enemy is beyond that. What were the soldiers doing? The Empress was frustrated. "Does my army only consist of incompetents? They have more than 30 new battleships, you know. With that much force, they should be able to win half sleep, let alone half asleep." "You were soundly sleeping earlier, weren't you?" the staff thought but didn't say it out loud. "Well, It is a long battle. Even the Empress needs her breaks. Seriously, each and every one of you. Fuming, the Empress got up. The fleet that lost its commander would be in chaos and she can't leave that alone. The Empress's Chamberlain silently dresses the Empress in her military uniform. Even though they are overwhelmingly at the advantage, this is still a real war. Naturally, the Empress can't just go out there in her sleepwear. With the jacket, she was ready to head to the bridge. So how is the situation on the front? The Angel fleet did not lose any of their ships in the attack, but it appears that they suffered major damage from the attack from the enemy strikers, Your Majesty. On the advancing side, our troops still cannot get to the enemy's capital ship. They lost despite everything. They have. Damn Greenhorn. I will put them to the guillotine later. The other side is a great aristocrat, so even the Empress cannot just execute her. Still, she has to let her pent-up frustration out somehow. But it might be a good thing that they still can't engage the enemy main force yet. Even with a superior number, a fleet that lost its commander would be exploited easily. The weakness of a Vald army is that it will be greatly weakened when its commander is defeated. In this case, the Angel fleet is nothing more than a collection of nobles' ships. With the top authority out of the picture, they will just turn into a disorganized crew that can't cooperate with each other. It's a shame, but there's no other way. Take us forward. Although the number of fleets under the direct control of the Empress is small compared to the aristocrats, the Empress's fleets still have the best personnel and equipment. Moreover, due to the feudal system, the chain of command is not complicated, as they know who's truly in charge, unlike the aristocratic fleets, which are simply a group of aristocrats bunched together. That's why the Empress was confident that even with her fleets alone, she could still win against the whole Kalanchans army. She was only staying in the rear just for precaution. Your Majesty, the location of the Angel fleet is quite far away from ours. Would we be able to make it in time? At the time when the commander was defeated, the Kalanchans did not stay still. The Angel fleet will surely suffer no small damage by the time they arrive. Thinking so, the staff asked with a concerned look. What? It's a nice opportunity, isn't it? The Kalanchans also have their limits. They should already be pretty much exhausted by the battles so far. Moreover, if they engage the Angel fleet head-on, they will surely be low on ammunition. It wouldn't be strange if they ran out of ammo by the time we arrive, said the Empress with a nasty grin. She's the leader of a superpower and her predictions are pretty much always accurate. The current Kalanchan fleets do not have enough supply for 2 consecutive battles against a fleet as big as the Angels. Besides, what losses would I suffer when the only ones damaged were the aristocrats? Depending on how damaged they are, I can just take their territories after all. Rather, it would be convenient if the aristocrats suffer moderately. A cruel smile floated on the Empress's face as she spoke in a joyful tone. Both the staff and the Chamberlain's faces cramped up to the Empress's selfish words, but they did not say anything. They were not brave enough to comment on this brutal Empress who casually put people to the guillotine. If they go out of line, who to say their entire families won't be slaughtered? More importantly, are the fleets and the Imperial Guards ready? I want to enter the fray at the most convenient time possible. Have them ready themselves. The best timing for her fleets to enter the battle would be when the Angel fleet starts to rout. If she sets up a counterattack from the flank when the enemy tries to pursue them, then she can just swoop in and reap the reward. In the first place, although they have lost their commander, who to say that the Angel fleet cannot push the enemy back with their superior number? In that case, she would have to race against them and take the enemy's commander's head herself. Anyway, she cannot afford to miss her opportunity. There, Adelcroix, as well as all our ships are ready to advance at your command, Your Majesty. Very well, the Empress satisfactorily replied. Ch. 245. The captured Duchess. Losing to a man. What a disgrace, screamed Duchess Lean Angel in her green zenith, which has a big hole in its abdomen. At the moment, her striker is being towed by Kaisai with his wire gun. Kukaku, quite a sorry sight you're in, Duchess. Sure enough, Diarose responded with a joyful smile. She calls herself a masochist who derives joy from being abused, but she also enjoys abusing others as well. There's really no helping her personality, Kaisai muttered under his breath. That's what you get when you jump into battle in such a state, you know. It should serve as a good lesson for you, Duchess Angel. Q. How underhanded. As a result of Diarose's provocation, the Duchess lost her cool and was defeated in under a minute. Kaisai instantly slipped in through her opening and pierced her striker with his pile bunker. Moreover, now that she's captive, there's no way out for her anymore. Rather, that voice, is that you, Your Highness Diarose? So you can tell her. Fumo, indeed, it is I. With her being a high-ranking aristocrat, it's almost impossible that she has never met Diarose before. Naturally, Diarose herself was also acquainted with the Duchess. No way. You betrayed the Empire? That is exactly right. Kakaku. How could this be? Not only the Four Heavenly but you as well? Just what is going on? Duchess Angel held her head. She's already noticed that this war was quite unusual, but she was still clueless about what was actually going on, and Diarose isn't going to fill her in either. With a grin, Diarose gazed behind her striker. The Angel fleet is already a certain distance away. Their A8 turrets no longer target them as they've already exited their range. That should be enough, right, Schleer? The operation to destroy the enemy fire control radar was mostly successful. While Kaisai and the Aces rampaged, their soldiers had been attacking the enemy ships using the brief openings they created. It was a hit-and-run strategy. In a sense, the three Zeniths were simply a decoy while the real attack was being carried out by the soldiers piloting the mass-produced strikers. Fortunately, most of the enemy ships were focusing on Kaisai and the two, and the plan went swimmingly. In the first place, for this many of their pilots to survive and an operation of strikers versus a whole fleet is quite unusual. Yes, it should be enough. We can't afford to overextend ourselves and get shot down after all. A tired voice came from there, Miss Tiltwine, which flew up next to them. The barrage of A8 turrets from over 30 battleships and their escort ships felt like they were flying toward a literal wall of bullets. When they managed to leave the enemy behind, Schleer was already exhausted both mentally and physically. Besides, I received a report from Gaily I that our missile vessels are already on standby at the satellites. It's about time we conclude the first phase. There are several natural satellites orbiting Gaily. They are not as big as Terra's moon, but they serve as temporary deployment bases for their missile vessels which have short cruising range. Schleer has stationed several units that to compensate for the inferior number on Kalanchia's side. Soon the enemy fleet will rush our main force. We don't have time to rest, Valentino said as she put on a brave face. Diarose is worried that she might be pushing herself, but the one who's pushing themselves is not only Valentina. Kaisai's complexion is also not that good. Right. But our ammunition is already scarce. Let's head back to the carrier and resupply first. It would be dangerous for them to return to ships that are in the middle of combat like their Radiant. Since the enemy is trying to get through and attack the fleet, they cannot afford to land on the ships at the front line. The space carrier that Kaisai rested at earlier was stationed in the rear so they can safely resupply there. That's a good idea. We can stash this idiot there too. We can't fight with a POW in tow after all. Duchess Angel raised her in in surprise. A space carrier? Me? Space carriers usually are for commoner troops. Naturally, they have no facility to house high-ranking aristocrats. It is dictated that aristocratic POWs must be treated befitting their status. But given their current situation, they can't afford to do that right now. You are putting a Duchess through. Recalling the dirty lounge of the space carrier, Kaisai let out a small smile. However, since Tersis and Eleanor, who was a Duchess and Countess respectively, just rested there, there's no choice but to ask Duchess Angel to put up with it. Well, we will release you once the war is over, so just put up with it for a while. No way, Duchess Angel moaned in a defeated tone. CH-246, Battleship Showdown 1. By the time Kaisai and the others finished resupplying and headed back to the front line, the battleships on both sides had already opened fire on each other. It was an exchange of deadly colorful rays of light. Yeah, No one would want to get in the middle of that. Let's focus on guarding our fleets. The powerful beams that are being exchanged right now have enough power to sink a small ship with just a graze. If they wander about in the middle of such an exchange with their strikers, then they might end up losing their lives to some stray shots. Valentina's proposal was very reasonable. No matter what Valentina may think of Schleer, Schleer is still the current commander of the entire Kalinchen fleet. They can't afford to let her get shot down by some lucky hit, right? What's the battle situation? The latter half was not directed toward Valentina but the staff on their Radiant, which is now engaging the enemy. The battlefield is filled with jamming signals from both their allies and enemies, but they can still use short-range laser communication without any problem. It appears that the enemy still cannot reorganize themselves yet. Moreover, many of their ships have their FCR disabled. I believe that we are about even, Your Highness. The person who responded was Solana. The entire fleet is currently being commanded by high-ranking staff like her. Terran generals may think of this situation as absurd, but it is not unusual for a Vault commander to take to the field. Even if you call them a commander, it's mostly just in name. A banner in which her soldiers have to rally behind. Even her, Schleer muttered while looking at the enemy fleet. Some of their ships are fighting back fiercely while others were still in confusion. The defeat of Duchess Angel, who was the fleet commander, caused great disturbance among their ranks. The direct subordinates of the Duchess in particular are probably in a panic. Since they do not know which ship held their master, they cannot poorly attack their enemy since they might accidentally blow away their Duchess. After all, for them to be able to put up an even fight in a situation like this, we will have to give it to them. In the end, the Angel fleet is gigantic. Many ships are shooting at them without care for the Duchess's well-being. Moreover, it's not like they managed to destroy all of the enemy FCR, and some of the Kalinchen battleships already received a direct hit. We need another push. Maybe. Well, it's about time we use that tape. I don't really want to, but that thing will definitely be effective. The tape was of course the Avenue starring Diarose and Kaisai. The suggestion came from Valentina, but she seems to be terribly embarrassed to bring it up. On the other hand, the person who's actually in it, like Kaisai, immediately turned bright red. Are we really going to use it, that thing? I understand why you are hesitating. I'm the same. Rotten as she is, she's still my sister. But if this keeps on going, then we will eventually be at a disadvantage. Well, I understand, but Kaisai let out a small sigh. It's still embarrassing. Don't worry. You don't have to be afraid that you can no longer be a groom anymore. I'm always willing to accept you after all. Sorry for interrupting, but we're not going to use that tape yet, you know. Diarose, who sensed that the conversation was rearing toward an undesirable direction, interrupted. Diarose herself aside. Both Kaisai and Schleer are not good at holding secrets. There's no way to know when the two might crumble under pressure. It's a plan designed to demoralize the enemy, so its effectiveness will depend on the timing. In a situation, there's a big difference between giving the enemy a shock when they think they are winning and when they have the leeway to shrug it off. After all, I think it would be very hard for them to shrug something like that off, though. The worst kind of scandal involved the Empress's own daughter. There's no doubt that the effect will be nuclear. Well, it will certainly improve our odds here, but since we went out of our way to tape it, I want to use it at the most effective time possible. In short, I want the Empress to completely lose her cool when she sees it. I see. It's true that if we use it to repel the Angel fleet, the fleets under the Empress will be unaffected. We can't afford to fight 2 consecutive battles with fleets that large after all. That's right. Besides, a single video can't make the whole army tuck their tail and run after all. In any case, they do not have nearly enough firepower to annihilate all their enemies. Even if the tape is a powerful trump card, they have to use it carefully. Well, since we've already got her, let's make use of Duchess Angel's name here. We can emit a signal telling them that she's on board our flagship. That way the enemy won't dare attack their Radiant. You, using her as a hostage? You're as underhanded as always, Valentina disdainfully moaned, but Diarose was unfazed. Wasn't it you who said that you don't mind whatever method you have to use? Schleier's face scramped up at the tension-filled exchange between sisters. She was glad that none of her sisters had this kind of personality. Still, what Dairose said was correct. Using the laser communication line that's still connected to the Radiant, Schleier relays the plan to them. CH-247 Battleship Showdown 2. Reading the light signal from their Radiant flagship of the Kalanchen main force, the staff members of the Angel fleet were holding their heads. After all, as though she is not as good as the four heavenly, Duchess Angel is still a skilled pilot. They had never expected her to be defeated so easily and taken hostage. Using hostages, what a coward. Do these bumpkins know nothing of chivalry? But we can't do anything now. If we accidentally shoot the Duchess by mistake, it will be on us. The staff of the Angel fleet of course consisted of vassals to the Angel house. If the Duchess loses her life as a result of their attack, they would be executed with no question. In the first place, is Her Excellency truly on board that ship? If that was simply an enemy plot, then they would be playing us for fools, you know. However, it is true that Her Excellency was captured. If they transport her by a striker, then we have no way to confirm it. Should we not operate on the premise that Her Excellency is truly on board? True, it's something we cannot risk after all. The middle-aged chief of staff groaned with a difficult expression. Even so, we cannot afford to let this situation continue. The moment one of the staff members muttered so, a tremor rocked the ship. The staff did their best to cling to their seats to not get shaken off. Direct hit. Main turret number 1 is wrecked, ma'am. I'm glad they didn't hit the depot. The captain stroked her chest in relief. The ammunition depot was located directly below the main turrets, and it stores a large number of particle ammunition cartridges filled with compressed particles. If that place receives a direct hit, even a battleship would blow up in a single shot. At this rate, let alone Her Excellency, we will be in danger ourselves. What do we do, ma'am? A young staff member yelled. Their fleet is currently locked in battle. If they remain indecisive in their actions, they will eventually get sunk. They cannot let their guard down, since the Kalanchans also have the latest model battleships from the defected fleet on their side. But, a scream blocked out the reply of the middle-aged staff. At the same moment, the bridge crew turned their eyes to the screaming operator. Enemy flagship is under attack. At this rate, they might. A magnified image of the Radiant was put on the large monitor. As the operator reported, multiple rays of light were racing toward the chalk-white ship. For the time being, there was no direct hit, but the fact that their mistress might be on board said ship sent a chill down their spine. Which ship fired at them? Tell them to stop the bombardment immediately. It's Marchioness Mafta's ship, ma'am. I've sent a ceasefire order, but they refuse to reply. What? They are trying to use this chance to get rid of Lin Sama? The one that launched the attack was an aristocratic house that does have close ties with the Angel house. This is what happens when you show even the slightest of openings. One of the staff holds her head with a severe expression. Even if they all have the label of the Noridian army, the reality is that what they have here is just a collection of aristocrats. Even with a chain of command, the lower ranks aristocrats will not always obey their orders. There are even some that actively look out for a chance to undermine their peers. If it comes to this, how about we raise the white flag on our own? Multiple ships under our command already had their FC radar damaged. Even if we continue to fight, we will be at a disadvantage anyway. Fume. The chief of staff groaned. Her job is to take command of the fleet in the absence of the Duchess. However, as they can see from the Marchioness's actions, some of their subordinates do not plan to follow their command. In the first place, this war began with the Empress's whim. Win or lose, it won't have much effect on House Angel. Given our situation, we should prioritize Lin Sama's safety first. Agreed. One of the staff members tuned in while the others nodded along. No one wants to die in a place like this. Besides, even if they choose to withdraw here, the one who will be blamed is not them but the Duchess, who pathetically got herself defeated. When they can simply shift the blame, there's no reason for them to risk their life uselessly. However, what do we do if our fleet continues to attack the enemy flagship? I believe this Radiant is a fairly old ship. A lucky hit would be all that was needed to sink it. Seriously, they should just put Her Excellency on there, Oda Vanson. The Chief of Staff bitterly lamented. However, complaining won't improve their situation. At this range, we should be able to manage a laser communication. Let's negotiate with them to move Lin Sama to a safe place. We will tell them that all ships under House Angel are ready to surrender. The motivation of a noble who has no stake in this war was extremely low, and Diarose has already taken that into account with her plan. CH-248, Battleship Showdown 3. Multiple Noridian ships are withdrawing from battle while signaling their surrender. They are ships under House Angel and their vassals. Since they cannot afford to risk killing their mistress, they probably had no other choice. As I thought, their morale is pretty much non-existent. To think that they would raise the white flag with just this much. How easy. Diazo satisfactorily nodded to herself inside the cockpit of Excalibur. Nearly half of the enemy fleet has surrendered. Even if they dubbed the Angel Fleet, most of them are aristocrats who have no close relationship with the Duchess's house, as the Duchess herself was only given command of the fleet by the Empress. It is also honestly unexpected that this many enemy ships would choose to withdraw. I was hoping that they would do everything to get their mistress back though. It seems they are not all that motivated, said Kaisi while sharply turning his striker. A red beam from an enemy blaster rifle flew past the place he was. In return, his green beam homed into the jetter that fired at him and disabled it. Kaisai and the others are currently fending off the enemy striker units at a distance from the Kalanchen main fleet. The enemy is constantly sending their anti-ship striker units to support their battleship's assault. It would be a waste of opportunity to be pushed back when they are gaining the upper hand, so this is also an important task. I told you before. Most of the aristocrats mobilized in this war were only those who had to be here to fulfill their military obligation. Most of them probably couldn't care less how this war turns out. Vassals are obliged to dispatch troops at the aristocrats' request. The system is called military service. In return, the high-ranking aristocrats give them various benefits such as protection and the likes. Unfortunately, no aristocrats are that motivated to fight a war out of such obligation. In many cases, they would quickly surrender when the danger is upon them and quickly withdraw, choosing to pay reparation instead. I've had my fair share of hard times dealing with these unmotivated aristocrats after all. Seriously, it's a nice feeling. Kyufufu, a dark smile accompanies Diarose's laugh. Seeing that, Kaisai shrugged. No matter how strong he is, in the end, he's just a single mercenary. He can't possibly understand what she's gone through as a commander. Meanwhile, their fleets kept on bombarding the remaining enemy ships. Their gunfire looked like flashes of a camera. Green and red beams are making an impact on the enemy battleships. The Noridian also steadily fired back, but with many of their ships having their FC radar destroyed, their counterattack was hardly effective. The battle was almost one-sided. At that moment, one of the Noridian battleships got hit in its main turret and powerfully exploded. Their ammunition depot probably got hit. At a glance, it's good news, but with such an explosion, the crew stationed near the main turrets would be dead. With the icon relaying their death directly to Kaisai, he involuntarily clenched his teeth. The unpleasant sensation of pain and sadness is gnawing on his brain. It was horrible, but he couldn't tell them to stop. If they let their guard down, the ones who will be hunted instead would be the Kalanchans and Valentina's soldiers. He wants to minimize the number of casualties, but he also understands that a mediocre idealistic method would only bring more deaths. This is not fun at all. Seriously, all he can do is defeat the enemies in front of him without killing them. Thinking so, he accelerated his striker and closed in on Vil. Vil tried to intercept his charge with a photon saber but couldn't make it. The pile bunker shot through its armor and pierced its phase transition turbine, killing its engine. Damn it, I haven't heard that such a monster would be here. Little by little the Noridian strikers began to withdraw. Almost none of them wanted to throw their life away to get through Kaisai. Like the Angel Fleet, their morale also seems to be quite low. Boring. This is not fun at all. I'm not one to say this, but, Master, You're hard to please yourself, you know. Dia-Rose can't tell if her master actually loves or hates battle. With a bitter expression, she looked at the radar screen. A large number of light dots are approaching them from a distance. Enemy reinforcement? No, that direction should be. Dia-Rose shifted her eyes to the tactical map. The direction they are coming from was a satellite in which they stationed their allies at. The reinforcement Schlier mentioned. I see, so this is the last push. As she surmised, the approaching dots were the Kalanchen missile vessels. Although they are only around 50 meters in size each, they are equipped with a large grenade launcher. They are capable of launching missiles that can deal major damage to battleships with a direct hit. The missile vessels are accelerating at full speed toward the enemy fleet. When they are already having their handful dealing with Kalanchen battleships, the enemy would certainly find it difficult to fend off these missile vessels. Although some of the vessels were hit by secondary weapons and autocannons and destroyed, most of them managed to get inside their effective range. Fire! As soon as the commander of the missile vessel unit issued her command, their grenade launchers immediately opened fire. Large torpedo-looking missiles flooded toward the Norwegian battleships. The enemy are trying to defend themselves using their AA turrets, but they could not intercept all the missiles. The next moment, a number of huge fireballs rose on the battlefield. Some were directly hit on the stern and hull. Smoke spews from their pierced armor plate. With such powerful missiles, even battleships as robust as the Norwegian wouldn't be safe. Knowing that, their crews begin evacuating to their lifeboats. It's over now. Dia-Rose gently stroked Kaisai's shoulder. In return, only a weak, "I see," escaped his mouth. CH 249. Intuition. With the missile vessels joining the fray, the Kalanchens immediately gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, the auxiliary ships such as destroyers and small-size cruisers which were supposed to prevent this kind of attack already had their hand full not getting caught up by the bombardment from the battleships. As a result, most of the Norwegian battleships were either half destroyed due to the flood of missiles. They couldn't possibly get out of there safely with that many missiles fired at them. A number of them were sunk while the few that managed to stay safe chose to withdraw. Phew. Our side is doing better than I expected. Maybe our enemy is just too naive. Without celebrating their win, Dia-Rose lightly muttered to herself. Her gesture looked like she was caressing a whip in her hand, but she soon realized that she didn't actually carry one and let out a bitter smile. After all, she had already given her favorite whip to Kaisai. With nothing for her hands to play with, Dia-Rose started stroking Kaisai's hair. Her touch was like she was handling a precious treasure. They really are not motivated for this. Their strikers have already withdrawn too. Should we head back to support our fleet? The troops that had been engaging Kaisai's group until a while ago had already retreated with tails between their legs when they saw the situation. Thanks to that, he's bored to death. Moreover, with his mission being the interception of enemy strikers, he cannot give chase to the fleeing enemies. It would be pointless to expect loyalty from commoners and lower aristocrats. That said, they will give it their all with a reward dangling in front of them or when their hometown and livelihood is threatened. In such cases, the Norwegian army is truly strong. It was very convincing coming from Dia-Rose, who was on the invader side not too long ago. Kaisai made a bitter smile at such a turnover. Still, these aristocrats are just a part of the opening act. Rather, we should be careful in time like this. It was the moment Dia-Rose said that Kaisai's expression suddenly turned severe and he immediately powered his thrusters. Due to the sudden acceleration, Dia-Rose accidentally bit her tongue and is now in tears. Ouch, ouch. Sorry. Kaisai-san, what's the matter? Faster than he could finish apologizing, Schlier's puzzled voice came in through the comm line. Schlier and Valentina were with Kaisai on the mission to fend off the enemy strikers and destroyers. It was not a mission the commander herself should be doing, but it couldn't be helped since they missed their chance to return to their fleets. More of them is coming. I have to stop them before they reach our battleships. What? In a hurry, Schlier immediately scanned her radar. There is no enemy reaction, but the Norwegians' stealth technology cannot be underestimated. not to mention the heavy communication jamming they are under. There is a good chance that the enemy managed to slip through and is approaching them as they speak, so she elected to trust in Kaisai's intuition. Thinking so, Schleer accelerated her striker, flying after Kaisai with Valentina following behind her. This is bad. Our ships are moving in to pursue the fleeing enemy. New enemy, huh? With this kind of timing, no matter how I think about it, it must be Mother. The fleets under the direct control of the Empress. Their number aside, the quality of her soldiers should be incomparable to these riffraff aristocrats. We cannot afford to take a counterattack at this time. Chief, stop pursuing the enemy and withdraw the fleet immediately. The Kalanchen main fleet is on the offensive, pursuing the remnants of the Angel fleet. If the enemy flanks them while they are doing that, the damage will be catastrophic. Panicked, Schleer gave a withdrawal order. Anyway, we have to stop the enemy's advance. Which direction are they coming from? With their technologies unreliable, they can only depend on Kaisai's sixth sense. Schleer asked with a small growl. From my field. Sorry, but I can only tell that much. That's plenty. However, I've stationed some of our allies in the I field. The fact that there's still no report coming from them. Maybe the enemy is jamming the communication. They might even get annihilated before they could warn us. Ugh. If that's the case, then it's truly the Empress after all. If Diros is correct, they should expect the enemy to be fairly strong. Even their battle against the Angel fleet was not that one-sided. In any case, we need to do a recon to ascertain it, right? I'm going. Some common recon unit would be wiped out in an instant after all. It's a pain, but we will have to do this ourselves. To be honest, it would be best if we can switch Leah and my foolish sister with two from the Four Heavenly though. HMPH, I can handle a simple recon mission just fine. Unamused by her sister's comment, Valentina replied. On the other hand, Diros simply shrugs in silence. The Four Heavenly are too far away right now. We can't communicate with them using laser com either. Rather than going back and wasting time, it would be better for us to go. Schleer is right. If they keep loitering around, they won't be able to intercept the Empress's fleet in time. With a small sigh, Kaisai stares off into the distant cosmic sky. CH 250. The Empress enters the battle. So it ends up like this after all, huh? That was what the Empress said as soon as she received the report of the Angel fleet's routing. A Volt army normally became terribly vulnerable with the loss of its commander, so she had predicted that it would come to this when she heard that Duchess Angel was defeated. Pathetic fools. Well, it's good that they lost so brilliantly. It saved me the trouble of purging those lazy parasites myself. The Empress plays with her fan while saying so. She meant what she said. She may have looked displeased whenever she received the report of her subordinates' failure, but when they went and got themselves defeated that badly, it brought a smile to her face. Still, her heart was still boiling like magma. Once this battle is over, we need to have a nationwide reorganizing of aristocrats. There are already too many of those commoner filths. I have no use for incompetent aristocrats. Purging the country clean of these garbages would be more beneficial. The Empress slammed her fan shut. Incompetent allies are more of a threat than competent enemies. It was her personal principle to purge such a threat quickly and thoroughly. First would be the remnants of the Angel fleet. They have sullied the Empire's name. Purging their entire houses wouldn't be enough as a punishment. Reporting. The enemy's main force is retreating, Your Majesty. What? The Empress's cruel train of thoughts was stopped by the frantic voice of the enemy search operator. With a blue vein on her forehead almost popped, the Empress asked her to elaborate. How far apart are we? 12,000, Your Majesty. Impossible. We have the state-of-the-art active stealth equipment. Under this much jamming, it should be impossible for them to detect us from that far. But deceiving the radar of the Kalanchen outdated ships is a piece of cake, while their advanced ships like their Odervansen and Prussia were originally built by Nord. A way to trick their radar in case of a rebellion has already been considered when they were built and is actively being used right now. Our search radar and quantum sonar did not pick any strange signal. It is highly unlikely that they have detected us through conventional means, Your Majesty. But their movement is still too strange. They have won against such a large fleet, Why give up the chance to pursue such fleeing enemies and earn accomplishment for themselves? To be safe, the Empress had her fleet waiting at a safe distance until earlier. This is to launch a counterattack at the most opportune time, which is the moment when the Kalanshans start pursuing the Angel fleet. The fact that her enemy has given up on such a good opportunity confused her. Perhaps they have already exhausted their ammunition? Their fleet had been fighting multiple consecutive battles. Maybe they do not have enough ammunition to extend themselves, Your Majesty. One of the staff members suggested a possibility. And to some extent, it does make sense. The Kalanshan main fleet should be almost out of their ammunition. That much is clear given how long they have been fighting on the front line. That makes sense. And if that's true, then we have no need to go out of our way to flank them. A direct assault would easily be enough to defeat them. The Empress said with a grin. If she can hit the Kalanshans while their ammunition is exhausted and can't put up a fight, then it would be a nice feeling for her. What is their course? Are they planning to run to another system, or from the projection? They are retreating backward, Your Majesty. I believe they are heading to the planet Galii. So the insects prefer their burrow. Good. This will be easier to clean up. If the Kalanshans turn tail and escape, then it's possible that their fast-moving ships might be able to get away. The fact that they chose to fight on a planet that has no escape route is pleasant to her ears. After all, if she can annihilate the Kalanshan fleet here, she will be able to do pretty much whatever she wants with their country afterward. Perhaps the enemy is planning to have their last stand there? In that case, I believe that it would be dangerous for us to rush at Galii blind, Your Majesty. No. Rather, they might be aiming to exploit such hesitations. If Galii was that fortified in the first place, then they would have no need to come out to face us in space. A space battle is one without cover. It's a place where you face your enemy head-on. There is little room to rely on defense equipment or strategy. That's why the side with fewer numbers will be always at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the Kalanshans came out to fight her army in outer space. This information gives credit to the conjecture that her enemy cannot sufficiently defend themselves on Galii. That or there's a reason the Kalanshans do not want to fight on the surface of Galii. At best, the planet's defensive equipment would be artillery. More or less a fortress gun size. If that's the case, then we should have no problem taking them on from the front. Giving the enemy time to prepare would be unwise. It would make the ammunition that the Angel fleet managed to exhaust go to waste. The Empress said in a sarcastic tone. Some of her staff followed with an evil sneer. However, the enemy search operator's nervous voice echoed on the bridge again. Please wait. Enemy signals. There are striker signals approaching our fleet, Your Majesty. Strikers? How many? 3. No, there are more than a dozen following behind them. Judging from the speed, the 3 in front are probably Zenith type. They are probably aiming for my head. But what do they think they can do with that number? Cuckoo, foolish Kalanshans. It seems they are quite cornered. The number of enemies was too small, and the Empress involuntarily broke into a smile. TLN, 250, only 50 more. Well, at this speed it would be in 10 weeks though. Lol. CH 251, encounter, interceptors. As expected. They won't let us get close to the Empress that easily. Diarose groaned while staring at the radar screen. The screen was filled with noises from the jamming, but at this distance, it is still somewhat useful. Thanks to this, now they can confirm the position of the enemy fleets. However, if they can confirm their enemy's location, it means that the enemy can see them as well. A large number of strikers have been dispatched from the enemy fleet and are approaching them. It's been a while, so I want to see the Odacroys myself, but I guess there's no helping it. If possible, she wanted to get closer to visually confirm that the Empress's ship is within their ranks, but she doesn't want to push her luck. With her arms crossed, Diarose glanced at Kaisai's complexion. That Odacroys, it's the flagship of the Noridian army, right? It's the Empress's personal battleship. It's the same type as my. No, it's no longer mine, but it's the same type as the Odavansen. The same as that ship. Fighting that kind of ship from the front would be harsh on our fleet, right? Knowing how great of a threat the Odavansen, was. A bitter smile floated on Kaisai's face. The current flagship of Kalanshia side is there, Radiant, is a huge battleship that looks like a cruiser. Of course, they also have the Odavansen on their side, so it won't be so one-sided, but the crew currently operating it is poorly trained, and honestly, as it is right now, the ship is not all that reliable. Just like earlier, we can focus on disabling their FC radars though. If they can destroy the enemy radars, then they will gain a significant advantage in the upcoming battle. The reason why they were able to rout the Angel fleet was also due to the great drop in enemy accuracy. If their FC radars were still intact, even without the Duchess, the Angel fleet would still be able to put up a decent fight. Destroying the FC radars is a tried-and-true tactic. With the confidence she gained from defeating the Angel fleet, Schleer casually proposed they do it again. No, give up on that. The Empress is very cautious and her subordinates are all elite. It would be too risky to try that even for Master. Diarose did not say that it would be too risky for us, she said it would be too risky even for Kaisai. In truth, they couldn't have pulled the earlier operation off without him. Attacking a fleet with a solid defense with only a few strikers is nothing but a suicide. Schleer and the others were simply safe because the enemy AA turrets were focused on Kaisai's flashy maneuvers. Being told that, Schleer felt like she just got splashed with cold water. She thinks about it for a moment, but she didn't have much time as the AI has already started warning them about the approaching enemy strikers. Interrupted by the cold, enemy approaching, from the AI, Schleer switched her way of thinking. If they are defeated here, then the Kalanchian fleets would be defeated just as easily as the Angel fleet. They cannot pointlessly risk it all here. Let's retreat for the time being. It's enough that we know where the enemy is coming from. The Kalanchian fleets are currently withdrawing toward Galii. Just as the Noridian staff had reported to the Empress, their ammunition truly is running low. Even in a favorable situation, their fleets are in no condition to fight at full power. With that being the case, there's no other way but to accept it for what it is. Withdrawing is good and all, but it seems we won't be able to avoid fighting these Empress's lackeys, you know, Valentina said with a stern look as she gazed into the distance. The light of the stars is mixed with a number of blue flames from enemy thrusters. They're fast. It would be hard to shake them off at this distance, Kaisai said with a grin. Only the strikers with relatively high-powered thrusters like Excalibur and Colbrand would be able to escape, but the slow ones like their Jetters, Claymores, and Schleers, Mistletoe, won't be able to, so engaging the enemy is unavoidable. All of them should belong to the Imperial Guard. Of course, they are probably using the Imperial Guard issued model, Renian, and Renyanbogen, a fire support specialized variant. Be careful. Valentina's words made a smile spread on Kaisai's face. His enemy will be strong this time. In short, there are a lot of pilots and strikers on the same class as Diarose's personal guards coming our way, right? This is going to be fun. That's right, but don't overdo it, okay? These guys are only one of the Empress's trump cards. You can't allow yourself to get exhausted here. But we can't run either, right? It can't be helped, so let's do this. Geez. Diarose let out a deep sigh at Kaisai's complexion, which no matter how she looks at it, is far from good. Moreover, it doesn't sit right with her how he's not trying to put up a brave front but genuinely excited for his next battle. Valentina, Schleer, it's time for you two to show how womanly you are, okay? Do your best and protect him. You don't have to tell me. Of course. Hearing the two enthusiastically shout their reply, Diarose exhaled a little. It was an expression that says, these two are just too easy. CH-252 versus the Imperial Guards 1. Crimson high-power beams raced through the jet-black blanket of space. They came from the enemy fire support specialized strikers, Renyanbogen. To avoid that, Kaisai and the others spread out. So in short, we just need to hit them hard enough to open a withdrawal window. You can expect their reinforcements to arrive one after another, so make sure you don't push yourselves. Diarose crossed her arms and stated so in a haughty tone, with a small smile leaking to his face at how she ended up acting like she was the commander again. Kaisai pulled the trigger on his control stick. A green beam was shot out from his blaster rifle and impacted the black armor plate on an Renyenbogen's abdomen. Its paint evaporated in an instant and the plate glowed red from the heat, but the shot did not penetrate. However, a beat after, a second shot hit the exact same spot. Even its heavy armor could not withstand this and its engine was pierced. Be careful. The enemy also has long-range weapons. Don't let them get a lock on. The Imperial Guards only consisted of elites, so they did not panic even after one of their comrades was shot down. There, Renyenbogens took an evasive maneuver while pointing their long blaster rifle at Kaisai and the others. Not only that, their Renyans act as their vanguard and fire at them with their blaster rifles. That was simply to keep them in check, but that doesn't mean they can afford not to avoid it. Unlike the aristocrats, the Imperial Guard's morale is high. They won't withdraw so easily. Valentina holds up her lance and charges toward a Renyan. Naturally, the enemy concentrated fire on her, but she skillfully avoided it and continued charging while guarding the ones she couldn't avoid with a buckler on her left arm. First one. With strong momentum, the lance pierced into the Renyan's abdomen. Kicking it away, she pulled the lance back and fired the built-in blaster gun at another Renyan. Renyan is a heavily armored model, so a shot from her lance was not enough to penetrate its armor, but it worked well enough in stopping their movement. I got you. Schleer did not miss her chance. A large missile fired from her Mistletoe stabbed into its back. It immediately detonated, causing a huge fireball. The missile was extremely powerful and the thick armor covering the cockpit and engine were blown away, while the other limbs simply dispersed in all directions. That counts as 1 point for both of us, okay? I'm not petty enough to keep score over this. Do whatever you like. While the two were having that back and forth, Kaisai approached another Renyan. The Imperial Guards greeted him with a barrage from their blaster rifles, but they were parried back with a flash from Excalibur's photon saber. The Imperial Guard saw the beams she fired flying back toward her and managed to block them with her shields. However, that opening was all Kaisai needed. Before she knew it, Kaisai was already at her side and drove his bile bunker into her striker's unprotected flank. So that's the mercenary they called Wicked Star. Concentrate fire on him. Don't let him catch you alone. The other Renyans immediately took a distance away from there. Excalibur, at their commander's order. Almost at the same time, a salvo from the company of Renyenbogens long blaster rifles converged on his position. Whoa! Kaisai swiftly avoided those that he could while batting away the ones that he couldn't with his photon saber. Unlike the Renyan's blaster rifle, the impact he received from batting the higher output of the long blaster rifle shook his cockpit. The 8.8 MW long blaster rifles they are using are not all that powerful, but their fire rate is extremely fast. You should watch out for a barrage, Diarose advised in a joyful tone. Kaisai silently nodded in reply while firing back with his blaster rifle. Of course, there, Renyenbogens continued to fire while taking evasive maneuvers, but they are getting shot down one by one. Just how good is he? There are many excellent pilots in Nord, but they've never fought against someone so out of the norm like him. Beads of cold sweat are forming on the Imperial Guards' faces. It's splendid of you to recognize a man's skills on the battlefield, though. Valentina caught one of the Renyenbogens, unaware, and immediately pierced its engine with her lance. Leave this place to me. I have to show you my good side once in a while after all. Thanks. Thanks to their Coldbrand's assault, the fire support from their Renyenbogen company came to halt. With this, the frontline enemy cannot expect fire support for a while. Now it's time for him to deal with their vanguard. TSK, even against Zeniths, for us to get pushed back like this by just 3 strikers. While somehow avoiding a shot from Kaisai, the commander bitterly said and gritted her teeth. CH-253 versus the Imperial Guards 2. Although the battle is to their advantage, Kaisai's group's goal is to withdraw. Still, their enemy lives up to their elite reputation and they won't be repelled so easily. The compromise here is to maintain a stalemate and slowly retreat. Yug. How troublesome. A high-powered beam from a blaster cannon mounted on their Mistletoe's shoulder penetrated an Renion's engine. She has already shot down a number of Imperial Guards, but the amount of enemies she has to deal with doesn't go down at all. Quantity and quality, it sure is a pain when your enemy has both. Valentina shouted with a severe expression. It may have been a mistake for them to fight the Imperial Guards here by themselves. You guys just keep prioritizing on not getting hit. Their strikers are not something that your Claymore and Jetta can face. Schlier ordered their escorts, which consisted of mass-produced strikers, to stand back. Renion is a quasi-zenith model. Mass-produced strikers would be easily overwhelmed even if their numbers are equal. In a situation where the enemy has more than enough strikers to spare, pitching their mass-produced units against these enemies would be unreasonable. We're already doing that. Just staying on the defensive is all we can do, Mom. A reply came from one of the Claymore pilots. The people they brought with them are their elites. They managed to hold on despite the fact that your average pilot wouldn't last even 10 seconds. Still, even if they do not have the leeway to fire back, it's something to be grateful for that the enemy can not only focus on the 3 zeniths. That's more than enough. Do not push yourselves. Even while they were having that exchange, Kaisai continued to defeat the enemy. Renion had its armor penetrated by a couple of shots from Kaisai, and by the time the pilot noticed that her striker had been disabled, Kaisai has already moved on to another one. You are as terrifying a monster as the rumors said, Wicked Star. Although the pilot fired an anti-armor shell from the multi-purpose launcher installed on their Renion's chest, such a surefire way to deal significant damage to Kaisai was never allowed to hit. With a spray from his head-mounted machine gun, the shell was destroyed mid-air, and a counterattack from his blaster rifle blew their Renion's head clean off. TSK. 0 remaining bullets. 0 remaining bullets. At the same time their Renion pilot clicked her tongue. The electronic voice of the AI reported so. Kaisai immediately threw away his rifle. Allow me. One of the Claymore caught it immediately. Naturally, the enemy concentrated fire on their Claymore, but it's weathering the barrage with a sturdy tower shield. With a swift moment, the pilot launched the blaster rifle mounted on the back toward Kaisai. Thanks. Kaisai reeled the rifle in with the wire gun. It's the same model that he usually uses, and it's fitted with a brand new magazine. To mitigate the need for him to resupply, Kaisai is always accompanied by a pilot. You went and did something unnecessary. You won't escape. 2 Renions pointed their rifles' muzzles toward the Claymore, but Kaisai wouldn't allow them to hurt his supplier. With 2 shots from his new rifle, the enemy blaster rifles were blown away from their hands. Just like that, he accelerated at full throttle. Blue flame explosively blew from his main thruster, and the distance between him and the 2 strikers was no more. The pilot of one of the Renions reflexively pulled out a photon saber from the back, but that was about all she could do. Before the red beam blade could form, her striker was already pierced by the pile bunker. Next. This is just ridiculous. The Imperial Guard hatefully shouted at Kaisai, who had been wreaking havoc. Despite the fact that a group of elites piloting top-tier strikers is attacking him from all sides, they can't even contain this pure white strikers rampage. But we still have the pride of the Imperial Guards to uphold. Translation: but we can't retire here. Inspired, the Imperial Guards pointed their weapons toward Excalibur. It was at this moment, all units spread out. A sharp voice hits Kaisai and the others' ears. Reflexively, Kaisai flew up, and merely a few seconds later, a number of thick beams rain on the battlefield. What? The Imperial Guards scramble to evade, but even without a direct hit, the strong scattered particles peculiar to high-power beams take out their camera, and some of them even lose some limbs. In no time, several Renions and Renion Bogans were incapacitated. Enemy ships. No. The Imperial Guards quickly scanned their radar, but there was no such reaction in the area. However, beams that powerful cannot be used by a striker. That left them with one possibility. Mobile artillery. The Kalanchen Mobile Artillery Unit has come to the rescue. Use this chance to withdraw. We will follow you after the next salvo. Understood. Without missing the opening created by the bombardment, Kaisai's group started to withdraw. The Imperial Guards immediately tried to chase after them, but they were stopped by a fierce bombardment from the mobile artillery unit. Damn it! By the time the Imperial Guards managed to regain their posture, Kaisai's group was already too far for them to give chase. Seeing that, they switched their attention to the Kalanchan mobile artillery unit and prepared to snipe them, but they too also began to withdraw. The Kalanchan mobile artillery unit was well aware that they would be in grave danger if the Imperial Guards managed to catch up, so they did not wait around. They got away. How am I going to face Her Majesty after this? The Imperial Guards couldn't help but frown at their eventual predicament. CH 254, Re-entry 1. With their artillery support, Kaisai and the others managed to get away from the Imperial Guards and rejoined the Kalanchan fleets. The fleets are currently conducting a deceleration maneuver in preparation to descend to the surface of Galii. They couldn't afford to have the enemy at their tail at the moment. The enemy made their move earlier than we expected, said Solana with a sigh. After they reported the result of their recon mission, but given the position of the enemy and their fleets, it appears that they do not have much time left. If nothing is done, the enemy might catch up to them even before the fleets can land back on the surface. Our battleships have nowhere near enough ammunition to fight right now. We do have some AP rounds left though. Unlike particle bullets which can travel at almost light speed, AP rounds are too slow for them to use effectively in space. To put it simply, they won't hit anything at such a speed unless the enemy is close enough. Fighting the Empress's fleets with only those things is a suicide. We will get outranged and they will shoot us down even before we can get anywhere near them. That would be the case. Solana growls at Diaros's advice. The enemy is overwhelmingly superior in terms of number and ship performance. Challenging such an enemy in an unfavorable condition like that would not do them any good. In the worst case, we will have to fight them in the middle of our re-entry. In front of Schleer, the surface of Galii is gradually getting closer. The planet, which looks like a snowball floating in the jet-black sky, was covered with a whitish veil of its thin atmosphere. The fleets will concentrate on withdrawing to the surface, while our surface-based defense and strikers will stall the enemy. Do you think that weapon can be used in low orbit? You are planning to use that thing while our allies are out fighting in the field, Your Highness. Just what exactly is that though? Kaisai cocked his head. He was not told the full details of this operation as a precaution against the Noridian intelligence. That said, Schleer did not say anything to Solana and remained silent. Well, there's no other way. I will tell Miss Lyran to warn us before she fires. Please do, Schleer replied in a slightly tired voice. Almost half a day has passed since the battle began. Although they did have their occasional breaks, they've mostly been fighting all the time. No matter how resilient the Vulds are, it seems this battle is wearing them down. So, can I talk with you about the future plan? And it was not just Schleer that was worn out. They have a Terran here who is far less physically fit than the Vulds. So, Diaros nervously talked to Kaisai, who's obviously exhausted. What do you mean? While biting the dried fruits energy bar, Kaisai asked back. If possible, he wants a warm meal right now, but with the enemy so close by, he can't afford to leisurely take his time to eat here. Can I take control for the time being? The cockpit of Excalibur was one modified from a trainer unit, so the back seat also came with the equipment required for maneuvering the striker. And right now, Diaros wants to make full use of that. This again. Why? We are only about halfway through the operation. It would be very bad for us if Master collapses here, right? Yeah, honestly. Kaisai wants to argue back, but he understands well how poor his physical ability is, so he reluctantly agreed and groans to himself. Certainly, if the battle continues at this pace, he will reach his limit soon. This he knows from his many years of mercenary work. I agree, the enemies are powerful, but now we can fight with the support of our allies. Excalibur itself is a fairly high-performance striker. Even with Diaros as the pilot, it should be able to put up a decent fight. No, it's impossible for me to be as good as Master, but I can fight well enough as a soldier. With a grin, Diaros taps the control stick in her hand. Is this going to be okay? If she betrays us, then Valentina, who still doesn't fully trust Diaros, frowned at the suggestion with her arms crossed. As a pilot, Kaisai is extremely powerful and nigh unrivaled, but his physical ability is extremely low. With the control of Excalibur, it would be simple for Diarose to just fly away with Kaisai unable to defend himself. It will be fine. As long as we have that footage, Diarose cannot return to the Noridian army. That line sounds like it came straight out of an erotic doujin, you know, Kaisai muttered with his eyes narrowed. On the other hand, Diarose snickered. Besides, Kaisai has the detonator of her collar. If she tries anything, then it will be bang and it's all over. Oh, how scary. I will behave, so spare me from that, okay? Valentina's frown deepened at Diarose's joking tone, but the matter about her collar does bring some credibility to her argument. Are you really okay with this, my love? Her voice was void of her usual confidence. Well, I certainly need a break. I will be relying on Diarose for a while. I see. Then it can't be helped. Valentina let out a small sigh. Kaisai felt that something was slightly off from her attitude, but a voice from the radio interrupted his thoughts. Enemy strikers approaching. They appear to be from the Empress's personal fleet, Mom. I knew that they are close, but they've already caught up. The enemy is attacking, Diarose bitterly said before turning her eyes to Kaisai. Then I will take the control for the time being. I have to show Master my cool side once in a while after all. Yeah. With a bitter smile, Kaisai touched the panel on the console and transferred control to the back seat. CH-255, Re-entry 2. The Kalanchian fleets are steadily descending to the planet's surface. In this situation, if they take an evasive maneuver, their landing point will greatly deviate from the planned location, making their only option to be to intercept the enemy away from the fleets. Because of that, Kaisai and the others decided to meet the Imperial Guards at a location slightly away from the fleets. At this range, they should be within the range where their battleship's main turrets can provide support. Naturally, many strikers from the escort units are with them as well. I can't possibly fly in solo and wreak havoc behind the enemy formation like Master did. After all, I will focus on logistical support, so I will leave the vanguard role to you guys, okay? Saying so, Diarose glanced at the sub-monitor and read the specs of the new weapon she took out. It was an 8.5 MW long blaster rifle. It was a long-range model of the rifle Kaisai usually uses, with a long barrel for long-distance sniping. I imagined you would be using your whip and shotgun or some kind of close-quarter weapon though. Will you be alright using something you're not familiar with? I've been training. Don't worry. She did her best because she knew that she had to protect Kaisai, who was physically weaker than the rest of them. If she decided to fight up close using the full power of their zenith, Kaisai would probably get crushed by G. To lessen the physical burden on him, she chose to fight at a distance. Okay, I will expect you to show me Lyran-san's level of skills, alright? Don't be unreasonable. It's impossible for her to get on the level of someone who climbed her way up from being just a mere mercenary to one of the four heavenly through her sniping skills alone. Kaisai and Valentina laughed at Diarose's angry retort. And here they come. All strikers, move in to intercept. Do not let even a single one of them through. However, such a casual atmosphere didn't last long. The moment her radar detected the incoming enemy, Schleer immediately sharpened up and gave her order. A moment later, multiple beams flew over from the enemy side. Their claymores and jetters scrambled to evade. Muttering so, Diarose carefully accelerated the Excalibur. Since the first volley was probably just to profire, she didn't have any problem evading. Diarose exhaled in relief. Their Excalibur is much worse than her Zentis in terms of balance. That's why she needed to be careful maneuvering it. I'm disconnected from the icon, so I'm practically useless right now. I can't warn you if anything dangerous is coming, so be careful, Kaisai said apologetically. Right now, Diarose is the one who's connected to the icon. His superhuman reactions and sixth sense came from the icon system, so he cannot do his usual things at the moment. I know. That was why I suggested I took over in the first place. What do you mean? It's nothing. Diarose cut short their conversation with an awkward smile. Just like that, she takes aim at a Renian, which is flying toward them. After waiting for the crosshair to change color from red to green, Dairose squeezed the trigger. The green beam flew at sublight speed and raced toward the Renian, but as though the pilot already predicted its trajectory, Renian easily avoided it. The second and third shots which he fired in succession were also avoided. Dairose clicked her tongue. I don't want to think that I really got rusty, but ... I guess I should expect no less from the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards is a unit that would be very reassuring to have as an ally but quite troublesome to deal with as an enemy. Moreover, Dairose hasn't piloted a striker in real battle for a long time, and it made her feel like her senses have dulled. She wanted to just let out a sigh, but she held it in. Renian, that had been avoiding Dairose's shots, was blown away by Schlier's cannon. Its flying posture collapsed from the repeated evasive maneuvers, so it couldn't avoid a direct hit from Schlier. Schlier's shot hit its waist, blowing away its legs with oil spilling from its damaged part. Nice support. Her prey was stolen, but she was rather thankful for the assistance. The Imperial Guards are enemies that they must be vigilant against, so the situation where they can pick them off one by one is the desired result. This is just right. Now, play a bloodhound for me, foolish little sister. I and Schlier will be the hunters. You're getting carried away again. Valentina seemed a little dissatisfied, but the tactic Dairose proposed would certainly be effective. Even for her, Renians is not an easy enemy. A coordinated fight would be to their advantage. With a deep sigh, she suppressed her frustration with her reasons and accelerated. Sorry, but you guys will have to be my outlet. While firing her built-in blaster gun, she approached a Renian. The low-power blaster gun couldn't penetrate its thick armor, but with Schlier and Dairose in charge of dealing damage, she only needs to keep their movement in check. CH-256. Re-entry 3. Dairose and the others continued to desperately intercept the Imperial Guards' assault, because only their zeniths like Excalibur and Miss Tiltwine can fight the Renians. In terms of performance, the mass-produced models like Claymore and Jetta from the escort units can only provide fire support. The Striker ... It's so heavy. Their altitude is decreasing at a tremendous speed, and a thin veil of reddish air from the adiabatic compression is covering the surface of their strikers as they approach the surface. Even small aircraft like a Striker cannot move freely in such an environment, and this is especially true for their Excalibur, which was unreasonably modified. Don't overdo it, okay? I couldn't care less if you die, but I won't let you take my love with you, Valentina said in a sarcastic tone. She agreed to play the role of a hunting dog despite her reluctance, because she wanted to keep Kaisai safe. For her, it's better to have the Excalibur stay as far back as possible. Obviously, I literally grind my head to the ground to keep this life of mine. After all, my will to stay alive won't lose to anyone. Don't worry. HMPH, I guess so. Haha, you did look quite pathetic after all. Valentina blew her thruster with a dark smile spreading on her face. The tip of her lance closed in on a Renian that's struggling to get through the turbulence of the atmosphere. Colbrand is technically a zenith. Its charge attack was plenty sharp. Renian tried to avoid it, but the moment it moved away, Dairose shot it with her long blaster rifle. With a longer barrel, the firepower was enough to pierce even the armor of an Imperial Guards exclusive Striker. Her aim was the cockpit. Naturally, it was instant death for the pilot. However, even if she had aimed at the engine, the Striker, which lost its power, would just free fall to the surface and the pilot would inevitably die anyway. The killing was unavoidable. However, because he is not connected to the icon, Kaisai was not assaulted by the feedback from the pilot's death. It was never a good feeling nonetheless, so he kept his mouth shut. Sorry. If I'm as skilled as Master, then I might be able to avoid it, but no, I understand. You can do it your way, Dairose. You don't have to go along with my method. On a battlefield, the demerits that come with his no-killing preference are too heavy to be imposed on others. It's Kaisai's belief that he should not force others to go along with his own preference. After all, he knows that it's natural for the soldiers to prioritize their own lives over that of their enemies. Can't you get through the enemy yet, you stupid fools? However, They do not have the time to be sentimental. The Imperial Guard's commander was frustrated at their lack of progress and came out to the front herself. The glossy black paint made her striker look kind of similar to the other Renians here, but its massive body set it apart from the rest. There, gets. That Zenith belongs to the Imperial Guard captain. She's strong, you know. Diarose gives a small nod to Valentina's explanation. Meanwhile, the jet black Zenith called Gets is approaching them at a tremendous speed with a stupidly large mace in its hand. Its specs are similar to that of the Zeniths piloted by the members of the Imperial family, and the captain is almost as skilled as the Four Heavenly. She would be a troublesome enemy to fight head-on. If she was alone, then it's possible that the three of them could take her down with a coordinated attack, but there were Renians spreading out around her with Renian bogans, providing fire support with their blaster cannon from behind. They're clearly at a disadvantage here. In a time like this ... we have to compensate quantity with quality. Can you hear me? Four Heavenly, Master is in peril, you know. When Diarose shouted into the radio, a number of panicked replies came through. Yawawawawa, I'm coming right away. NNHNG, how troublesome. Soon. They won't lay a hand on my lord as long as I stay alive. Leave this to me. In an instant, Eleanor, Nora, and Tursis, who were fighting at a distance away, immediately flew over and stood in the way of the Imperial Guard captain. They still behave like a knight after all. That's convenient for me. Kukakaku. If the enemy is on the level of the Four Heavenly, then the obvious solution would be to have the Four Heavenly fight them. It was a simple conclusion. With a nasty smile, Diarose shoots her long blaster rifle at the group of Renians that the Four Heavenly were fighting to fill in the hole they left. Damn you, Four Heavenly, so you truly betrayed us, huh? I don't know what led you astray, but I will crush all of you here. Befitting her position, the Imperial Guard captain did not falter at the arrival of the Four Heavenly. Rather, she was more than eager to swing her mace at their Van Wolf. Ha, you musclebrain. It's you who will be crushed here. Desu. Of course. And I am enough to crush them. Let's have a duel. Tursis-sama, please don't bother with a duel in a situation like this. Diarose's plan to have the Four Heavenly crush her enemy together collapsed in an instant, and she couldn't help but heave a heavy sigh. CH-257 begins the setting sun 1. HMPH. These trash Kalanchans are putting up a decent fight, huh? At the bridge of the Noridian flagship, there, Adelcroix. The Empress muttered in a weary tone. She leans back in her seat and looks at the monitor, which is now displaying their current battle situation like she was watching a sports competition. You still can't break through their strikers? My deepest apology, Your Majesty. The staff in charge of overseeing their striker operation answered while breaking out in a cold sweat. Despite the fact that she had deployed their elite Imperial Guards, they still cannot penetrate through their enemy's line of defense and get close to the enemy fleets. Her performance right now could be considered so pathetic that it would not be strange for the Empress to dish out her punishment. However, the enemy's resistance has weakened. I believe that we can break through soon. The staff continued with a weak smile. In truth, the Kalanchans are applying much weaker pressure due to the fact that Diarose had switched into pilot the Excalibur in place of Kaisai. They are putting up a good enough fight, but the staff theorized that the Kalanchans are becoming exhausted after a long battle. HMPH, imbeciles. Remember well not to try my patience. Get it through your skull that I can find a replacement for you whenever I want. Of course, Your Majesty. The Empress sadistically looked down at the cowering staff. Then, suddenly she shifted her eyes to the monitor before bringing up some information by operating the control panel. At this speed, we won't be able to get on top of their fleets, huh? If possible, I want to wipe them out before they can reach the surface. The surface of Galia is a complex terrain with extremely high mountains and steep valleys. It's possible that the enemy might be able to elude them if they go low enough. The Kalanchan fleets are also running low on their ammunition. Hitting them hard before they can resupply would be great too. That said, at this rate, it would be impossible. Even if it is a little risky, bringing their fleets close would work better to their advantage. Your Majesty, the enemy will be able to attack us from the surface. Are you certain? Well, They probably have a couple of fortress guns down there, but the Adelcroix possesses the toughest defense among all of the battleships belonging to the Imperial Army. Unless they have a 50 MW class fortress gun, there's no need to fear their pathetic resistance at this range. After all, they are facing Kalanshia, a poor backwater nation. It's very unlikely that they would be able to prepare such a high-caliber fortress gun. Certainly, only a fool would recklessly rush in there. Still, it would be stupid of us to worry over a threat that doesn't exist. Don't you think it's high time for us to go on an actual offensive? She had been using her subordinates as a shield until just a while ago, but the staff readily complied with her order. Nord is a country where demotion and the death penalty would immediately befall those who do not obey the Empress. That's why the Empress herself is always surrounded by yes women. Ready all units for anti-ship warfare. Bring my fleet on top of the enemy. The Noridian fleet was already close to the Kalanshans to attack them from long range. When the entire fleet powered their thrusters, the distance between them shrank in a blink of an eye. Right now, the Empress's fleet is right on top of the Kalanshans, who are in the middle of their descent to the surface. The Kalanshan escorts were occupied with dealing with the Imperial Guards and could not intercept them. With nothing between her fleet and the Kalanshan main fleet, the Empress could see her enemy descending below with her bare eyes. Not even a tiny bit of resistance, huh? This is just pathetic. It is clear that the Kalanshans have no chance of victory when it comes to fleet battles. Convinced of her victory, a smile floated to the Empress's mouth. Enemy fleet within range. Good. At that moment, a crimson flash illuminated the battlefield. A gigantic torrent of beams pierced through a battleship flying right next to the Adelcroix. Its crimson hull melted scrap metal in a blast furnace, followed by a violent explosion. A fierce shockwave and shattered pieces of steel struck their Adelcroix, tilting the entire ship. The helmsman desperately grabbed onto the wheel with a blue face. With the ship losing its balance, the air resistance is causing it to spin out of control. Wow, what happened? Caught completely off guard, the Empress lost her cool for a moment. No ordinary attack can obliterate a battleship in one shot. Being glared at by the Empress, the operator hurriedly gave her report. Scanning for the point of origin. We should get the result. Done. Putting it on the front monitor, the Empress was at a loss for words when she saw what was on the monitor. It was a telephoto image, so the quality is a bit rough, but she can make out the figure of a gigantic cannon with legs. It was the mobile fortress, Valiza, the strategic weapon Nord had dispatched to Kalanshia. I missed. There, Valiza was standing still on an iceberg. The place where its cockpit was supposed to be was hollowed out and replaced by a mounting platform for a purple zenith. It was Lyran's exclusive striker, their Priciter. Despite the fact that she just shot down a battleship, her expression shows nothing but dissatisfaction. What a disgrace. It can't be helped. The barrel and the aiming system were broken and we are forcibly using it after all. A Kalanshan soldier pilots her Claymore to insert a new particle cartridge while comforting Lyran. In return, Lyran let out a dissatisfied sigh. The Kalanshan army recovered the defeated Valiza and put it here after some emergency repairs. It's not fully operational, but it can be used as a fixed battery. Still, its accuracy is unreliable because it was damaged so badly in the battle. Even Nord's former best sniper ended up missing her shot. If would have been a big win if I managed to take out the Empress. With a frown, Lyran once again looked down her scope. CH-258 begins the setting sun 2. Change the primary target to the Valiza. Hurry up and take it out. The ultra-high caliber cannon there, Valiza, holds enough power to sink even their toughest battleship in a single shot. Since its destructive power was just demonstrated right in front of her, the captain immediately gave that order with a pale face. After all, it was allowed to fire another shot. There, Adelcroix might be the next one to go. The 450 centimeters triple cannons on there, Adelcroix, take aim at the Valiza on top of the iceberg. Naturally, the other side also noticed that, but their Valiza showed no sign of taking an evasive maneuver. First salvo, commence fire. The main turrets blew fire at the command. Not only there, Adelcroix, but all other battleships also launched their attack. Countless crimson rays raced toward the Volizer. Their Volizer is as big as a battleship, so no one misses their shot. However, just before the high-power beams can hit the Volizer directly, they all unnaturally diverge in different directions. Some of the scattered particles managed to graze its armor, but that did no real damage to the Volizer. Fools! That thing is equipped with a deflection shield, but battleships' turrets can't touch that thing. The Empress screamed. Her face looked extremely pale. The deflection shield can deflect both beams and physical bullets with strong repulsive force. It is an extremely powerful defensive device. Naturally, it has its limits, but it would take them some time to bypass that shield. On the other hand, if the Empress's ship gets shot down before they can destroy their Volizer, then all the battle so far would go to waste. Anyway, lower us down first. Get me out of its line of fire. However, the enemy fleets are. One of the staff moaned. The Kalanchans can fire at them at this range, but they did not launch their attack. It's likely that they are out of ammunition, and this is a great chance for them to attack. Shut up. Their pathetic fleets can wait. Get us down immediately. Why, yes, Your Majesty. The ship's bow turned toward the surface. The helmsman then utilized the thruster at the stern at full power. The ship's interior is being protected by an inertial control device, and they have artificial gravity on board. But such a massive movement ended up making some crew members fall over. Naturally, the other ships in the fleet also begin to descend following its flagship. It's obvious that they also do not want to be a sitting duck for the mobile fortress's cannon. According to the topographic, there is a large valley near our location where we can hide in. Let's head there, Your Majesty. Good, I'll allow it. Hurry. Since the Volizer is on top of an iceberg, its firing angle was extremely wide. Lowering their altitude alone won't cut it. They have to completely cut off the enemy's line of sight. The fact that Galia is filled with mountains and valleys brings relief to the Emperor's growing heat signature from their Volizer. The second shot is. However, that peace of mind does not last long. Even before the operator could finish her report, an extra thick beam flew past the Adelcroix, even though the shot didn't even scratch the ship itself. The A8 turrets and autocannons popped off from the heat from the scattered particles. The Empress's expression looked like she got ice-cold water poured up her ass. The bridge was filled with warning alarms while the operators nervously scrambled to give damage reports. Their state immediately changed from casual to shaken. The fact that the Kalanchan fleets are right before their eyes flew out of their heads. Hurry up and get us out of here. Although they got lucky this time, the Empress does not plan to stay around and hope for the next shot. She was half panicked. We're already at full speed, Your Majesty. The helmsman replied. She spoke the truth. As the white icebergs, all Galia was already right in front of them. Once their altitude got to 3,000, the helmsman adjusted the ship's posture and it now aligned horizontally to the surface. After that, with a burst of their reverse thrust, their speed gradually decreased. Incoming enemy destroyers and missile vessels. NNGH. The Empress let out a muffled scream at the report. A unit of small vessels appeared out of nowhere and was gradually approaching their position. Their effort to intercept them does not go well, as they are in the middle of deceleration and their aim was awry. Although they managed to destroy several of the enemy destroyers, most of the enemy unit was still intact and the missile vessels had already gotten into their effective range. All hands, prepare for impact. Rain of anti-ship missiles assaults the Empress fleet. None of them hit the Adelcroix, but several battleships and cruisers received direct hits. The cruiser that was escorting their Adelcroix was incapacitated and crashed onto the surface, followed by an explosion. The battleships that got hit did not escape unscathed either, as some simply lost power and dived into the ice field below them. NNNNGHGHHHHHGH. The Empress's face grew red in anger, but right now they have no time to deal with the destroyers. She pointed at a stupidly large canyon about 10 kilometers away and shouts, "Hurry up! The third shot is coming." CH-259 Canyon. The Empress's fleet fled to the canyon, which was thousands of meters deep. It is one of the deepest canyons on Galei, and even a large fleet consisting of battleships can hide in it. We did it. Seeing that, Schleer stroked her chest in relief. The Imperial Guards also withdrew to the canyon following the Empress, so the Kalanchans can now take their time to descend. Their artillery on the ground is also aiming at the Empress's fleet and is constantly raining fire on them. For the time being, that's stage 1 done. Diarose muttered and checked the time. She frowned a little before shrugging her shoulders. But we still need a little more time. Your strategy this time is strangely specific, huh? Having nothing to do, Kaisai folded his arms and commented. Well, yeah. Diarose gave a vague reply before silently switching her sub-monitor to show the tactical map. There seems to be something she doesn't want to tell him. Kaisai frowned a little, but he decided not to ask. No matter how wide that canyon is, there are only a few places where a fleet that large can move about. If they don't plan to hide in there forever, then they should launch an assault soon. Then their first target would be the Valizer. Right. As long as we have that, it doesn't seem like they are going to show up on the surface after all. Valentina glanced at the mobile fortress, Valizer, which could be seen from a distance. This type of weapon that boasts high firepower and impressive defense is highly reliable in a situation like this. However, because of the terrible state it was in, it cannot move properly. After all, it only received some emergency repairs before they installed it here. Their fleet can't come up here, but their strikers should be able to sow through the canyons and valleys here to get close to the Valizer. I want that big baddie of ours to stay alive and well for a while. You should order your pilots to prepare to intercept them. Yes, I know. It's about time that the forces were stationed on the surface to launch their attack. I will tell them to not allow enemy strikers to break through. At that time, countless shells and missiles flew from beyond the horizon and rained on the canyon like a meteor rain. A fierce explosion erupted, evaporating the dry ice powder toward the sky. The attack came from the Kalanchan Valentino allied forces. The Empress's prediction was off, as they actually stationed a large number of troops on the surface. By this time, the Empress is probably fuming. Imagine that. A snicker escaped from Diarose's lips. This made me want to savor it for a while. Truly wonderful. While nodding in satisfaction with her work, Diarose landed the Excalibur at the tip of an iceberg. Dry ice evaporates into white smoke at its soul, as the striker was pretty heated from the re-entry. Even though the atmosphere of Galei is pretty thin, the sound of shells and missiles raining in the distance could be heard clearly. But most of our equipment is 20 cm cannons and 24 cm rocket launchers. We can't take down battleships with that kind of firepower. Besides, that canyon is pretty deep. The flashy explosions aside, I don't think we land that many direct hits on them though, Schleer pointed out as she landed her striker beside the Excalibur. Her voice seems terribly tired. Almost half a day has passed since the battle started. Even with evolved physical prowess, she's almost at her limit. If it's that flashy, then it's enough. Our goal is to keep them from rearing their heads up from under there. After all, their bombardment was literally changing the terrain above them. Certainly, they wouldn't want to surface their fleet into that kind of environment. Even with their medium-sized shells and missiles, their ships won't be unscathed after a direct hit after all. Right. We brought almost all of the ammunition we have to Galei. At least, we should be able to keep it training like this for a while. This operation was planned as their final battle against Nord, a large-scale operation in that they are willing to exhaust their supplies and troops. So things should be fine for now, right? Diarose, it's your first battle in a while. You doing okay? If you can't move anymore, then I don't mind you withdrawing first, you know, Valentina asked in a teasing tone. In truth, the one she's worried about is not Diarose but Kaisai, who's riding with her. In the first place, Diarose only switched into maneuver there, Excalibur, so Valentina and the others should be way more tired than her. Detected the sarcasm in her sister's tone. Diarose's expression turned bitter. Anyway, it's our chance. The Empress should be as red as a boiled octopus by now. Shall we add some gasoline into the flame? So we are going to use that after all? Valentina had a terribly fed-up look on her face. CH-260. The bombshell. The broadcast frequency of the Norwegian communication cruiser was promptly hijacked. Cornering the Empress into that canyon was planned from the start. A large number of antennas were installed near the canyon in which the Empress's fleet is currently hiding in, and although Kalanchen technicians are not as skillful as their Norwegian counterparts, the broadcast couldn't be prevented given the Kalanchen's thorough setup. Our data link is under attack. At the operator's report, the Empress strongly slammed the armrest of her seat. Because of the constant bombardment, the bridge of the Adelkreuz is trembling with shock waves. The situation is already grave as it is, but now it is getting worse. The Empress grinds her teeth, her anger about to explode. Do something about it then. By the time she angrily shouted her command, it was already too late. The main monitor in front of her blacked out for a moment before a mysterious video suddenly started playing. That's right, it was the Avenue, Kaisai and Dairo's shot. Alright, let's start with some self-introduction. Dairo's Vista Agran. 27 years old. Seeing Dairo's dressed in an obscene costume, everyone on the bridge looked away. What the hell is this? We don't know, Your Majesty. The operator was inches away from bursting out crying. The video, which is simply too bizarre to watch during battle, continues to play undisturbed. As rotten as her personality is, she is still the Empress. She can easily guess her enemy's intention in broadcasting something like this. No one in her army doesn't know Dairo's face. The enemy is trying to take advantage of her surname to demoralize the army by humiliating her. Why, you damn ingrate. Valentina wouldn't be able to come up with such a plan. That's why Dairo's herself is definitely the one behind this. Watching Dairo's scream in pleasure while being whipped, the Empress's hand clenched so hard that blood started to seep through her fist. A masochist slave, sir. Dairo's is a perverted masochist slave. There were noises of someone gulping down their saliva. Even though they are in the middle of a battle, most crew's eyes were fixed on the front monitor. A battlefield is not a place a man should be. Because of that, the elite Norwegian soldiers are very frustrated because their thirst cannot be quenched. When such a video suddenly starts broadcasting in front of their eyes, their reaction is rather normal. How nice. A feverish voice reached the Empress's ears. The man who played the role of Dairo's master was an exceptionally beautiful boy who can fascinate both young and old women. Even the Empress, who was fuming at this development, forgot her anger for a moment. The Empress shook her head to purge the impure thoughts. Right now is not the time for that. She slapped her cheeks to snap out of it, but suddenly, a thought occurred to her and a chill traveled down her spine. This video, is it being broadcasted to the Adelkreuz directly? The Empress asked the officer in charge of electronic warfare, who's still trying her hardest to cut off the broadcast. The young officer shook her head as she turned to the Empress. Her face was pale and drenched in sweat. The video came from our data link. So I believe that it is being broadcasted to all of our connected vessels, maybe. In other words, this is going live for all our destroyers, and strikers as well? Yes. The Empress threw her folding fan to the floor. Don't mess with me. The monitor is still showing the footage of Dairo's being whipped while looking like it was the happiest thing that happened to her. It doesn't seem to be an act either. It was clearly her perverted daughter's true self. She couldn't care less if that was some idiotic aristocrat's daughter. Unfortunately, however, that is her own flesh and blood. The person who was supposed to be her next in line to the throne. It was the Empress herself who gave birth to her and gave her such a position. There's no way she can avoid taking responsibility for this. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Dot. Dot. The Empress stomps on the floor while repeating herself like a broken record. The video came right after the moment she disgraced herself by fleeing from the enemy. The loyalty her subordinate had was blown away and her authority is being questioned. From now on, people will point at her and say, "Look, that's the woman who gave back to that pervert." It won't be easy to recover her reputation after this. Dot. Dot. Take us up right now. I'm going punish that disgrace myself. However. Now. Why, yes, Your Majesty. Dot. Dot. The helmsman was sweating cold as she raised the ship's altitude. She obeyed the Empress's order on reflex. However, rearing their head above the canyon right now is certainly unwise. Dot. Dot. Whoa. Dot. Dot. A tremor struck there. A Delcroix. Dozens of explosives and missiles landed on it immediately after it surfaced above ground. Of course, it's natural for that to happen after they abandoned the cover of the canyon, because the ship is heavily armored. The extent of the damage only amounted to some antennas and their AA turrets getting disabled. However, the next moment, the enemy battleships opened fire on their Delcroix. The Kalanshans had set up an ambush. Dot. Dot. Arc. Dot. Dot. The Empress managed to withstand the impact, which was considerably more powerful than the last one, by clinging to her seat. Her fuming anger subsided in an instant. Dot. Dot. Rapid descent. Dot. Dot. The helmsman once again followed her order on a conditioned reflex. The anti-gravity device was offline for a moment, and there, Delcroix entered a free fall which let them escape from the enemy's kill zone. Damage report: main turret number 3's rotor was damaged. Further, the secondary control was hit. We have many injured and casualties. Dot. Dot. Hearing the damage report, the Empress's blood pressure rapidly dropped. She almost fainted, so she hurriedly held her temples. CH 261. War of Attrition. The Empress was fuming, but after what happened she cooled down a bit. If she tries to leave the canyon right now, she will only cause unnecessary damage to her ship. Shaking her head in frustration, the Empress snatched the folding fan that her servant had picked up for her. Dot. 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 We were lucky that we weren't shot by their Valizer. Good thing that I promptly ordered a rapid descent, right? Why, yes, ma'am. Dot. Dot. The staff vaguely replied. It was the Empress who ordered them to ascend in the first place. Besides, even though they were lucky that their Valizer didn't fire at them, they still got bombarded by enemy battleships. However, the damage their Delcroix received was little. That is a given, since the Delcroix is boasting its heavy armor, so it can keep flying with no problem even if the enemy got a few hits in. That said, since they were hit by armor-piercing shells from a relatively close range, the number of casualties was not few. Regardless, it doesn't change the fact that their situation is already pretty bad. Dot. Dot. Anyway, we need to find a way to escape from this hellhole first. Dot. Dot. The Empress looked around while gritting her teeth in a sour mood. Crimson battleships and cruisers are flying tightly in the canyon with ice cliffs sandwiching them on both sides. The cliffs also seem like they can collapse at any given moment, and every time the enemy explosives hit, chunks of ice and small fragments are raining down on them. With the armor and thrust power of their battleships and cruisers, they would still be able to get out even if the entire canyon collapsed on them, but they certainly want to avoid such a situation. Dot. Dot. As I thought, the most troublesome part is how to deal with the Valizer. Aside from that thing, we can easily deal with the enemy with what we already have here. Dot. Dot. Their Valizer packed enough firepower to sink a battleship in a single blow. As long as the enemy has that kind of firepower on their side, the Empress's fleet cannot leave this canyon carelessly. Dot. Dot. Can we destroy it if we use our cruisers as a shield and rush in? I would not recommend that, Your Majesty. Dot. Dot. Even one of her Yasmin women advised against the idea because it was too terrible. They are not dealing with the Valizer, alone here. Using an entire fleet worth of cruisers as a sacrifice to take down one mobile fortress is just beyond the scope of acceptable damage. I know that already. Our enemy is just Diros and a poor backwater country. It's not worth it for my superior fleet to be sacrificed just to crush those insects. Originally, there, Valizer, was a powerful but terribly difficult to utilize weapon, so it was considered an extra in the Noridian army. When Diros asked for reinforcements, she had sent it over with the intention of getting rid of it from the armory, but she never imagined that it would be used against her like this. If she had sent a few battleships over, then they would be able to handle that easily enough. The Empress regrets sending the mobile fortress over, but right now is no time for her to mull over it. Then we have no choice but to send our strikers in. I don't really want to resort to this though. In the first place, the mobile fortress is a weapon designed to combat fleets and fortifications. Naturally, it has its way to fight off smaller foes, but smaller crafts like a striker stand a better chance at winning here. Even so, she still needs to prepare to accept some losses. The Empress was the type of person who couldn't care less about the death of her subordinates, but she would still feel that it was wasteful for her to lose her highly trained elites that whom she poured a lot of resources into bringing up. But there's no avoiding some losses. Tell the Imperial Guards to prepare to sortie. After the finished resupplying, half of them will be sent out to attack there, Valizer. My apology. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards were already deployed with anti-ship weapons. They still haven't been able to use those against the enemy fleet yet, so would it not be faster if we direct them toward the Valizer instead? Her chief of staff proposed. Her complexion looked terribly pale. The Kalanshans are still raining them with explosives. The sounds of explosions and the impact of the shells are loudly echoing on the bridge. Being one-sidedly attacked while unable to do anything is mentally exhausting. If they have time to resupply, then they would rather use that time to quickly defeat the Valizer and launch a counteroffensive. Several of the staff members also share this opinion and raised their voices. Even if they still have all their ammunition, those pilots have been engaging with the enemy strikers until just a while ago. We should equip the anti-ship weapons to our reserve unit and have them sortie instead, Your Majesty. The staff in charge of handling striker-related matters voiced a protest. It is true that the Imperial Guards have suffered considerable damage from fighting Kaisai and the others. It would be dangerous to direct them right at the enemy immediately. The unit we have on the reserve is only 30% of our total strikers, right? We cannot take down their Valizer with only that many strikers. If we use the unit we have on the field right now, not only do we have the numerical advantage, it will be faster for us to launch a counterattack as well. But, shut up. There's no time to discuss this. We will adopt the Chief of Staff's suggestion, inform the Imperial Guards on the field. The Empress shouted in a frustrated tone. She also wants to get out of this situation as soon as possible. If they can launch an attack faster, then that's obviously better. CH 262. Battle on the Iceberg 1. Schleer and Valentina were already expecting the enemy to try destroying their Valizer, using their striker unit. However, with their opponent being the Imperial Guards, the Noridian elites, the matter of defending is not so simple. Schleer moaned while avoiding a protruding chunk of ice. The iceberg in front of her was hit by a large number of explosives and scattered in all directions. The Noridians have brought out their artillery and are firing back at them. Hurry up with the counter-battery fire. The artillery can cover extremely long range, and it is impossible for her to counterattack with the weapon her striker has on hand. Naturally, that's the job of their ships and their own artillery units. We're already doing it, Mom. Then what was that? The iceberg located not far from the Mistiltwine was bombarded again. The pure white mountain surface was covered in so much cloud that it gave off an illusion of a volcanic eruption. Some metallic shrapnel hit the Mistletoe's armor, making a jarring noise. Why, you little ... Her armor was not pierced, but the impact from it was still enough to make Schleer jump. Turning her fright into anger, Schleer puts her finger on her control stick. She was seriously pondering the option to go there and take the enemy down herself. If you're going in, then I can go with you, you know. The voice came from there, Dainsleif, which just landed beside her. Saki only joined the front line a short while ago, but she seems to be frustrated at the situation as well. No, we can't afford to go on a half-baked offensive right now. However, Saki's words had the opposite effect. She understands that she cannot afford to use a forceful tactic and needlessly risk the lives of her allies. Instead, she retreated back and contacted her artillery unit. Can't you do something? It's your job to take down the enemy artillery, you know. Even if you say that. The artillery officer replied with a terribly troubled voice. The enemy has more skilled personnel and equipment on their side. Besides, we are dedicating a good chunk of our firepower to suppress the enemy fleet. It's unreasonable to ask your reserve unit to fight head-on against the Norwegian elites in the first place. Mew. Schleer groaned. As the artillery officer say, they have dedicated all kinds of ranged weapons such as heavy artillery, fortress guns, rocket launchers, and battleship turrets to suppress the Empress's fleet. The Empress is wary of the Valizer, but the mobile fortress itself was put here after only a quick repair. Even if the enemy doesn't launch an attack on it, they can't say for sure how long they can continue to use that thing. That's why the suppressing fire is being done by other units. Their side simply is inferior in terms of firepower. The enemy bombardment hit the iceberg again. The party had to retreat further while avoiding the shrapnels and chunks of ice. Do not fret. Taking a few steps back is not really a problem. No, we just need to buy time. In short, it's fine as long as the enemy doesn't reach there, Valizer, said Dairos in a composed tone. Unlike Schleer and the others, she looked pretty calm about their situation. Just like earlier, she's still the one controlling Excalibur. If we can keep the Empress in that hole for a little while longer, then it will be our victory. All we need to do is stand our ground here. Dairos's voice carries a certain sense of reliability. Although they are being bombarded, she's so calm and logical. As a commander, she would get a full score. Comparing her current figure to the one that's being shown to the Norwegian army right now would make you think that she's an entirely different person. However, the real commander here is Schleer, and it should be her job to reassure her subordinates. Realizing that she's being the one reassured instead, Schleer intensely blushed. Buying time? If that is enough to guarantee our victory, then I sure am curious about what you plan to do after this. In the front seat of Excalibur, Kaisai crossed his arms and muttered so. He already knows that Dairos would find a way to distract him if he asks her the full details of the plan, but he still can't help but get curious about it. Since he has nothing to do without the control of Excalibur, he'd been pondering what it could be. It will be a little flashy. It's a plan I came up with after all. My method is not as smart as yours, Master. Kaisai let out a small groan and reached down to the holster on his waist. He then took out candy inside, stripped it of its wrapping, and handed it to Dairos. Even if it was only slightly, he noticed that her voice was shaking. NN, thank you. Seeing the pink ball of sugar, Dairos smiled and put her mouth next to Kaisai's ear. If possible, I'd love for you to feed it to me mouth to mouth though. Her voice was so faint that it couldn't be picked up by the wireless mic. Kaisai got a little thrilled by her sexy voice and replied with a whisper. Next time, okay. It would be bad for them to exchange saliva in a place like this. Of course, Dia-Rose was joking as well. I'm looking forward to it. A moment after Dia-Rose said that, a huge explosion occurred on the surface of the iceberg. The impact caused a large-scale collapse and Dia-Rose hurriedly powered the thruster to take them off the ground. After that, a group of jet black strikers rushed in as though to use the small opening the explosion created. The Imperial Guards have arrived. It seems they finally decided to come out. Good, let's teach them why they shouldn't get impatient in a war. While saying that in a tone like a general heading into battle, Dia-Rose holds up a blaster rifle. CH-263, Battle at the Iceberg 2. Using the bombardment of their allies as cover, the enemy, Renyan, slowly crept forward. Against the Kalanchans that have inferior firepower, the tactic was highly effective. As expected of the Imperial Guards, Dia-Rose grit her teeth while using a photon saber to intercept a Renyan that charged her with its long sword. Using the raw power of her zenith to her advantage, she forcibly pushed it back and sprayed it with bullets from the head-mount machine gun. The small-caliber bullets impact the surface of the jet-black armor, sending sparks flying. You're not going to stop me with that. In the first place, such small-caliber bullets can only serve to suppress the enemy's movement. With the elite she's fighting against, they don't mind taking some insignificant damage and coming at her again. Oh no, you don't. However, there, Colebrand appeared from the side and flanked the Renyan with its lance. The jet-black giant convulsed and collapsed before rolling down the icy slope. Sorry about that, HMPH. I can't afford to put my love in danger after all. Still, you've gotten dull, aren't you? Dia-Rose shrugged at Valentina's sarcastic comment. She does feel like saying something back, but she indeed has a hard time keeping up with the enemy here. There's that too, but our opponents are just too good. They are Mother's personal guards. It's not like we can win against them in a straight-up fight anyway. Well, I won't deny that. Anyway, you should withdraw to the back. I don't want to babysit you here. HMPH. Although indignant, Dia-Rose sighed and followed her sister's advice. That said, they are fighting in steep mountain terrain. Since it's difficult to get a clear line of sight, it's extremely difficult for her to fight at long range. What's more, they don't even know when the enemy might bombard their area. If I knew this would happen, then I'd have brought a carbine or a machine gun. A long rifle is just useless here. While firing up her thruster and retreating to the rear, Dia-Rose fired at a Renyan she spotted in a distance. The beam only grazed the surface of the iceberg as the enemy quickly took cover. Want me to switch? Don't worry about me, Dia-Rose replied to Kaisai's offer with a sharp voice. It's embarrassing even for her to show him this pathetic performance. However, just because she's embarrassed doesn't mean that she wants to give up control. Besides, there's a reason why she can't allow Kaisai to take over yet. That's right. We've already used that video. Let's make full use of it here! Unable to ignore that, Kaisai's expression immediately changed. However, before he could stop her, Dia-Rose connected their radio to a common com channel. Hi there, everyone. It's been a while. This voice. The pilots of the Renyans were startled. These pilots were usually in charge of the Empress's security, so naturally, they are all acquainted with her daughter, Dia-Rose. There's no way for them to mistake her voice. Did you enjoy my gift? NN? Perhaps that was too stimulating for your unquenchable thirst, huh? Kukakaku. As she said that, Kaisai's mouth immediately fluttered. However, he cannot say anything knowing that the cam is on. If they know that Dia-Rose is riding with a man, it would be like adding oil to the raging flame. There are some lines that should never be crossed, Your Highness. No. Former Your Highness. I was disappointed. I never thought that Dia-Rose-sama was a pervert who got off on being insulted by a man. Sure enough, the Imperial Guard's replies were harsh. Kukaku, it's enviable. isn't it? I've just awakened to true love. Ugh. The Imperial Guards were furious. It's the result of their pent-up frustration. Certainly, even Vald women are quite reserved when it comes to such S&M plays, but with such a thing being put on a show when they are sayally frustrated, there ought to be some effect. Even if it's Dairo-sama, I won't allow this to pass. Don't think you can get away with this. Blinded by anger, the Imperial Guards who were scattered here and there on the battlefield quickly gathered. Naturally, they are all furiously shooting at the Excalibur. Dairos hurriedly hid behind a rock. Now it's your chance. Attack. Can't you come up with a more decent plan? Saki slashed at Rennion with an exasperated voice. Dairos's provocation was effective in disrupting the Imperial Guard's formation. This is definitely a good opportunity for the Kalanshans to attack. HMPH, I was just using myself as bait to create an opening. Such a thing is commendable in a war. No, you should praise me instead. I wanted to, but you made it damn difficult to. Kaisai retorted in a loud voice while narrowing his eyes at her. CH 264. Battle at the Iceberg 3. Thanks to Dairos, the Imperial Guard's formation was disrupted. With the Kalanshans waiting for their chance to attack, they immediately used the opening to their advantage. Ugh! An Imperial Guard moaned as she somehow managed to parry a strike from there. Van Wolf's longsword with her shield. The Empress's crest on the shield was scraped off due to the strong impact. It's difficult to tell who's attacking who, isn't it? While screaming with joy, Tursis planted a knee kick on their Rennion's abdomen. Along with a loud crash, the jet black striker was staggered. Time for the finishing blow. You won't. Rennion Bogan fired at their Van Wolf with its long blaster rifle. With a red beam flying toward her, Tursis swiftly evaded. TSK. The Imperial Guard corrected her aim and was about to fire her second shot, but the next moment, a large caliber shell exploded on the chest of her Rennion Bogan. The jet black striker instantly exploded, sending its limbs and armor pieces scattering in all directions. "Leave the support to us," shouted the driver of a multi-legged tank. "It's a weapon of the Planetary Defense Force." Their morale was tremendously high, probably due to the fact that they couldn't do anything to help while the battle was taking place in space. Thanks. There, Van Wolf was designed to be a duelist. It's not a great striker on a battlefield where you can get ganged by multiple enemies, but that's a different story if she was fire support. With a fierce smile, Tursis accelerated at full speed and sped the Crimson Zenith to the first Rennion. Like a cannonball, the Imperial Guard still couldn't recover from the kick earlier and was defenseless. With a high-pitched noise, Tursis's longsword plunged into the abdomen of the Rennion. Too easy. Pulling out the sword from the now powerless Rennion, Tursis kicked it away and retreated. A moment later, several large-caliber grenades land on the nearby mountain surface. Tursis frowned as shrapnels and ice fragments hit the Van Wolf. The enemy bombardment is still ongoing. They are using the type of explosive that has built-in shrapnels that are powerful enough to destroy a striker within a certain range of impact. With that kind of firepower, even an ace like Tursis considers it a threat. Strikers aside, their artillery is a nuisance. Can't we do something about it? There are certainly not a few enemy strikers that are moving sluggishly, probably due to Dairos's avenue. However, the enemy artillery is still alive and well. In fact, their bombardment got even more intense, as though they did not care about their vanguard at the front line. If our counter battery can't do the job, then there's no other way but to deal with it ourselves. Please give us permission to go," Eleanor shouted in a high-pitched voice. She seemed to be quite frustrated at how they were being one-sidedly bombarded. "Give it up. If you leave this place, then we won't be able to cope with the enemy's offensive, you know," Dairos shouted back in an exasperated voice. She just made the same argument earlier, so it can't be helped that she's tired of it. "You guys are the only ones here who can take out the Rennions. Okay, get it through your skull how important you are. At the moment, there, Claymore and Jetta are only able to keep up with the Rennion, with the support of each other and ally multi-legged tanks. No matter how low the morale of the Imperial Guards is, the difference in both machine and pilot skills is just too difficult to overcome. That's why Schleer and Dairos decided on a tactic where their common soldiers stall the enemy Rennions, creating a chance for their Zenith to finish them. If Tursis and the others leave this theater, there's no doubt that the enemy will break through. Still, Tursis and Eleanor's go-to strategy is attack. They won't be satisfied if they are only instructed to stay on the defensive. That's why, hearing Dirose's reply, the two puffed their cheeks at the same time. You nobles are simply too impatient, Desu. Nora chimed in with a ridiculing tone. She herself is also frustrated by this situation, but she doesn't voice it out loud. You can go, while you take out the artillery. I get to accumulate my score here after all, Desu. I can't have that, Tursis bitterly smiled at the young girl's provocation. When she was taunted like that, it certainly is difficult to argue back. With no other choice, she started looking for her next prey. However, high heat source detected. At the same time, the AI coldly reported. Tursis felt a chill on her back and reflexively accelerated away from the place she was standing in. The next moment, a thick beam pierced the ground where Tursis was standing earlier. Dry ice evaporates in an instant, causing a big explosion. On the other hand, Van Wolf took the brunt of it and got blown away. Was that their battleship? After safely landing her striker, Tursis turns her attention to the direction where the shot originated from. It was from the sky. A black and white themed striker was holding a cannon that was even larger than its body. At its side was a striker of the same color theme with a giant sword on its back. CH-265. The new 4 Heavenly. Checking with the database. Nothing. The enemy strikers appeared to be Zenith type, but there was no record of them in the database, and Tursis doesn't know that such a model exists either. Their oversized weapons gave a strange intimidating feeling. Realizing that she was facing some abnormal foes, Tursis pointed her sword at them. This is Tursis Van Mellemheim. Name yourselves. At the sudden question, the two Zeniths seemed to be confused for a second and lowered their weapons. However, they immediately repositioned and replied. Ein Soylent, one of the 4 Heavenly. Heavenly Thunder. Zwei Soylent, same. Heavenly Blade. Mew. Strangely enough, the voices that came from both machines sounded exactly the same. It was as if the same person spoke twice. Still, it was confirmed that the voice came from 2 separate strikers. But that's not the problem. The enemies have named themselves members of the 4 Heavenly. The Empress must have newly appointed them. That makes them kind of Tursis's junior. HMPH, to name yourself Heavenly Thunder, in front of me. Insolent fool. Eleanor sneered. Even though they named themselves the 4 Heavenly, they merely took the seat that they left vacant. Moreover, Eleanor has never heard of House Soylent. That's why she thought that they were simply some third-rate stand-in. It's insulting that there is only Heavenly Blade, and Heavenly Thunder, here, but not the Heavenly Roar. Desu. The rest were probably left to guard the Empress though. In any case, if they are here, then it just means that they have to defeat them. Thinking so, Nora grabbed her control stick. No one-on-one duel this time, Desu. Tursis-san, you sure jabbed where it hurt. It's Tursis and the others' job to keep the enemy at bay. If they neglect the Renians and focus on single combat with these newcomers, then it would be putting a cart before a horse. The most effective plan would be to use their number to their advantage and take them down quickly. Wait, I can't ignore that just now. Did you say Soylent? You know of them, Dirose? Eleanor, you bastard. You just casually dropped the honorific Whatever. Do not let your guacs too. Without waiting for Dirose to finish, Tursis charged at the Zenith with a giant sword. Even though it technically looks like a sword, the thing could just be called a chunk of iron. The weapon itself is bigger than the striker. Even a Zenith would not be able to move well carrying such an oversized weapon. However, Tursis's assumption crumbled. The rocket engine installed on the cutting edge of the giant sword flashed, and the guillotine-like blade accelerated toward the Van Wolf. As expected, even Van Wolf cannot take a blow from such a thing. Tursis immediately pulled back the control stick and performed a somersault back. Tursis glares at the enemy while enduring the G that would be strong enough to overwhelm Kaisai's body. Careless. However, the attack did not end there. two bizarrely shaped arms sprung out from the shoulders of the black and white Zenith. At their finger-like tips are sharp claws and what seem like muscles of blaster weaponry. Auxiliary arms? The muzzles of the left and right auxiliary arms started firing at the same time, and the low-powered particle bullets burned the crimson armor of the Van Wolf, leaving behind a scorch mark. Although a single shot cannot penetrate the armor, the auxiliary arms continued to fire low-powered bullets like machine guns. You do have the ability worthy of the name, Heavenly Blade. Although each bullet was not that powerful, the regenerative armor would eventually wear out if subjected to continuous fire. If the armor regenerator, which converts shock and heat into electricity, is overloaded, the armor itself would render into nothing more than fancy decoration. With a ferocious smile, Tursis brilliantly avoids the barrage. Slow. However, as though it was waiting for that chance, the other Zenith fired a beam from its large cannon at their Van Wolf. The high-powered beam that made it feel like she was facing a wall of light made Tursis sweat cold. A direct hit would completely obliterate her striker, and there's no time to avoid it. Ugh. This is why I hate Muslerid. Nora rushed at Tursis and tackled their Van Wolf. With her Zareva like a cannonball, a loud crashing sound echoed as the two strikers dived into the iceberg, sending a shockwave through the whole cockpit. However, thanks to that, they managed to escape the enemy's line of sight. Thanks, you owe me one, Desu. While enduring the shock from the impact, Nora glared at the Zenith with the oversized cannon. That thing was bizarrely powerful. If she has to compare it, the firepower of that cannon can even rival a medium-sized cruiser's main turret. She has never heard about a Zenith that can operate such a weapon before. It doesn't seem like they are some mere substitute. Soon. Dia rose. You know about these guys, right? Fill us in already, Desu. Nah, even you, ha. While rolling her eyes up, Dia Rose lamented to herself. However, now is not the time to worry about the absence of honorifics. She's not at the place where Tursis and the others are fighting, so she doesn't have any visual of the newly arrived Zeniths, but she can tell from the communication what kind of situation they are in. Those guys are genetically modified clone soldiers. We called them Soylent Sisters. Their strikers are also specially made for them. Since she was next in line to the throne, Dia Rose was familiar with the dark side of the Imperial Army. Tracing back her memory, she continues to tell them what she knows. If they named themselves Heavenly Blade and Heavenly Thunder, then their strikers would be the Geist Vector and Geist Artillery. Both were tuned up to match their modified specs, so their power should even be higher than a royal family's Zenith. So both the pilots and strikers are modified, right? HMPH. Eleanor doesn't find that amusing at all. While Dia Rose was explaining what she knew, the Soylent Sisters were on the offensive. Keeping up with their movement was the most Tursis and the others could do. Exactly. That's why even you geese might lose if you are careless. Don't let your guard down.